no stopping Olav Koy. 4 stage wins from 4. And welcome to stage 5 of the Tour of Britain. That was the result of yesterday's stage. A quite incredible run of form for the young 21-year-old from Jumbo-Visma, dominating the sprints from day 1 in this Tour of Britain. And today we have another flat stage that could give him another opportunity for victory. Second longest stage of the race, 192.4 kilometres, starting and finishing in Felixstowe in the county of Suffolk. A couple of intermediates. One intermediate sprint at 127.6 k's to go. 2 climbs early on, both third category affairs, offering 4 points each. And the course loops back. Should be a cross tailwind for the final section of the route today, with a head crosswind finish on the promenade in Felixstowe. It's the 11th time that we've been in this beautiful county, so let's call this the seaside stage. So a few minutes to go now until we start off. That is the finishing straight. You can just see a couple of the riders in the north of your picture just testing it out. Beautiful sunny conditions here again today, 23 degrees. And the last time that this county hosted the Tour of Britain, back in 2017, the stage took us to Newmarket, all the way to Aldeburgh, and Australian Kelly Bune claimed victory on that particular day. And last year, the Women's Tour Grand Apart started just across the border in Colchester. But everybody loves a day by the sea. What will happen today? Had a breakaway, the man on the front of the grid there, just in the black jersey. James Fouché had another superb day out in front, building that lead up to 33 points now. Second place in the King of the Mountains classification, has got 18 points. So regardless of what happens today, and indeed tomorrow, he's set fair to lead that classification into the weekend. Olav Koy, as you can see in the centre of your screen there, in that blue and red jersey. 4 wins from 4. We'll talk a little bit about the victories and the significance of those back-to-back wins a little bit later on. But the other jerseys today, the white jersey being worn by Casper van Uden. He sits in 3rd place in that classification from team DSM Firmenich. And in the green jersey, actually sitting 2nd place in that classification, Danny van Poppel of Bora Hansgrohe. There is the white jersey. Smiles upon his face. Gentle breeze blowing in off the sea today, but a little bit stiffer than yesterday. And as we're doing a loop, there are multiple different shifts in direction today that could prove interesting in the opening stages as the wind blows them ever so slightly west. Then the mid portion of the race will be into a nagging headwind over primarily flat terrain. Elevation spread over the 192 k's today of 1,326 metres. And there is our race organiser, Mick Bennett. Baseball cap on, protecting himself from the southerly sun. And there's a man that has been exceptionally popular over the last few days, Harry Tanfield, always smiling, always getting stuck into the racing, having a chat there with our race leader, Olav Koy. We had 2 riders in the breakaway yesterday. With him for company was Abraham Stockman, and for at least half of the stage, James Fouché, before he dropped back. Mission accomplished for the King of the Mountains classification. But can anybody break the dominance of Jumbo-Visma today? That is the big question. We should be rolling out very shortly. There's Ethan Vernon having another chat with Harry Tanfield. I think Harry Tanfield virtually, has got his 2nd award for the most aggressive rider, although we're renaming it the most popular rider, I think. So the countdown begins here in Felixstowe, and stage 5 of the Tour of Britain is off. Great crowds already assembling here, and I expect enormous crowds later on this afternoon when this race finishes. Approximately 3:20 local time. We pass through Ipswich in the first part of today's stage, and my memories of Ipswich in the past when the Tour of Britain has passed through, absolutely incredible. Expect thousands and thousands of people, even on a work day, to be out in force to greet the Tour of Britain. So as they roll through this initial neutralised section, it's time to welcome on board Brian Smith. Brian, another flat day in store, bit more wind, we're near the sea, 4 wins from 4 from Olav Koy. What do you think? What do you predict might happen today? Because it's a difficult one, because they've got a real stranglehold on the race, haven't they?
I think deja vu comes to mind. No, look, it is what it is. We've got a dominant team in Jumbo-Visma, and they've ridden brilliantly. I think we've spent the last couple of days kind of trying to think of, maybe put our sports directors' heads on and think of how we would maybe, play this out. And, the teams haven't done anything. Pretty much, I think Bingo were the only team that tried a little bit yesterday. And look, I think we can talk for hours and hours about the lack of hills, and then we've got one sprint per day, which they're not even sprinting for, because there's no bonuses or anything like that. There's nothing to go for in that kind of sprints competition. It's just points towards the points competition. Of course, we saw Wout van Aert gather some points yesterday, but ultimately, Matt, some of the hardest races I've ridden, I've been on the flat, right? And ultimately, it's down to the riders, rather than kind of criticise the lack of hills. The bunch sprints every day, it's not being exciting, same rider winning all the day. You're talking about a world-class rider. I know he's still young, but with Wout van Aert leading them out, nobody can get near him. And so I think we have to look at the teams. I thought it would happen maybe yesterday at the start, a few teams getting involved. And just listening to the terrestrial TV channel there, and there was a interview and the GB team and things like that. It seems to be around Ethan Vernon. Look, he's had a couple of thirds. I very much doubt, if I was sat in the car, I would be right. And all the teams thinking that way as well, that okay, we're going to go up against them again. We're going to try again. We haven't beaten them for 4 days, but we're going to try again. We try for another sprint, try and beat them again. That, to me, it starts to wear thin a little bit in my book. That okay, every chance of the sprint, you have got a chance of winning. And yeah, Ethan Vernon's got a chance of winning today, and this finish, I think, suits him more than anything else. But it seems to be the young team that they've got just kind of learning how to lead out Ethan Vernon, instead of maybe getting some kudos for themselves, getting involved with the racing, getting in the breakaway. Let's see them out there. Let's see them kind of instigate the race. If they want to hold two riders back to help Ethan Vernon in the end, so be it. But let the others race. I remember coming to Tour of Britons, and of course Ireland's a different country altogether, but even riding this in classics for Scotland and things like that, and I just love to race against the top riders, and I think that has to happen. I think the teams, and I'm not just looking at Great Britain, a lot of the teams have to race, and they've been happy for a bunch kick in the end. Okay, this maybe Tom Pidcock is waiting for the weekend, and Stephen Williams waiting for the weekend when it gets a little bit hillier, but I really do think that something has to change now. I think if we roll into town again together, there is a bit of wind, but I'm not too sure it's enough to kind of break the peloton up. We could see another bunch finish, and in fact, just fast forward a couple of days and just award Olive Coy the next two stages and get to the real racing. But it's the teams that are in the race that make the racing. It's not always the terrain. So I'm hoping that a few more teams get involved. Fingers crossed. I think they will, because 4 days in a row of having on flatty stages being controlled by Jumbo-Visma, I think today's the day that we might see a bit of a change, and we might see a little bit more of a challenge to get in this breakaway and put a little bit more pressure on the team of Jumbo-Visma. But that's my views.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting one, isn't it? It's the course is what it is, and for whatever reason, from time to time, races are hilly, races are slightly flatter, and also there's also, when you look at the problems that we've had in the sport domestically, and the fact that we've lost the women's tour this year, let's fingers crossed that's back next year. If there are only certain places that are willing to put money up, then they're the place you have to go. And if you can't choose the terrain, if Felixstowe wanted to put the race on, that's where you go. It's different when you have multiple places. I mean, several years ago, when we had 6 or 7 continental teams domestically vying to get in the race, and when me and you were working with the race, there were towns and cities actually lining up and wanting and almost bidding. It was not quite a bidding war, but there was like a waiting list I don't know what exactly the situation is now, but quite often in difficult economic times, the course design is determined by the places that are willing to put up the money for the start and finishes. And what towns and cities are getting now is a lot more bang for the buck, because Felixstowe have got the start and finish, Wrexham have got the start and finish, Altrincham and Manchester very close together, part of a bigger department, had the start and finish. You can see where the economic angle has affected the course design here. But they're quite right. The riders make the racing. Hats off, though, to Bolton Equities, St Piran, TDT Unibet as well. There has been a few teams that got in the mix. And on the stage the stage before yesterday's stage, that was a very active stage at the end when we got Bora involved. Ineos Grenadiers got involved as well. But you're wondering if the DSs have looked at the probability of winning over the last couple of stages, and they weren't particularly high. But I think today, although the terrain is flat, it's super flat. It's less hilly than yesterday, and the only reason there's more elevation is because we've got another 30 or 40 k's, including just the natural undulation of the land. So hardly any significant climbing at all, and the climbs are today 4% and 3% average. But yeah, the teams have got to get on the front foot, put Jumbo-Visma under pressure, and I think it's worth right at the top of the programme as well, reiterating the fact we're only saying this because it's important that we do, because people will start questioning why aren't other teams attacking, and there are multiple reasons for that. One is the dominance of Jumbo-Visma, the strength that they're showing, and even when there were attacks yesterday, they were quickly snuffed out. But I thought yesterday's 1 or 2 attacks by Bingo would have provided a catalyst for other teams, but it didn't happen. But I think today's going to be a little bit different, and the way we start as well, Brian, it's going to be a cross tailwind at least for the first 50 or 60 k's, which would be quite interesting. And then for the mid 90 k's, we're riding into a block headwind. But I think the opening few k's could be pretty quick, although it's not overly exposed terrain. I think just because it's fast, we might see quite an active start. What do you think about the potential of the opening few k's of this race?
I'm hoping it's going to be active, Matt. But then again, it was the same for the last kind of couple of days. But Jumbo-Visma were just kind of jumping on anything, and I thought their performance yesterday was spectacular from Jus van Emden, who went almost to 5k's to go, and Steven Kruijswijk, the way they controlled the race and still had a bit left in the legs to control the couple of attacks was astonishing. So I'm hoping for a little bit more. You can sense, can't you, all around the race director's car that there's a few more teams up for it, which is good. It's okay having flat stages and bunch sprints and things like that. That did happen in the past. With Bosenhagen winning, sprint after sprint. Maybe it was a little bit hillier, but I'm not criticising the routes. I think it's more the riders that make the race than anything. I've ridden some Kermesses in the past, which have been flat out and hard the whole time. But this is a stage race, and there are some riders that teams waiting for the weekend, a kind of hillier where it kind of fits their attributes. But like we were saying a couple of days ago, it's not overly hilly, these climbs, and most riders would be able to get over them. So yeah, I'm hoping for a little bit more start. Even Kern Farmer there, that tried a little bit early yesterday and kind of brought the brake, or trying to bring the brake back a little bit yesterday. I think instead of doing that, try and get in the brake. So they're just having some normal chit chat. I thought they might have been talking, oh, this is what we're going to do today, but it's not. But look, at the end of the day, it is what it is, and it's the riders that make the race more than just the route of the parcours. But you can see the yellow jerseys of Jumbo-Visma and the race leader right up there towards the front, and I think they're expecting a kind of an active start, and they want to snuff everything out again because they don't want to make it a hard day for themselves.
Exactly. It's a long day today. It's the second longest stage of this year's Tour of Britain. Just under 200 k's. Still in at this neutral zone. 192.4 k's to be exact. Actually, I think it is the longest stage, should I say. Just looking ahead to tomorrow's stage to Southend. That's a little bit longer, actually. No, that's shorter. It's 146 tomorrow, 170 on Saturday, 166. So this is the longest stage of the race. My mistake. So no stage over 200 k's in this edition of the Tour of Britain. Tomorrow we head into Essex, Southend-on-Sea to Harlow. Only one categorised climb. Similar terrain to today. Very gently undulating to Pan Flat. Stage 7 takes us from Tewkesbury to Gloucester, over 170 k's. Hilly all day long. Maybe a slightly flatter middle section, but really undulating. Beautiful terrain in the county of Gloucestershire. It really is absolutely stunning. Showcasing the attributes of a beautiful, beautiful county. And then on Sunday we're into Wales, Morgan Country Park to Caerphilly and two ascents of the Caerphilly Mountain. But before the two ascents of Caerphilly Mountain, we've got two other first category climbs as well. That's to look ahead at the weekend with the Rigos, Brindou, and also the Bulk, which isn't categorised, which is quite interesting. As we just head to, that's the finishing straight, and you can just see the wind direction there, as well as the big wheel. Just see the flag just under the gantry, a few hundred metres away, with the wind blowing. So they'll be changing direction when they come into the final kilometre. There's a couple of left-hand turns, and the final straight is about 700 metres long, but the wind will be coming from the right-hand side. So the sprint, anybody wishing to win the sprint, well, they might be sprinting on the left-hand side, won't they, Brian, you'd imagine? Trying to force the riders out to the right-hand side, but that's we've got 5 hours till we get to that point.
Yes, and you know, you talk about that, Martin. You know, I know they've been exemplary for the last 4 days riding on the front, but if you were Stephen Kreuzwick or Jus van Emden,
You're going to be tired, aren't you?
Yeah, you're not looking forward to giving yourself a hard day and a long stage like this. So that's why I think there will be a lot of emphasis in that team, and everybody will get involved. Even Olaf Koy, I think, will get involved to make sure that there's not a big breakaway goes. Because if a big breakaway goes, then I know that they've ridden well, but they have to be starting to feel a little bit tired now. I know that when you're riding well, you recover well as well. So I think they'll want another day where, like the last 2 days, you've got 3 riders in the breakaway, and that's it. And they're happy with that, putting 2 riders on the front, and just see what develops after that, and try and contain it for a bunch kick. So that's what I think they'll be hoping for. But I'm hoping that the other teams will be hoping for something a little bit different.
Yeah, I think so. We've got a little bit of picture breakup at the moment. Apologies for that. There is another view, a slightly longer shot of our finishing straight here in Felixstowe. Buckets and spades to the fore. Proper old school promenade there with the B&B hotels, bed and breakfasts scattered. You've got the amusement arcades and the big wheel there as well. And there's an indication of the wind. So a strongish breeze blowing, which quite often does, of course, off the sea. But that
Candy
gives you
floss,
a sense.
toffee
Candy
apples,
floss, all of the above. I don't think they do the donkeys anymore, do they? You can't. I think that's
no.
that's
I think
consigned
it's
to the past, isn't it?
A little bit inhumane, isn't it?
It
for
is.
The donkeys.
Indeed. But no, it's they've got Felixstowe's got a world famous pier actually, and a world famous port. But this year's stage weave through Babur and Mid Suffolk, Ipswich, which we talked about earlier on, Kesgrave, Hadley, Needham Market, Stowe Market, Framlingham, Leiston, and also Woodbridge before the stage heads back along the Suffolk coastline.
To go on stage 4. Is it going to be the Coy show again?
There, it's one of the reasons. We're looking at yesterday's run-in to the line. So the coverage has been delayed, as you can see, until we get the aircraft up. So we're going to miss the opening couple of kilometres, but it's a very long stage, Brian. So this time we can have a look actually and dissect again just how Jumbo-Visma took it on again. And there were points here where they appeared to leave it a little bit late, but ultimately they did it perfectly, didn't they? And Olaf Koy had to do a bit more work than usual, didn't he?
Yeah, I think looking at this, we can just kind of concentrate on the race winner and how he manages to win. I think in commentary we put the voice over, what's happened at the front, but just concentrating the yellow jerseys. This is where they get pushed back a little bit. They're on the left-hand side. There's only 4 of them left. Ineos on the right-hand side. So a lot of traffic islands, but because there's only 4 of them, they're not kind of taking it on from the front. They're just kind of sitting second row, and sitting second row, you just have to be pretty wary. And this is where I think it's the Van Hooijdonk goes right, but the others go left. I think they were led by Wout van Aert, pushes them back a little bit. So they've kind of separated, and that's always the case. I'm very much in favour of barriering off and making sure that the riders have one choice. It's when they have 2 choices, I think there's a danger there. So they've been pushed back a little bit. Other teams are controlling at the front, but then again they're using up their riders. Van Hooijdonk still stays there. He's not looking around. He's got in his mind that he'll stay there. He's got good position, and the others will join him. The last thing you want to do, Matt, is try and kind of drop back and try and look. You stay there. You're in position. You stay there and let the others join you. So there they come, just up on the left-hand side. But at this moment, you just see he's getting pushed out a little bit. We often see this when you've got a big train. The sprinter sometimes gets pushed off the wheel. When you've got kind of micro train like this, or just Wout van Aert, that's where it's a hell of a lot easier. So Van Hooijdonk still sitting there, and then you've got Wout van Aert just in the left of the picture with looking after our race leader, Olaf Koy. This was a critical point here about leading. It was left, and you had to kind of slow down. So this was the moment that Ineos took it on. But just look at Wout van Aert there. They've kind of been pushed back a little bit. They've now joined Nathan Van Hooijdonk. So they're in line, but it seems to be, Matt, that Wout van Aert is the person kind of bossing it. He's kind of leading the way. He's the person that Olaf Koy trusts the most, and he'll know that there's no real panic. He said it in his interview afterwards. So you'll see they start to kind of just move up a little bit. They're in the top 10. Bora come down the right hand side, but they're kind of blocked in a little bit. The last thing they want to do at this moment is to hit the front, purely because they don't have the kind of firepower. Nathan Van Hooijdonk just kind of moves up alongside, so they're slowly coming up, but they're not hitting the front because they don't have a lot of riders, and you can burn your riders out. So they come up just at that moment. See, Ben Turner just moves onto the wheel, and Olaf Koy's kind of pushed back. It's this moment here that Olaf Koy doesn't worry about it. He's pushed even further back a little bit, so he's 2 riders off where he wants to be, but he's just sitting there and remains patient. In his interview, that's what he said. You have to remain patient. Affini's trying to come up on the left-hand side, but it's constant moving right and left. So Olaf Koy's there, a couple of wheels back from where he needs to be. He's moved up 1. It's just that movement there, just going into that corner.
Wasn't it? Just that little on the inside. Fantastic.
It's not as if, because he said, if you move up in the straight, which most people would want to do, if you move up in the straight, you go into the wind. You don't want to go into the wind when you're doing over 30 mile an hour. So it's just that slight movement into that corner, free wheel, free energy, round onto the wheel of Wout van Aert. And I said it in the commentary, if this happens, you come into the last kilometre and you've got this scenario, they didn't really need Affini in the end. If you get this scenario, there's only going to be one winner. There is a big emphasis from everybody else, just trying to get on. Vernon, again, pushing and shoving, trying to get on the right wheel. And everybody being brought up, even Gaviria, he's flat out at the moment, flicks the elbow, that's as far as I'm taking you. Van Uden gets the wheel of Olaf Koy, and it seems to be that the person getting the wheel of Olaf Koy finishes second. That's been the story right from the start. So they open up a little bit early. Vernon gets a little bit blocked here, and that's where you have to consider where Wout van Aert is going. He opens up his sprint, Olaf Koy, another easy win. They're not as easy as they were maybe in the first or second stages because of the technical nature, but the combination of Wout van Aert and Olaf Koy is something to behold.
Yeah, it's good to be able to dissect that finish again, really, with a little bit more time to reflect, and in combination with the interview and what we know now, and that little move. Talk about patience of a sprinter. If Olaf Koy had gone up earlier, he would have had to move into the wind, so he sat patiently on the wheel of Ben Turner. And then when he actually moved up, it was just a couple of extra pedal revs, and he actually free-wheeled past Turner on the inside. I mean, he's obviously going to be given a lot of respect as well, and that's one thing that we don't talk about too much, but it's important. It's just obviously there's the ability to maintain that sort of speed. There's the confidence, but there's also the respect that you earn of being a rider at that sort of level. But anyway, it was fantastic to see that sprint again. Olav Koy absolutely perfectly delivered to the line by Wout van Aert, and just my abiding memory of that is Fernando Gaviria pretty much sprinting flat out to move up and was actually dropping back. I mean, that's not taking anything away from Gaviria. It's a stark illustration of the raw power of Wout van Aert. But early stages now of stage 5, Felixstowe to Felixstowe, and as we hoped, as we slightly anticipated, no break has gone clear, and this is a far more active start. So we're a kilometre in, the flag has dropped, and we've got a couple of teams already in the mix. Equipo Kern Farmer, Ineos Grenadiers up there as well. St Piran, there's a man just going up the inside, and moves clear. Trinity Racing also there as well. So the opening stages now of this, the longest stage of the Tour of Britain. We're in a tailwind section as well, tail crosswind for at least the first third of the race this morning. But that looks like it is the face of Jack Root-Kindray, or the figure of Jack Root-Kindray. That very distinctive morphology on a bike, completely at one with his machine, super aero, and now he's drawing out Q36.5 to try and get across. So a lot more active start than we've seen over the last couple of days.
Yeah, a few more teams as well, but I was just watching that helicopter shot there, and you know, when the brake tries to go and they sit up and it starts to bunch up, what goes through my head is that feeling you've got, that sense that you've got when you don't want to be blocked in. So you know that the wave is coming from behind, is just kind of moving up yourself. So that's the bit that sometimes, until you see it, that's the bit you kind of forget about in racing. Because if you want to go on the attack, you have to keep on the outside of the peloton, because if you start to freewheel in the middle, riders come up the left and the right, and all of a sudden you can't get out to go on the attack or follow moves. So it's that sense of movement that you have in the peloton will put you in a good place, and that's if you're kind of following or trying to move. So it's when here you start to ease up. The riders immediately behind the St Piran rider, they could be swamped in the right hand side and don't have a chance to get out. So it just mesmerises me sometimes, watching the helicopter shots, is the movement in the peloton.
It's like a shoal of fish, isn't it? It has an organic feel to it. It really does. Ebbs and flows. And there are certain riders, and seeing it from the air is massively fascinating. We've both ridden in the peloton, and sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong. But there are certain riders who just know where to be at the right time. And at this phase of racing, as long as you keep your eye on things, there's certain riders who have an instinct for the right kind of move without ever putting their nose in the wind, who can almost float into the break of the day. And in certain races, that ultimately is the break that stays clear. This move looks a little bit too big for Jumbo-Visma to let go. There's some big rouleurs here.
But Mark, we went onto the small road. So just as they were going, they went onto the small road, and this is what I'm saying, being blocked. Yeah. The Jumbo-Visma riders could be kind of blocked out of this for the moment. There's a couple of Fouché's there again, a couple of riders from St Piran, a couple of riders from the Unibet team, Kern Farmer, Flanders getting involved here. But I'm just trying to kind of look through the riders here to see if Jumbo-Visma are towards the front, and they are. They've got one rider there, but one rider will manage to kind of hold them. But if these riders, I always say to riders that don't start looking around when you're just kind of got a few meters. If you want to go on the breakaway, commit to the breakaway until you get a decent gap. You get at least 30 seconds, because that often happens, Matt. You get yourself up the road and start looking around. Just
immediately.
Just go bang. Get yourself in the breakaway, commit to the breakaway, and then decide, is this a good one or is it a bad one? And then, determine whether you ride or not. But commit straight away, and it does look as if they've got their act together. I think it's Nathan Van Hooijdonk it is as well. One rider, when you've got 6 riders totally committed to this, one rider is going to find it hard to bring this back.
Yeah, that's why they're having to do it now. It's not really on the front. I mean, Nathan Van Hooijdonk is going so hard, he's actually split the group, forcing Uno X and Ineos Grenadiers to get in the mix, because Jumbo-Visma would be, if it means they get a man in the move, they'd be happy with that, because they just have to sit on and not do any riding at all. And that big acceleration by the Dutchman has brought things back together, but it goes again. St Piran with multiple numbers up in the front, TDT Unibet cycling team as well. I did spot the stage winner from last year into Sunderland, Camille Bonnier of a Team Flanders Balois, in that white, yellow and blue kit up in the mix as well. But these little country lanes, this is brilliant. This is fertile ground, as you say. If you're too far down, and the Jumbo-Visma have only one rider near the front here, of course they can move up a little bit, but this is could be quite stressful here.
Yeah, he's already made a hard effort, hasn't he? And it's going to be another hard effort, like you say. Jumbo-Visma might be looking to get a rider in the breakaway, take the pressure off the team, but on small roads like this, you can also see Wout van Aert. He's trying to kind of move up a little bit on the left-hand side, but this is good racing roads, because you can get in front with an advantage, and your teammates can just kind of block the road behind, and nowhere to move in these sort of roads.
Steven Kruijswijk, who had a big day yesterday on the back, he can't do anything at the moment. Another split has gone clear. 5 or 6 riders in that one. And again, this sort of terrain, this sort of day, I would imagine that would be the maximum, maybe even a little bit too big for Jumbo-Visma to want to ride, especially the kind of gap that could be opened up earlier on. They're going to have to ride early today, especially with that headwind. It's with the tailwind opening section of a race, it's very easy for a breakaway to pick up time very, very quickly. And then it's that middle phase of the race with that headwind that they would try and bring it back a little bit. And then the final phase, the final 50 Ks of this race, again, following the coastline, although not hugging the coast, following the line of the coast through Woodbridge and back into the finish. It will be a cross tailwind, so a very, very fast closing hour and a quarter of today's race is in store. So the way that this race will unfold technically, and the way the wind direction is going to play a massive part today in how ultimately Jumbo-Visma ride this break. But it looks to be manageable. 5 riders clear, 1 rider from Great Britain, so GB in the mix, the ever-present man from Bolton Equities Black Spoke in the black jersey of the Pinarello King of the Mountains is also there, and Unibet represented. So 5 riders now moving clear. What do you reckon, Brian? It looks like they're happy with the number here.
I don't think they can do too much about it, to be honest with you, because it seems to be kind of blocked at the front.
Yep.
I don't think they had a choice about the number. For the good of the race, I was hoping that it would be a bit bigger. Bora not interested. I think the rider in front, he's got a few names. Alfred Bruce Noah Hobbs is for Great Britain, so it looks as if he's the kind of smaller rider. But look, where was he going?
I don't know. That wasn't.
It was arrow straight on, and he was trying to go left.
Quite clear. Yeah, he went left. Yeah, that was pretty clear there, actually, to be fair. Let's have a look at that again. Yeah, why he swung to the left there. Yeah, that was just a rider error. That was pretty clear that was straight on, which is a shame because Bora clearly might want somebody in this move. 21 seconds now. It is indeed. Well, it's Jack Bruff.
Yeah, it's Bruff. Yeah, Jack.
Or Jack Bruff, should I say, at the back. And it's Harris de Vries in the group there for TDT Unibet.
But did you see the Bora rider who was on the wheel? Wout van Aert.
There we go.
They've decided they don't want a team like that to go up the road. It's in the team meeting. They'll say, look, as long as Bora or NAS, these sort of teams, we don't allow them to go in the breakaway, so they were kind of straight on it. So now we're seeing a couple of riders from the Jumbo-Visma. They'll not want any more riders going down the road. So there's 3 of them there towards the front, so they'll just follow. They'll just follow and try to put off all the other riders.
Well, there was an attack there, or an aborted attack by Ineos Grenadiers. It was mistakenly thwarted. There was an attack on the right-hand side by a man in red, but he was almost collided into one of the Uno X riders who just deviated up to the right-hand side unintentionally. Just one of those racing manoeuvres. But it is 25 seconds for the riders out in front now. So a solid little move. Q36.5 also involved in this one as well. The second division team, as we look straight to the back. Tough few days for the man on the back there. Not much he can do about this at the moment. He'll be hoping things settle down shortly. But that's just an illustration of the accumulative fatigue that will have set in to a couple of the riders from Jumbo-Visma. Okay, only 4 stages in, but the workload that Kruijswijk has had to put in is going to be hard. And such an explosive start he's going to have pretty sore legs, isn't he? Let's be clear. So at the moment, Coy's not going to ride. They've only got 4 riders to work at the beginning. And I'd imagine he might have been told early on, just sit in, we're going to need you later perhaps.
Well, he did that yesterday, didn't he? Just found it very difficult for the kind of first half hour, and then he found his legs a little bit. I don't think in Tour of Britain stage of 190 kilometres you're going to kind of warm up in the turbo trainer or anything like that. Sometimes you'll maybe roll up and down the seafront, but it doesn't give you the kind of the race speed. And I think Stephen Kreuzvik feeling the effects, but he'll get better. Bit of a diesel, he'll get better as the race goes on. So they'll be hoping that when it settles down, that he'll come to the front and he'll be one of the riders again that will ride on the front.
27 seconds now, so the lead hasn't ballooned just yet. Jack Brough in the lead, or in this group, shall I say. Sat third wheel for Great Britain. James Fouché is there in the black jersey. Harry Birchall, another black jersey, but he's riding for St. Piran. Kamil Malecki of Poland is the man in the mix for Q36.5. And then Haris de Vries for TDT Unibet. But it's still active behind, and some little splits starting to occur here, Brian.
I was just about to say about the interest for me now is the front of the peloton, because if it's holding at that, they seem committed at the front, and it's not, like you say, ballooning up. So that means it is very active, and who is being active? It looks as if DSM trying to get involved as well. So a few more of the teams trying to get involved, trying to get in the breakaway, and this could continue a little bit.
Yep, high average speed so far in the opening few Ks, about 45 Ks an hour. Certainly not settled down yet. Great to see. Another school at the side of the road, as look, every single move that goes so far, I think that's Eduardo Affini on the wheel of the ride from Bora Hansgrohe. They are covering every move, and of course when a couple of World Tour team goes, then the other World Tour teams want to get in the mix as well. Movistar latching on to the back of this little threesome that's moving clear. It looks like it's either shelling at the moment. Again, a good man to get in a move. There's no threat on the general classification, sits at 2 minutes and 27, but it's just getting a representation there, mixing the racing up a little bit, and ultimately forcing Jumbo-Visma to chase for as long as possible, just making it as hard as possible. That's what the other World Tour teams are clearly determined to try and do today. And as a result, the gap just dropping now to 22 seconds. So an interesting little satellite manoeuvre, but I think that's going to draw the skiing from the likes of Ineos Grenadiers now, because they're not going to want to let 3 other World Tour teams move up the road, Brian.
No, I very much doubt that would be in the plan. The last thing they want to do is allow Jumbo-Visma to get in the breakaway, and I was just thinking if that does happen, then what they're going to do behind, because there's only 6-man teams, so you've only got so much firepower, but it will take the pressure off a little bit, put the onus on some of the other teams. So let's see what happens. But this group, they went away in the small road. Now we're on to the kind of open roads. They are totally committed to this one. All 5 contributing to the pace at the front. Still a very active peloton, and it's not easy to control these situations.
It certainly isn't.
2 of them going at the same time.
Yeah, that's
2
what you need,
Jumbo-Visma just totally. As soon as Bora go, or any of the other World Tour teams, as you say, it's trying to shut it down. And it was actually is that Van Poppel was trying to kind of launch one of his teammates in front. Looks like shelling again.
Yeah, and straight on the wheel is Wout van Aert. So Van Aert is there
and
on the wheel there. It looks like that. Well, it's difficult to see who it is, but it looks like it might be the figure of Ben Turner. But straight away, Black Spoke trying to bring things back as well. But Van Aert being forced to chase early on. They ease off. Expect another move to go straight over the top of this one. But right now, in the opening stage, we've done 12 Ks. Exceptionally active. And the gap for our 5 leaders has dropped down now to just 18 seconds as things settle again. But I think we're going to see a few more attacks. Q36.5 happy with the way things are. Another move on the left-hand side. And look, Olaf Koy also in the mix. Yeah,
he has to, Matt. He has to. They all have to get involved. They all have to follow. But this is all guns blazing here from Bora. Niels Pollitt here. So it's like bang, 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 which is good.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Niels Pollitt launching, and now Uno X getting in the mix as well. St. Piran chasing. Unibet also getting on the wheel. Movistar ever attentive too. As Bora just shut the gap there. Niels Pollitt making sure he stays at the top. Lots of teams glancing around. There's another. We can just see riders coming up the inside with a bit of momentum, and then as the door gets shut, they have to feather off the speed. But ultimately, that's what you want. You want that free speed, attack from a long way back. But when the bunch moves either to the left or to the right, often you find the door shut. You have to pick it up again. It can be pretty frustrating sometimes, Brian, can't it? It's nobody's fault. It's just the natural movement of the peloton as it veers and manoeuvres from a left to right. But now this looks like it's a rider's trying to open up a little bit more of a gap from the Uno X Pro cycling team. And then everybody looking around, forcing Jumbo-Visma to try and bring this one back. Another little good move. Good to see Uno X throwing what they can in the early phases of this race.
Yeah, we're just watching some of the other teams. They because they've got a rider, I think it was the Unibet team, because they've got a rider up the road, they're just kind of fall on wheels and things like that. I think in this scenario they have to let it go, because if there's 5 riders in front, if another 3 or 4 riders go across, I know it's not helping them just having one rider and putting more riders in the mix, but I think more riders will give that breakaway more of an opportunity. I had this situation before where Edvard Bosenhagen was in a small group early on in one of the tour stages, and I was encouraging the other team members to stay active, because 4 riders were not going to go to the finish of the stage. I wanted a group of double figures that had a chance to go to the stage, and that's what happened in the end. So although you've got a teammate here, sometimes to help this teammate, you're looking to have more riders in the breakaway, because more riders in the breakaway, then you've got a better chance of going to the finish. If you've got a better chance to go to the finish, that rider that you've got there is a better chance of winning. So I think some of the teams that are there, just let the groups go. If you're not on the wheel, don't just kind of block the front of the race or just kind of police things. Just leave all that up to Jumbo-Visma.
Yep, exactly. And that's what they did on that occasion. It was another very dangerous rider, Rasmus Tillett. There's still over 50 riders on the same time as our race leader, remember. No time bonuses at this edition of the Tour of Britain, either at the finishes or throughout the stage at the intermediate sprints. But only 11 seconds for our 5 leaders now. Jack Brough of Great Britain in the white. James Fouché in the black jersey of leader of King of the Mountains. He's there for the Bolt Necrotis team. Harry Birchill. They've had a good race so far, have St. Piran. He's in the mix too. They've got Kamil Malecki in the silver. He's the man on the front with the fluorescent helmet on of Poland, and also Hadis de Vries is the man sat in P4 at the moment. But the lead hasn't gone out too much at all because of the determination and the drive, the desire of the other teams to want a piece of the action today, ultimately to force Jumbo-Visma into chasing. So it's been quite I wouldn't say stressful, but I'd say it's been quite a labour-intensive opening 15 kilometres of this stage. And that's exactly what we want as neutrals. It's just to put Jumbo-Visma under pressure. Good to see the teams continuing to force them to chase, and another little split's going clear here. So it is again Uno X. And that is the national champion. That's Fredrik Versny. As you can see, that's a Norwegian champion's jersey from a long way off. Not too sure of the rider from Jumbo-Visma that sewed that one back together. But in the mix there too, Team DSM. St. Piran, Movistar there too. Great Britain also represented.
See, some of those riders that came up there, you're talking about the GB rider there, they just came up there, and that was the perfect time to launch yourself straight over the top. So you've been brought up, but it's a case of, in their mind, I've got a rider up the road. Yes, you've got a rider up the road, but if you can get across, you're going to be a help to him. Yeah.
This is interesting now as well. You've got Uno X trying to go clear. Why would you want to bring back a Uno X rider if you're Q36.5 right now?
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say.
Basically, it's like you don't need to, you're doing Jumbo-Visma's job. And again, this is just intelligence on the road. Q36.5, there's more of a chance of Malecki staying clear if there's an Uno X in the break.
Yes.
Not just 5.
The more different teams, the less teams to chase behind, and more help in the front, because I think we've said it all along with the small teams, if you've got a group of 8 or 10, they've got a great chance, so why not? And I think looking at St. Piran and Unibet, the way they've ridden so far, getting 2 riders in the breakaway, that's what you have to think of. Too many people follow an Uno X. If a GB rider follows an Uno X and they're halfway across and the rider turns around and goes, give me a turn, and say, no, I've got a rider in the breakaway, that's the wrong thing to do. Ride with them and go, go across, then you've got two in the move. And
Yeah.
that's the mentality that you have to have, and that's the mentality that sometimes is not there. Oh, I've got a rider there, and they want a free ride across. You're never going to get that.
Yeah. No, it is interesting. It really is. The opening phases. And we're not roundly criticising riders here. It's just when things are happening like that, the automatic reaction of a rider is to, once you've got a rider on the move, is to shut things down. But actually, you don't need to, because any break in the Tour of Britain so far, I mean, Jumbo-Visma have ridden perfectly. They've made sure that no big break goes clear. Now, I think, although they wouldn't be super happy with 5, that's probably at or around the limit that they'd want to try and ride on. If it gets to 8 or 9, then that's when it becomes problematic, and they have to bring it back again, and then the race goes again. But if we keep that rhythm for a long time, ultimately, at some point, a break is going to go clear, possibly a bigger break. But yeah, teams have got to think a little bit beyond ordinary textbook stuff. Force Jumbo-Visma to chase, and that was what we saw there. Q36.5 didn't need to shut that gap down to Uno X.
There's two ways of doing this, Mats. You either ride on the front and start to control it, which is hard to do, or just follow, and it's the latter that the team of Jumbo-Visma are doing. They're just following the moves. I don't think they could do too much about when this group went, because it was in the small roads, and it was very difficult to control. They only had one rider there, but they did their best. So either put the team on the front and control things, which at this speed is very, very difficult to do, or just follow the moves, and I think that's what they're trying to do, follow the moves, and they're now on the front. They don't want any more riders. That's that could at the high end. One. Are you connecting me? I'm not connected to Matt. So the race is still on here. Stage 5 of the Tour of Britain. Peloton seems to have eased a little bit. Very active start. It looks as if it's all come back together, but Black Spoke, Uno X and Fouché, what a ride he's doing. Just gives the nod. Looks like this is Mark Stewart, but snaffled out by Bora Hansgrohe's Danny Van Poppel. So it does look as if Danny Van Poppel and Bora Hansgrohe really want to race this one. The Norwegian champion again makes an effort with Unibet. So it's fairly active here, and I think you can see Jumbo Visma, they're happy. 4 riders there, just in a different combination, but the same teams with St. Piran Uno X Q36.5.
Yeah, breathless opening few kilometres, Brian. Really is quite amazing. And clearly what we wanted was an aggressive first few Ks, and we've certainly had it. But there we go, King of the Mountains, first up of the day. This has come around very quickly. The next one isn't too far, only 17 kilometres away, but a good little move. But the racing continues behind. This is going to make it very hard for Jumbo Visma, Brian.
Too many teams, we saw them already. With a group of 5 there, went a small road, and then Bora Hansgrohe were trying to get in the breakaway, and they're still trying here with Ryan Mullen. So, you know, they're not happy. Affini's the rider that's kind of following. So it's not over yet. I think the team of Jumbo Visma they couldn't have much of a say on the first 5 riders that went away. And then the 4 riders went there, and you know, I think they were kind of happy with that situation. But it does seem to me, Matt, that Bora Hansgrohe, I know Van Poppel and Bennett are good sprinters and have been getting up there, but they want to try and get a rider in the breakaway. So this is going to be pretty active, possibly over the top of this climb as well.
Yep, active over the top. There's no real descent or drop off the top. They just gain elevation, then hold it, and over the next 10 Ks gradually drop down again. So no real descent. James Fouché on the front. Will he be contested? And no, it looks like he's going to be able to take this one relatively easily. But I think this might open up the next phase of the race, because no breakaway has managed to go clear. And there is Fouché, another 4 points in the bag by the looks of things. And straight over the top, Q36.5, followed by Team Flanders Baloise. So a good opening King of the Mountains for Fouché, who was really making that classification his own, and certainly deserves it. And the teammate of his, Jacob Scott, now trying to latch on to the back of this group. Mobistar there as well. This is Affini is having to work very, very hard here.
I think for the first time in this race, we're going to mention Tobias Johannesson is there, sitting in 2nd place in the red jersey. Tobias Johannesson, a great young prospect, winner of the Tour of l'Avenir a couple of years ago, and he's not really got involved, or many riders haven't got involved in the race, and I think he was one of the riders possibly waiting for the weekend, but good to see him up towards the front.
Yeah, it's almost as you get the sense now that the riders just want to take a little bit of a breath before trying to go again. It is Global 6 Cycling taking that opportunity to move clear, and Q36.5 also latching on. It's when the racing's like this, it can be at its most dangerous. It's when 1s and 2s try and go across, but the appetite briefly has been lost. 167 Ks to go. The next climb comes in 17 Ks, but no reaction to this move as yet.
But look at the front of the peloton, Matt. Ineos and Jumbo Visma, they seem to be happy to just kind of control this. So let's see, 2 riders, 2 separate teams here, and St. Piran now getting involved. So it was a case of Ineos and Jumbo Visma seemed quite happy to let this one go. So it does look as if Ineos Grenadiers are thinking of the long game more than anything. They don't have a top sprinter, so I think they don't want any dangers going away. They want to kind of force Jumbo Visma into just kind of riding all day, which they will. Sit back and be patient and possibly wait for the harder stages. But it is a big risk. We've already talked about it. It really depends on how hard they race over the final kind of couple of days of racing, where there is a little bit more climbing, but it's not severe, the climbs.
No. It's just lumpy, hard, grippy terrain. No mountains. The longest climbs are only a couple of miles long, if that. But they do come quite frequently, and that's the thing. It's the how closely packed and how densely packed the climbs are. And interesting, just on what we were talking about earlier on, Brian, we've been sent a tweet from Dan Martin, who's ridden the Tour of Britain on multiple occasions. And his quote is, 4 stages, 4 sprints, 4-stage wins for Olaf Koy. So far, Tour of Britain so far, but it does raise the question, how much of a race's entertainment is route and how much is how the riders race? Yes, the riders need the roads to attack, but the peloton has largely been content with the sprint. What do you think to that?
Well, it's exactly what we said earlier. It's down to the riders. Some of the harder races I've ridden have been in the flat. You know, you don't always need the terrain. The terrain helps sometimes, but this is what I was saying about the GB team. They seem to be just looking after, you know, Ethan Vernon, and, you know, hoping that he'll win a stage, hoping that, you know, he'll manage to beat Olaf Koy. Nobody's been able to do it for the moment, and I think it's still going to be very difficult if it comes to sprint over the next couple of days. So, you know, what are your other options? And I think you have to play your other options. And it was nice to see that young Brough has got himself. I know if I was in the GB team riding here, okay, you give Ethan Vernon your 100% and maybe look at a couple of stages, which, you know, they've had an opportunity in 4 stages so far, but I want my opportunity. I want to get out and race as well. So it is down to the riders, and we've seen a very active, probably the most active start already today. Yeah,
definitely. There is confirmation of the first climb of the day. Pinarello King of the Mountains. 4 points goes to James Fouché. Mark Donovan of Q36.5 with 3. Alex Coleman in 3rd there for Team Flanders Balois, and then Tobias Halland Johansson of the Uno X team, as Brian was saying. A super talent. Took the Tour of l'Avenir last year, or a couple of years ago, should I say. Last year with Sian Utterbrooks of Bora. And then a real talent, and maybe sensing once the racing gets hard that he's just putting his nose in the front. But we've got one of the St. Piran riders about to join. So 22 seconds, it is opening up, and I'm just looking at the direction that they're travelling in at the moment, Brian, and over the top of the climb of Freston. And quite often the DSs will be saying to the teams, look, we're in a headwind now, it's going to be really hard to split the race, so it's easy to sit on the wheel. So we're in a headwind for the best part of 7 or 8 Ks. And then when we get to a place called Shelby Gates, we swing right again, and we go over the climb of Holbrook up to Hadley where the sprint is. And for that next section, we do get cross tailwind. So quite often the racing sort of shuts itself down and then reopens again when the wind starts to assist, and it's far easier to create gaps in a tailwind and a cross tailwind than it is in a block headwind.
It is indeed. I'm just looking at it. Looks as if the St. Piran rider is given up. He's not managing to get across there. He's making a super hard effort. It's Joey Roscoff for Q36.5, a strong rider, a rider that's, you know, one of these riders you look in the start list if you're getting a breakaway with anybody. You know, someone like Roscoff is a good rider to be there, and, you know, former national champion as well. So a rider that roads for the defunct BMC team in the past. Strong rider, but he's got one of the Global 6 riders with him. St. Piran tried to get in the breakaway. It does look as if Ryan Millen trying again, but he's just not. Bora not been given absolutely anything. As soon as they try, they've been closed down. Yeah, well, the drink start, that tells us that the bar is open and 20 Ks have been done. Or 30 Ks, in fact. 30 Ks down in very short order, in fact. Yeah, some races it's 50 Ks, depends on the race organiser, depends on the weather condition, but 30 Ks is the limit today. So they can now feed, and a big attack here. Jumbo-Visma having to chase this one again, getting in the mix. That looks like Abraham Stockman of TDT Unibet, just on his wheel. Couldn't quite see who that was, but Ineos Grenadiers. Yeah, it was Luke Rowe. He just let him go. He just let that rider go. What Ineos Grenadiers are trying to do is just allow the breakaway to go, and because they know that you know, if they try and get in the breakaway, it's going to be a no-no from a Jumbo-Visma. They want Jumbo-Visma to ride all day today. Yep. So they're happy for the break to swell and to a point that's going to really put Jumbo-Visma on the back foot, and to repeatedly do that
As you say, with the gap only being a slender one, only 10 seconds, it's relatively straightforward for Jumbo-Visma to latch on to individual riders from the World Tour to bring them back. But with the other World Tour teams, just let that group swell, let it get to a point where it's borderline unmanageable, and then Jumbo-Visma have a decision to make. Do they risk riding on a big move that's dangerous just because of the pure amount of numbers, or do they shut it down immediately? And it's still only a small gap, but the rider from TDT is managing to get himself across this gap. Hasn't made it just yet, but he's doing a very good job. And it's looking like the momentum that he's got there as Roscoff just moves through. Might be a good move for these couple just to ease off ever so slightly. And the gap now starting to open up and clear daylight between these three and the peloton behind.
Yeah, because it's so small, you have to kind of try and keep pushing a little bit. You know, they would dearly love to have more company. More company means, you know, more people sharing the workload as well. But just touching on Ineos Grenadiers there, that, you know, they want the breakaway to go away. They want to force Jumbo-Visma into doing another long day riding at the front, but they have to watch as well. They have to watch if the, you know, 6 or 8 riders go and there's a couple of danger riders in there, then, you know, you don't want that happening. So they have to watch as well, and that's all the you know, the kind of racecraft and things like that you have to learn as a professional bike rider, and, you know, be totally up to date with, you know, who you can let go and who you can't, and, you know, just kind of concentrating. And, you know, sometimes that's a kind of hard job. You get some riders that start some stage races and things like that because they don't know each other too well sometimes, that on their stem where you normally put, you know, where the crucial parts are in the stage, that sometimes they'll write the numbers down of the numbers not to allow. Okay, it's easy for, you know, a whole team, don't let that team go or don't allow that team, but there's other riders, and we've got, you know, 50 odd riders still in the same time.
Yep, there's a lot of riders still in the mix here. It's a Callum Ormondson of South Africa who's on the front there, and the bright green of the Global 6 cycling team, and just on his wheel the American Joey Roscoff. 19 seconds it's saying. For a minute we did see still Bora Hansgrohe on the front, and I get the feeling that Bora Hansgrohe would happily bring this together just to start the racing again, because 3 riders out in front is great for Jumbo-Visma because that's eminently rideable, but then it falls into the hands of Jumbo-Visma controlling the race, and we get in this holding pattern. So the reason I think Bora are trying to potentially bring this back, or they've eased off now, is because we're in danger of now settling into exactly what Jumbo-Visma want, and the reason we were so active earlier on was to try and break that stranglehold. But it is easier said than done, as the gap now goes out. The peloton have clearly eased off considerably here. 34 seconds and counting. So right now it's advantage Jumbo-Visma, if you ask me. 3 strong riders out in front, but with such a long stage, that's eminently rideable.
It is, and, you know, for the first 30 odd kilometres, Stephen Kruijswijk has had a relatively easy-ish ride to warm up. He's the rider just at the back in the yellow on the left-hand side, but soon he'll move up now that it's settled down, and then he'll settle into the work for the day. But, you know, there is a bit, sometimes you hope that you're able to control it, and for the last few days Jumbo-Visma have got a spot on again. Okay, they're going to have to ride, but riding a really steady tempo, again, trying to control things in a very active peloton, is 2 completely different things. So yeah, it looks as if that could be the breakaway of the day, but by the attacks, Matt, I'm pretty sure that this is going to get active in the run in towards the finish. This has to get active. We thought it would be yesterday, but only Bingo got involved. So I think let them control it. Might not be the middle of the stage might not be that entertaining, but I think we should have an entertaining final hour of today's stage.
Yeah, I think so. And I think you're right. Now, it's a lead you'd imagine will build up. The next climb comes at 150 k's to go. It's only 7 k's to that climb. So we've just actually picked up, when we swung right just a few moments ago, we're actually heading now in a westerly direction. So we've picked up that little bit of a tailwind. Well, the 14, 15 k an hour tailwind. Well, they'll be slightly reduced as we are so far inland now. And again, these lovely country lanes, ever so slightly undulating. No real significant elevation all day, including the climbs, but just gently dipping and rising. And they're certainly out of sight, out of mind now anyway. 1 minute and 5 seconds under these clear blue skies. But we get to a place over this next climb of Holbrook. We get to a place called Mannington Free. Then we swing right again. Go through the intermediate sprint at Hadley. Well, the wind will be coming from the side, so it'll be a cross tailwind at that point. And then when we get to the outskirts of a place called Chareton, by the looks of it, we start to swing right, and then this middle phase through Stowmarket, Framlingham, and all the way to Neston. That's where we will be in the headwind, basically. And then it's for the last hour and 20 minutes through Woodbridge back to the finish in Felixstowe. We'll get the tailwind. You can just see that the flags on the left-hand side there, just giving you that indication that it is giving these riders a helping hand. But it's for the middle phase of this race that it'll be right in their face.
Don't know if you've noticed, Mark, but the gap is coming down, which suggests to me, and I was just looking at these roads as well, Mark. This is
there we go.
Good. Yeah, this is good racing, just like we saw earlier on today in the small roads. If you can get in a small group, and then your teammates can kind of block the road a little bit, it's good racing roads.
I think Uno X might actually want to try and bring this back. I mean, unless that was the back end of an attack that wasn't successful. But the fact that Uno X want to bring this back suggests to me they're thinking on the same page as us, just as neutrals, saying, well, this could make the day too easy, and I use the word loosely, too easy, relatively easy to control. Bring it back, reopen up the race, and then force Jumbo-Visma into chasing again. And on these sorts of roads, it will actually be a little bit stressful. These are cracking racing roads, and you're quite right, in just the last 2 or 3 Ks, Brian, the gap has come down by 20 seconds. There's a big split. Here we go. Big acceleration on the front. It looks like this is the Versneys, I think, forcing the split here in this tailwind section, which is exposed. And a couple of big splits have occurred here.
Yep, definitely put the pace up, but maybe not bring it back, but at the end of the day, bring it back to an excitable gap. And I say excitable, that it gets all the other riders excitable, because when a group goes, oh, we've missed it, that's it, that's it going for the day, and it goes over 1 minute, 2 minutes and things like that, and that's the break of the day. But bring it down to about 20 odd seconds, you can see them in front and you get excited that you want to get in that breakaway. So bring it down a little bit and then try and put one of your riders in the breakaway, and others will get involved. So yeah, not over for the moment.
Oh, definitely not. Well, they're looking across it, and they've committed one man on the front here. I mean, you've got to be really careful. These lanes are beautiful to ride in steadily. They're great fun to race in, but not so much if you're down the back. We saw Stephen Kreuzweig definitely not having a good day at the moment. Sat last man. The man in second position, it looks like it's for third position, was Fernando Gaviria, but look at who's moving up into the wheel of the man who's doing the chasing. Wout van Aert. He's having none of it. And there's some gaps are starting to open up. Just let the wheel go. Yeah, he just got on the wheel and then let the wheel go. I mean, that's classic. That's smart, isn't it? So what does that guy do now? To try and shut the racing down, sew it back together and then let him go and let him continue with that. So it's taking the pressure off behind, because even just one other Uno X rider in the move isn't going to significantly affect Jumbo-Visma today. But a big split going across, of course, would. So interesting play there. From Wout van Aert's perspective and Jumbo-Visma's perspective, what a super smart thing to do.
Yeah, definitely, and hoping that maybe another couple of riders might want to kind of jump across, because the more the merrier. But yeah, that you're always thinking of why we're sitting here. It comes back together, because in Wout van Aert's head as well, if it does all come back together, then the attacks start again, and it's very difficult to control. And especially in these roads, well, 5 riders went earlier, and then we had 4 riders. Now we get 3 riders together with another trying to come across, but he looks as if he's kind of sat up a little bit as well. So yeah, it's tactics. You can play your own tactics and try and kind of drag everybody back, but if someone lets you go, then there's not a lot you can do. He was just asking what to do there on the race radio, whether to keep riding or not, and I think he was given the nod that he should possibly keep on riding and try and get across here.
Okay, there we go. Martin Urienstad, number 156. Moving across the gap now. The gap's back to 21 seconds, but that's not something that particular manoeuvre there by Wout van Aert. I mean, ordinarily he'd be on the front foot trying to split things. Not in this situation. The race is poised differently. He's got a completely different job. But that was fascinating. Now, the man that's bringing them back now is a rider from Uno X who wants to say, no, we want this race to continue at this pace, so I'm going to bring it back. And look at that. I think that's Luke Rowe now, happy that the pace is going to stay like this. So other teams getting involved, bringing it back and actually going over the top and continuing with the pace. So Ineos Grenadiers, I think, are happy to keep this pace high, to try and at least, not partially bring the race back together. Or are they trying to slow it down now? Fast. Oh, it's just very interesting stuff here. But fair play to Uno X, but also Jumbo-Visma, it's their race to control. Great riding by them as well. But it's not often you see that particular tactical play. Bringing a rider back and actually just disengaging and then slowing down the peloton at the same time. Really clever move. And we don't get the opportunity to see that very often, Brian, do we?
No, we don't. And I think Movistar, especially Gaviria, not keeping it going as well. I think they should. I think Movistar should be still trying to do something. And I just saw as well there was a couple of Jumbo-Visma just kind of rolled to the front, but so did one of the Unibet riders. And we mentioned this before. The Unibet rider there, he's just slowing things up, and it's Harry Tanfield, I think it is. He just rolled up to the front and just helped block. I don't think that's the best thing to do. 3 riders are not going to stay away. Have they not been watching the last couple of days what Jumbo-Visma are doing? Just keep it going, keep it rolling, because if I was this man here, Stockman, and 3 or 4 riders come across, I'd be rubbing my hands.
Yep. Yeah, it is an interesting one. We're really doing a deep dive into tactics here, but because we're on air all day, we've got the luxury to do that. And so Harry Tanford isn't necessarily doing anything wrong by getting on the front, but why not? Why sit in the wind? Why not just sit back and follow other moves that go and try and open the race back up again? The more riders in front, the more pressure it is. There's a stronger likelihood of TBT Unibet winning the stage today if a big break goes clear with a couple of their riders in it, or lots of other riders, because at the moment this break is going to probably get to 2.5 minutes, maybe 3. Jumbo-Visma are going to ride, and unless we see a change towards the back end when the wind swings back to be in the back and the side of the riders, which makes it a little bit more stressful, opens the door again for active racing. We might. It's just a fascinating one. But I think Stephen Kruijswijk will be pretty happy with the situation so far.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that was a hard few Ks. It's stressful enough when the pace is up. But on these sorts of roads, it's like a mini criterium. These are beautiful roads, but when it's flat stick, being on the back foot, and getting that whiplash effect as riders are kicking out of corners, taking pace in the wind, and you're actually putting the brakes on coming into the corner they've just come out of. That's why the bunch gets elongated. That's why gaps open up. It's the disparity between the speed at the front of the bunch and the speed further down and even towards the back of the bunch, where you can be several corners behind. And there'll be a few riders there who've already got sore legs who will be breathing a collective sigh of relief that they've knocked it off so far. But I don't think this will be the end of the full-on racing. I do agree, Brian. I think there'll be a few DSs that have looked at what we've done so far. We've got around 40 Ks done, nearly an hour of racing now. It might be, okay, let's settle down and really gear up for the final hour and a half to be pretty active. I'm hoping that's the case anyway.
Yeah, I think that it has to happen, Matt. I think 4 days in a row, and they have to look at it. Yes, of course, when it comes down to a sprint, if you've got a sprinter, you get a chance. But 4 days in a row, the same man winning. If Wout van Aert wasn't there, then yes, but he is there, and he's making a difference with Olaf Koy. So I think you have to think a little bit smarter. Think about how you can try and kind of win and possibly lay the foundations of trying to win the race overall. So for the moment, it's game on again, and Jumbo-Visma are right in control of it.
They certainly are. They're letting the gap go out at the moment. There'll be no stress with the gap at 1:30. It might even go out to 3 minutes. They've got a lot of time to play with. Still the best part of 3.5 hours of racing in front of us. Now at 3:45, they've been rattling along at a very high average speed. And I expect that to settle down a little bit. So far, the average speed Brian. 47.1 k's an hour. Very rapid. But I do expect that to drop down to maybe 43 or 44, pick up towards the end. So I still think we're on for an exceptionally fast day today. But for the first time, the race is now beginning to settle into the pattern that we've become used to as the riders pass through this absolutely stunning part of the world. It is beautiful. Lovely to see these country lanes. I must admit, I've not ridden around here too much, save for actually riding the Tour of Britain. Back in 2010, we came over here. There's the top of the climb. Again, that was a drag, I think it was. So the maximum points taken there by Abram Stockman. No threat, of course, to the lead of the man that's in the front of the general classification of the KOMs. That's James Fouché. But maybe he will nip out in front. And I think what's happened there is we've got a Feeney. Well, it's not a Feeney. I think it's Nathan van Hooydonk just moving through to the front. Maybe just to pick up the pace, but he's been let go. 2 minutes and 6 seconds now. This might go up to as much as 3 minutes, Brian, I think.
Yeah, quite possibly that could be the case. Just looking to see where the black jersey is, because there's still a point up for grabs, but you know, he might have been pushed out. He was very active earlier on today, so might be kind of suffering in that small road. It's very difficult to move up.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. I can't actually see him at the moment. Meanwhile, up in front, our three leaders have really got settled now into a decent rhythm, trying to build as much of a lead as they can. Part of that will be determined, of course, by what Jumbo-Visma decide to do. This is the longest stage of the race. Can they afford to... it's the caught between two stools here, aren't they? 3 is eminently manageable. We've seen that before. And I'm only giving this breakaway the slimmest of chances of staying clear today. But we've got a tailwind finish. That's one thing to consider, because these lads over flat terrain can move pretty quickly. But Brian, this is where you need a good DS, looking at the wind situation, looking at resources you've already used. Do you afford yourself an extra 10 or 15 minutes of riding easy and the gap to go up to 4 minutes? Or do you start riding earlier, but at a slightly less tempo, but for a longer period of time? It's an interesting one, isn't it? So, because there's two options here, both of which could be almost equal from an economics perspective. I mean, when I want to say economics, saving energy, but do they risk letting this go out to 4, or do they stick to the same formula, give it 2.5 to 3, and then start riding again? Because if they ride at this pace for another 5 or 10 minutes, it could go out to 3 or 4 minutes.
It will do, maybe over, maybe up to 5. But I think, you know, stick to what you know best, and riding longer and at steadier pace. So I think very shortly, as it gets towards the 3 minute mark, that's when you'll start to see that they'll start to ride. I think they're just waiting for Steven Kruijswijk and Jus van Emden to come up towards the front, because they were the two riders that were kind of missing from the front, purely because it was so active. But they'll start to ride soon, I think, as it gets to the 3 minute mark.
Well, we just passed through Holbrook. The village of Holbrook is a gorgeous little village. We just passed All Saints Church and the Holbrook Fire Station. And we're not too far actually from the River Stour. And there's the Royal Hospital School as well, located just to the south of this village, which was founded way back in 1712 as part of the Greenwich Hospital. And it was established for boys at the time from a seafaring background. And if you look, we're not that far away, of course, from Felixstowe. A big port, a bustling port, important port back in its heyday. And next location, from a village perspective, we head towards Brantham, but right now calm has settled over the peloton here. The 94 riders that started this morning after an exceptionally quick start, and there indeed is the school, the Royal Hospital School, and that is rather splendid, to say the very least. Uniform buildings. It does look, it's quite military, doesn't it? Actually, it's it's completely well preserved. Around 700 pupils attended the RHS each academic year. So, one of the biggest leads we've seen so far, Brian, 3 minutes.
Yes, I think the first stage it was, we saw a lead around this. So, yeah, they'll start to ride a little bit of tempo now at the front of the peloton. the three riders, Ormiston, Roscoff and Stockman, are the three riders of the day. I know there's a few teams might not be happy with this, but I think they would have had possibly two plans, and the plan was to try and get a big breakaway, get a rider in the move. But I think the way that the Jumbo-Visma have ridden so far, they've just kind of thwarted all that. And although it's been a little bit more active than it has been over the last few days, it did mean that they got what they wanted, another small breakaway away. So I think save your energy and see what happens in the run-in towards the finish.
Yes, indeed. As we gaze over the beautiful Suffolk countryside, bathed in beautiful sunshine, it was confirmation that Abram Stockman, should I say, of TDT Unibet, took maximum points. The Tour rider from Waregem, one win in his professional career, took a stage of the Tour of Morocco back in 2019. Has turned pro 2017 for the Tartaletto Isorex Continental team, spent 3 seasons there before moving on to Team SKS Sauerland. Spent a couple of 3 seasons there, and now this is his first year with this new team, TDT Unibet. And there we go, right on cue, Brian. Pretty much the 3-minute mark was the point that they are starting to ride. So Jumbo-Visma just gradually building up that pace. It might actually go up to 3 minutes and 30 seconds, but I think just to put my Jumbo-Visma DS hat on, they're doing the right thing now, aren't they? Because it's funny,
yeah,
we've flitted between the two. We're looking at it from a neutral's perspective. We're looking at it from what the other teams should do to try and disrupt things, but also Jumbo-Visma want to win this race. They want to win as many stages as possible. So they're doing it all right, and I think, they wouldn't want to let this break get up to 4 minutes or so. That could be a little bit too much effort, basically. So rather than let it go out and have a longer rest on the road at a piano pace, pick it up gradually and ride for longer at a slightly less intense tempo is clearly the way to best distribute the resource and your effort.
Definitely, and Van Hooijdonk will do a little bit. He did that yesterday as well, so he'll do a little bit at the front, but he'll want to kind of relinquish that to Jus van Emden and Steven Kruijswijk over the next few kilometres when they kind of move up towards the front, because Nathan Van Hooijdonk is an essential part of their play towards the end in the sprints. Or less so for Kruijswijk and Jus van Emden. Although Jus van Emden has shown in the past that he's quite good at, the kind of lead outs. I'm not saying, maybe the last kind of couple of kilometres, but before that he's strong enough to kind of ride on the front. But I think Nathan Van Hooijdonk is more kind of suited towards the kind of lead out towards the end. So he'll do a bit and then hopefully exchange over with the other two.
Yeah, it's always fascinating to see how the teams deploy their resources, and when you have a long stage like this, and given the workload that in particular Kruijswijk and Van Emden have had to do for the last couple of days, there's Kruijswijk still towards the back, could have just dropped back for a feed. It's just like give them the opening hour off. We're only in the first hour of racing. With gap's gone up to 3.5 minutes. That is definitely the biggest lead any breakaway has enjoyed so far in this year's Tour of Britain. But Van Hooijdonk maybe ride for an hour like this, couldn't he? Easy. And then drop back, and the middle 2 hours or the next hour and a half, hour and 3/4 being ridden by the people that were mentioned before, Van Emden and Steven Kruijswijk. But it is important to really smooth the effort out. But it's still going up, but this is almost like the preliminary phase before they pick the tempo up and start holding the brake, and then slowly start bringing it back. So there's this initial pace of just waking the peloton up again, building it up slowly, because there's a lot of riders who drop back for a call of nature. And even initially, when we saw Nathan Van Hooijdonk pick up the pace, a couple of riders just let his wheel go, didn't they? So it was as if the rest of the bunch weren't quite ready to pick things up. And that was quite interesting, that one as well, because you could see other riders say, actually, we're going to make it really difficult. We're not even going to sit on your wheel. What are you going to do now? So it's I know that was only me extrapolating that a little bit, but it's a gradual thing often on a long stage like this. Gradually picking up the pace, then everybody can just settle in to that format.
Right.
back to work for Stephen Croyswick.
Yeah.
As he comes to the front, you've had the morning off, so now that it's after 12 o'clock, we are going to. It's my job to start riding for the afternoon, like I have done for the last few days.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other thing is that information up to the riders in front will know that they've been given, 3.5 minutes. If they think about this, they don't want to push it out to 4 minutes or 5 minutes, purely because it'll be harder for them to kind of push that advantage out. And what they want to do is know that how much rope they're going to be given today, and I think they know it now. Is to settle down themselves. So just settle it down, do your turn at the front, but you don't have to really try and lift the tempo, because there's still 146 kilometres to go, a lot of road in front of them, and they want to have a bit of respite as well.
Oh, definitely. This might even nudge towards 4 minutes by the looks of things. Still a long way to go, as you can see, 146 kilometres. On this very flat stage, starting and finishing in the seaside town of Felixstowe in Suffolk. And the composition of our breakaway is as follows. We've got Callan Ormiston in that very acidic green coloured top of the Global 6 cycling team. He is from South Africa, 23 years of age. He's lost a fair bit of time on the general classification, so it doesn't pose a threat. He sits at 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Also in the mix, we have the most experienced rider in this breakaway, 34 years of age now, from Decatur in the United States of America. And that is Joey Roscoff. He said twice the national time trial champion of the USA. So has had the Stars and Stripes livery in the chronos over the last few years. That was back in 2017 and 2018. And as Brian was saying, spent from 2015 to 2018 as part of the BMC team. Then spent a couple of years with the Polish World Tour team, CCC. Then moved over to Rally, Human Powered Health, and for the next 2 seasons is riding for the relatively newly formed team of Q36.5. But as we were saying before, he is a very, very experienced rider, and by far and away the most experienced man in this breakaway. And he is the best placed rider on GC as well. Sits at the same time as our race leader, Olaf Koy. So he will be in the virtual lead. And then we've got Abram Stockman, who's no stranger to the breakaway, as the pace definitively has picked up now to one that's at least riding at the same speed, or maybe shave off a minute before they settle down. So a completely distinctive, different shape to the bunch now as this pursuit, semi-pursuit, starts to begin, Brian.
Yes, indeed. They'll just bring it down a little bit. The breakaway will know how much time they've been given, so you don't want to kind of give yourself a hard time. So you just have to kind of stay out there. It's the same kind of distance, and obviously just try and pick up the pace in the last hour and trying to kind of hang on. And that's the kind of formula of being in a breakaway. And it's where we were over the last few days. Croyswick and Joos van Emden riding at the front of the peloton. But I really, really hoped, and I think it will happen purely because of what's happened already in the stage, that into the last hour we might start to see a little bit more action from many of the other riders.
Yep. I reckon 70% that we will, Brian. That's the way I'm thinking at the moment. I'm always going to hedge it a little bit with the 30% that they won't, and that we'll get another bunch sprint. But we're running out of days as well. And when you actually when you play it the other way around, when you look at the last 2 stages, they are hard, and for some teams they might be just that little bit too selective. So, and if you in the stages that we know are going to be a GC battle, that's where the time gaps you'd imagine are going to be forced. There's some teams who might be looking for a stage win, and there's like really diminished set of opportunities. All we have now, we're on Thursday, Friday tomorrow, another big flat stage. That really does say to me that if anybody wants anything from this race, we're not going to get them in a big bunch sprint. We're not going to get them on Saturday or Sunday. We need to try something different today as well. So I think there's multiple reasons here to try and go on the offensive, but it's not going to happen for a while, that's for sure. 3:23 is the gap, and our friends at Pro Cycling Stats have given us some information on the breaks. Yeah, the biggest gap is so far. The previous biggest gap, Brian, was actually on stage 1. And the breakaway had a maximum lead of 3 minutes and 5 seconds. So nothing over 4 minutes. And it certainly doesn't look, by the shape of the bunch here, that is going to be the case. But still riding into the tailwind. And there will be for the next 20 or 30 Ks, or maybe a little bit more, before we start heading back in a westerly direction. Sorry, an easterly direction, heading back towards the coast before we then drop down, following the shape of the coastline. The Suffolk coast, the beautiful Suffolk coastline. But it must be bin day passing through this village.
Yeah, I don't know what, might be paper, blue. It's
It does
different
look
colours.
like it's, yeah.
Different colours in different parts, different districts.
What? So our bin for paper and cardboard and glass is blue. Our blue bin day was yesterday. What colour? Have you got the same for your recycling for that one? Are you blue or brown?
We have got, I've recycled, I've got 2 small, we don't have a big one. So we've got a green one and a black one for kind of paper. We've got a normal bin for general waste, and we've got the, how would you call it, the wastage food, or...
Oh yeah. It's like matter basically. So we've got one for garden waste and food waste. It goes in the same one. Yeah, so we've got one of those. That's brown. We've got the blue one, as we just mentioned, the black one for your everyday rubbish. So essentially 3 bins.
Yeah, essentially 3, and they kind of alternate a little bit, every second week. And Matt, we're talking about bins.
Well, we've got 141 Ks. But no, I just, sometimes conversations are sparked by what we see at the side of the road. And I saw it's definitely bin day passing through that village.
But they're going to have to wait a little bit longer.
They certainly are. Well, Carlos Rodriguez, a superb talent. That stage win in the Tour de France earlier in the year was absolutely magnificent. We know how well he can climb. He can time trial pretty well. Likes an attritional day. Pure climber. But the stage that he won, Brian, when looking back, the way he took that descent was magnificent, wasn't it? So he really did force it, didn't he? Through caution to the wind. It was just the way that every single hairpin bend, he was just taking a metre each bend, and he just grew this lead. It was just one of my favourite wins of this year's Tour de France, that one. And then, of course, he crashed and moved a little bit further down the general classification. But that was something that was a little bit unexpected on that day. But a wonderful, wonderful rider and a brilliant win.
It was, indeed. Just reading a message made me smile there. Lisa Rowley said she wants more bin chat.
Oh, really? Well, I'm not too sure how... we'll see how we go. If we see any different coloured bins of interest, we'll definitely give them a brief mention, or maybe just once a day. But I think if we go too deeply into bin chat, our producers...
We'll be binned.
Might be having a word. We'll be... I wonder what bin we'd go in. We'd go in the brown bin, wouldn't we? Because... Anyway, 3 minutes and 7 seconds, 140 Ks to go. We've still got an intermediate sprint to come. That comes in 13 kilometres time. And that's in a place called Hadley. So no threat to the green jersey competition. That is being led by a country mile, of course, by Olav Koy. I'll remind you, if you have just joined us, and from a Tour of Britain perspective, you've been living in a darkened cellar. Olav Koy has won 4 stages and leads every single classification save for the King of the Mountains. He's the best young rider. He's the leading rider in this race, and he has scored maximum points. 100 points he has in the points jersey. Almost pretty much unassailable, I would imagine. And the gap now to our three leaders. It took him a while to go. This is actually the second breakaway of the day. We had a break that went earlier on, and because of the activity behind, I was wise in not to get my orange marker pen out. And the break was brought back, and then the race exploded again. And finally, this was the move that was, I wouldn't say allowed to let go, because they had to work really hard for it. It was a super active few kilometres, well, opening 20 or 30 Ks of this race. So by no means easy, especially through those narrow country lanes. It was proper frenetic racing, wasn't it, Brian?
I think looking back now, because it all kind of happened in a flash, didn't it? We've had about 3 breakaways, haven't we?
Yeah.
Originally 5, then 4, then this 3 here. So I think, yeah, we've had 3 breakaways to start with, which is going some.
Yeah. I mean, ordinarily it's been the first break, save for little moves that just float off the front by a few hundred metres. We're not going to count those, but one that actually gets an established time gap of 15 or 20 seconds. We have definitely had 3 of those today. This is the one that has stuck. The question will be, will they make it to the finish? I would say their chances are very slim. But what they're doing is bringing this race alive. And this is what bike racing is all about. Getting up in front and forcing the team of the leaders to chase. So Olav Koi's squad distributing their resources perfectly so far. And as well as being the team that having to control the race, they've still managed to have the firepower to deliver Olav Koi to the finish. Now, stage 1 was different. They weren't leading the race. They're clearly one of the race favourites. Olav Koi, one of the preeminent sprinters to come here, along with Cantor, Gaviria, Sam Bennett, Ethan Vernon. They're the top tier sprinters we have here. But once they'd established the lead, and the thing that we've talked about a lot, but I think we should remind ourselves, is the fact that they've had to control the race, and it's been hard at times, sometimes prolonged, really long stints on the front by the strongest team here. But then it's having the firepower at the very sharp end to completely dominate the lead out as well. That's the thing that's been impressive, isn't it? Is the way that it shows the individual strength of these riders and the hefty workload that they've all had in different ways. But then to still have the amount of resource to deliver Olav Koi to the finish is just a cherry on the cake. It really is. And I think not many people would disagree, Brian, and I'd be interested to hear your thoughts, that Wout van Aert's probably worth two and a half riders. I mean, just in relation to what he can actually do, he is worth, maybe he's worth 2 for the price of 1. It's almost as if they've got 7 men. He's that strong.
Yeah, we know that from, what we've seen over the last kind of few years with Wout van Aert. It's, to see him, what he does in, the Tour de France for, Jonas Vingegaard over the last kind of couple of days, but it's managing that, Matt.
Yeah.
Like, if he wants to go for stages in the green jersey, then, why would he stay with that team? And that's where we've seen Fabio Jakobsen decide that, he wants to go to the Tour de France because, the team of Soudal Quickstep are concentrating on, Evenepoel and going there with a team to surround him. So you have to kind of look at that. But, okay, Wout van Aert might be getting a big paycheck, but you have to kind of manage him as well and make sure he has these opportunities. A lot of people think that why are you allowing him to go in the breakaway, and kind of scratch your head a little bit at some of the tactics. Well, if you've said to him, these are the stages that you can do your own thing and try and win that stage, then you have to kind of back him. And that's the risk you take sometimes when you've got an overall leader. But he's such a great help that you try and keep him happy with allowing him to go for his own kind of ambitions for maybe 2 or 3 stages. But at the same time, Matt, when you call upon him to help the team and to ride at the front or do what he does, then he does it. And that's the balance and act you have to have in a team, and keeping everybody happy. And Wout van Aert and this team has made the difference. 6-man teams, and of course every part of the team of Jumbo-Visma stepped up. Just when you think it was, what was the 3rd stage at Beverley, when it was slightly uphill, and it seemed to go on forever, and Wout van Aert was like, for the first time you thought, oh, he had to go early, but everybody else has kind of stepped up. It's the same. Kruijswijk and Joos van Emden ride at the front, and then the other 4. But even so, when you look at Affini wasn't used yesterday. He got kind of caught up, and it's very difficult for all 4 to stay together.
He
but
went right wide on that corner, and he dropped back. He couldn't make up the ground, could he?
But even if you lose that kind of one ride, they're still stepping up, and it's a difficult one.
It's
for all the
interesting.
other teams, that is.
Yeah, it is. I mean, while we're on the subject of of one of the finest riders in the world is road performances this year. He's been ridiculous. He's always consistent, ridiculously so. But Brian, it's interesting. He's come to this race. He's clearly, they've got one of the best sprinters in the world who is going to clearly go on to bigger things as well, you would imagine. Still not won a bunch sprint in the Grand Tours, won at World Tour level, Olaf Koy. But the next step for him will be winning at Grand Tour level. But back to Wout van Aert. He's only had one road win this year. And it was back in March. It was the E3. Consistent, second in Ghent Wevelgem, fourth in Flanders, third in Roubaix, third in Milan-San Remo. He won the Belgian TT Championships, but it hasn't had a road win since March. He won the UCI Gravel World Series, but I mean by best part of 7 minutes apparently. I just have 9 minutes to second place. So I mean just was on a completely different level. And he's been super. I think that, and looking at that, and just the fact he is a thoroughbred winner, one road win by the end of the season, he's not going to be happy. And there was disappointment at the Tour de France when he missed out. We saw that frustration because he is a thoroughbred winner. But I stepping back and looking at the season as a whole, it's impressed me even more that the fact that he possibly could have won at least one of these stages already and got himself a road win because he's that quick. But I think the Tour of Britain is increasingly more important to him on a personal level to win another road event, because otherwise, if we get to the end of this year, and obviously we're in September now, I'm not too sure what his plans are after the Tour of Britain. Well, it's the European Road Championships and the Super 8 Classic apparently. But we're running out of big road events. Wout van Aert isn't going to be satisfied with ending the 2023 season with just one road win, that's for sure. So I think he's clearly in good form. God help the riders on Saturday and Sunday is all I can say, because I think it's going to be about him. I really do think so. But I think tempering his characteristics and still seeing that he's a proper team player, and I imagine you've watched the documentary where we saw that little bit of interplay between him and Jonas in last year's Tour de France, which has been, not exactly controversial, but a topic which has intrigued us and interested us. The way that two champions interact with similar objectives, but also individual objectives as well. His whole season is an interesting one for me. Ridiculously consistent, still one of the best riders in the world, but he wants to win, mate, doesn't he?
Of course he wants to win, and I think he's come here to win his second Tour of Britain. But when you look at it as a team, you sit down and is Olaf Koy quicker than him in a sprint finish? I think he is. I think he may have the edge. So you play to your strengths. The stage finish up into Beverley, I think that maybe suited a little bit more Wout van Aert. That kind of uphill, kind of hard final may have suited him, but you do play to your strengths in a team, and if the sprint stage is like this, I also think that Wout van Aert is an exceptional lead-out rider. Olaf Koy maybe not as much as a lead-out, so if they reverse the roles, then would they win?
That's a good point.
So I really do think that we're here for stages, for Olaf Koy and to win for the team. But I think for the overall, I think they're thinking that Olaf Koy might not be capable of maybe kind of winning the race overall, while Wout van Aert is. And I think Wout van Aert over the weekend, especially in the last day, will be given his own opportunity to go and try and win the stage and win the race, like he did, a couple of years ago when he won it in the last stage in Aberdeen.
Yep. Yeah, just looking back through the wins for Jumbo-Visma this year. So 2 wins for Wout van Aert, the Belgian TT Championships and E3 Harelbeke. But the team, again, I know you're going to have your stats in front of you, Brian, not necessarily this one. I'm going to put you on the spot here, mate. How many wins do you think Jumbo-Visma have had this year?
Including stage victories?
Yes, stage victories and overall victories. How many? So it includes time trials, and it includes team time trial wins as well. So what number do you think we're looking at?
I'm going to go halfway between 0 and 100, around about the 50s mark.
56.
Oh.
Not a bad guess, mate. Not a bad guess. Well, it's not a guess, is it? It's roughly work it out. But yeah, we're on every stage here. We've already won a couple of stages of the World Tour. Let me go back, but we don't need to list them all. Most of them will be familiar. But yeah, 56 wins, and 2 of those have just been from Wout van Aert, which is an intriguing one, isn't it, when you look at it like that? But I agree with you. I think in a straight line sprint, Olaf Koy is superior, just has that little bit of that, just that real ridiculously high top end. But Wout van Aert is a different sort of sprinter. Although we've seen him win on the Champs-Élysées or win bunch kicks in the tour, in Grand Tours, he is something else. But you have to look at the team that you've got, don't you? Think, well, we want to win the race overall. We want to win as many stages as possible. How do we win these stages? You look at them individually. Well, actually, yeah, this is the sort of sprint that we're going to use Wout as a lead-out rider. And he's, in some post-race interviews this week, he's actually said that he hasn't done, when you look back through the races that he's done, generally he is the leader, unless it's the Tour de France. And when he's at the Tour de France, he hasn't really had to lead out anybody else. So he said leading out is actually quite new to him. And he says he's actually enjoying it. But I think that's the right thing to say, and he probably is enjoying it because it's a part of the sport that he's probably never really done before. Especially when you look at the teams that he's been in leading into joining Jumbo-Visma on a long-term contract. As we just head through the sprint that I'm just about to miss, let's have a look at this first. It doesn't look like it's going to be contested. It's going to be Abram Stockman, I think, who takes maximum points through the intermediate sprint. This will come in just a few moments' time. Urged on by the crowd here. Fantastic crowd at the side of the road. Gap now slashed to 2:11. I think we might have actually passed through the sprint, actually, Brian. But no, it's just an interesting one. That here it is. Here it is, just hidden from view as the road meandered ever so slightly to the right. So Stockman from Roscoff from Ormiston is your order over the line.
I almost feel a little bit sorry for the crowd there. You know, in any other race there's a sprint coming up and they want to see a little bit of action, and every one they've just kind of rolled through. So I feel a little bit kind of disappointed. One sprint per day, just roll through the sprint and that's it. I can totally understand. And you know, I was hearing only a matter of a few months ago that I know that, you know, the Sweet Spot lost the Tour Series, and you know the Women's Tour as well, so it was very, very disappointing. And I even know that, you know, they were kind of struggling with the economy of this race, but that's, you know, they rely on their model is, you know, getting funding from the different areas, and possibly, you know, having 3 sprints in a day and working it that way. And maybe it's a you know, way of looking at, you know, the budget of the race and maybe cutting things out, and maybe the race is pretty much on a shoestring, which potentially is. So I can totally understand that side of things, and maybe, you know, their hand has been forced by this, because when you have sprints at different parts, you know, you have to have the manpower to be able to put these sprints up, you know, three a day, and of course there's the kind of prizes and things like that go with it. So I think it's just an economy side of things. So I hope things do change for them. We really need the Women's Tour Series, and, you know, obviously Tour of Britain in this country, because, you know, we have to be grateful for what Sweet Spot have done over the you know, the kind of last kind of 20 years for, you know, British cycling. So, you know, to lose, you know, any of that stuff is a real shame. And, you know, the longer it continues, the better, because, you know, the other parts of, you know, we're you know, I know the Cycling Classic is there, the Lincoln Grand Prix and things like that, but, and the Bowman Trophy up there with, apart from that, there's no real kind of new races kind of popping up. And, you know, as we've discussed in other days, that the domestic scene is on its hands and knees.
Yep. Yeah, it is a fantastic race. Only grown in prestige, as you say, Brian, over the last 20 years, and the crowds make it. But I think what we're seeing this year is a reflection on the harsh economic times. Wout van Aert takes another point. He's done that before, just chipping away at that one, just making sure. It's done that a few times, isn't he? That just shows his hunger. He wants to be on the podium. He's a winner, and these little that's really, he's done that a few times now. He's just taken 3 points towards the sprints classification in the green jersey. But we just passed through the village of Hadley, And I don't know if you knew this, Brian. You probably did if you did your homework earlier on the same document I'm reading from.
What's something about close to Denmark or something like that?
Yeah, it's a burial place of Danish King Guthrum, who ruled East Anglia from around 835 AD to 890. So quite a long stint for the Danish King Guthrum. And Hadley latterly prospered through its cloth trade, the timber and plasterwork buildings to the High Street, which we saw to the left and to the right. And then we've got St Mary's Church as well. And a Guildhall, as we look at the Hadley. Cottages.com at Sprint. Stockman, Roscoff, Ormiston, Van Aert and Jos van Emden. They're your first 5 riders across the line. And as we look across at this beautiful patchwork quilt looking Suffolk countryside in all its hues and shades of green, as we slowly, lazily head our way into autumn. But it certainly feels like summer right now, that is for sure. About 24 or 25 degrees out there, as the man that we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes takes his musette, pops open the sealing mechanism, and has a look inside for what he's got for lunch. But yeah, we're not too, when you think about it, this part of the world, and especially up as you head further north onto the east coast of the country, it was where a lot of raiding ships from the Vikings from Denmark came across and settled for the best part of 1,000 years here. And so we are a country made up of so much more than the indigenous people who lived here. And that's something that I think many people should maybe consider and remember. But yeah, real Danish heritage. At the time, it must have been particularly horrendous. They never settled here. There's lots of remains of longboats, etc., and graves that are in this part of the world as well. But yeah, Danish King Guthrum, 835 AD, so a long, long time ago. Now, next up, from a village perspective, we're going to be heading through Bilston. But beautiful lanes today, isn't it? I mean, Brian, we ride for fun just to keep a little bit fit, but there's nothing like a British country lane, is there? There's something special about them, isn't there? Just especially the narrower ones that we saw earlier on. A lot of fun, generally very quiet. We talk about the busy lanes of Surrey and Greater London, etc. But there are still some beautiful, very quiet country lanes to venture out on any bike, and we're being treated and showcased, and those roads, those lanes are being showcased here today. Nothing quite like them.
I used to do a lot of my training in Scotland. I used to go down to Ayrshire, and a lot of the kind of country lanes. And traditionally, the bunch I used to train with, they used to ride kind of around the coast area, down kind of Largs or Drogheda and things like that, round to Greenock and things. And it was a mainish road. You can say that. In Scotland, I don't think I could do that down where I live now in Kent, and some of the kind of main roads is a little bit too busy. But yeah, we had a little bit more freedom of the roads there. But whenever you kind of turned up at the meet and you were looking towards getting a little bit fitter, you would tell everybody the route that you were planning on doing, and as soon as everybody found out you're going into some of the lanes, some of their faces were a wee bit, this is going to be a hard day. But purely it's a hard day because it's kind of a little bit more up and down, and lefts, rights and things like that. It's a little bit more technical in some of these kind of small roads, but definitely a little bit more grippy and nicer than some of the main roads. And I think a lot of my training, I could be in roads around Ayrshire and hardly see any cars, but I can't say the same thing about where I live in Kent sometimes, because as a cyclist you head out into the lanes, you don't go to the main roads. So you head out into the lanes, and there's still these idiots, that want to kind of drive you off the road. And the certain circumstances, we're talking about that kind of metre and a half, and you're in these lanes on your own, and they're pushing past in their vans, and speeding round corners. They don't know what's round the corner. You'll get a van hurtling towards you at 50, 60 miles an hour on these small lanes. There could be anything. There could be a tractor, anything. So. Yeah, that's the thing that frustrates me about it, riding around here in Kent, is we still got a lot of these kind of idiots in their vans taking shortcuts and things like that. And the reason we go into these lanes is to stay away from the traffic, stay away from the main roads. So yeah, my moan over for the day.
No, I think that is a sentiment that's shared by a lot of riders, a lot of cyclists. My motto is kind of live and let live. We share the roads, but quite often it's, and we all drive cars as well. It's just let's just get along, and people just need to have a little bit more patience. But patience is a commodity that seems to be quite rare. It appears these days amongst certain circles. Anyway, back to the racing at hand. Just moving the road, the cyclist versus motorist polemic to one side, although of course it is exceptionally valid. 2:26 is the gap that our 3 leaders have carved out, and that is being chipped away at the moment as we look at Fernando Gaviria. Looks day by day to be a little bit easier. Now you can just see the wind coming from the right hand side. We're moving up through Hadley. We're still heading at the moment in roughly a northwesterly direction, so the wind is coming from the side and in the backs of the riders, but soon the road starts to move to the right and we head towards a place called Needham Market, and then we head up to Stowe Market. As you can say, market towns, very popular in this part of the world, of course all over England, market towns, and that's why with the pace that's being set by Jos van Emden in particular, there's been a bit of a line out here, because although there's a lot of shelter at the side of the road, as you can see, with these trees and these very high hedges which characterise so many of the country lanes in and around Great Britain, although there are many exposed parts, it's just the way that these that our agriculture, our road systems were devised in these areas. And one of the main reasons that we have a lot of hedgerows is to separate different farmers' fields, and that is extended over into the roads as well. So these hedges, these trees, have been here for centuries, but you don't see them all over the world. If you look at the agriculture in places like Belgium and France, it's a lot flatter. They did things ever so slightly differently. It seems, although we have hedges everywhere, they are particularly commonplace in the roads of England, Wales and Scotland. Although Scotland, we have a lot more stone walls rather than hedges that are used. But yeah, 2:19, the gap coming down, so a solid job being done as we head into the middle part of today's race, Brian.
Yeah, I was just looking at the front of the peloton there. You've got a Movistar rider in second place. I haven't seen him ride on the fronts yet. You know, I was questioning Movistar a little bit earlier today. Gaviria just, you know, almost helping Jumbo-Visma by kind of blocking the front and not kind of really instigating anything. So is there a bit of help here for Jumbo-Visma in the shape of Movistar? We'll just keep an eye on that one at the front, but it would suggest, because he's sandwiched between Jos van Emden and, of course, Steven Kruijswijk. So does that mean that maybe Gaviria is feeling a bit better today? If it's the case, you've got 2 teams looking for a sprint finish. I can only think that because I really, as much as I like Canter, I don't think he's as fast as Coy. So, and I think I said it a couple of days ago, Matt, that on his day, Gaviria is quick, really quick, you know, world-class sprinter, and one of the sprinters that is in this race today that on his day could really take it and potentially beat Olive Coy. So it might be that's the way they're thinking. That's the way that, you know, Gaviria had a crash a couple of days ago. He's struggled a little bit. He's been trying to kind of help out in the sprints, but maybe it's a time for Gaviria today. So we'll just keep an eye on Movistar, what they're doing at the front.
Yeah, especially with the way that it's going to be quite a long sprint as well. We'll just fire that up, because that's a very good point. He's been active at the front, although over the last couple of days he hasn't been able to sprint. He's actually been pretty effective in trying to drop Canter off in the right place. His legs are good, aren't they? But when you can't grip the bars, I mean, that's yet to be determined. We'll soon find out as we head into the finish, depending on, of course, on how this race ultimately unfurls, as we now head through the town of Bilderston. Well, in 1520, this was an important centre for the manufacture of wool. So lots of dyers, weavers, shearers, spinners, and the like were erected to form Chapel Street and Duke Street during the 15th and 16th centuries. So another gorgeous place that they've passed through here.
A lot of Danish heritage there in this part of the world. I think it's one of 16 place names in Suffolk that is a Danish personal name, compounded with Anglo-Saxon turn, so a lot of Danish influence in this part of the world.
Yeah, the name Bild is something that you often see in Denmark. Not sure what it actually translates to, but to the oldest recorded documents to prove or to show the existence of Bildeston, obviously being invaded by the Vikings, was in 1086 in the Doomsday Book. But to 211 as we continue to roll on a little bit. Although today is primarily flat, still 1,300 metres plus of elevation. What you will
just
get
want to say, Mark, we just passed a brown bin there as well. So just
did we? It's brown bin day.
You missed that.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks for picking it up, though, Bright.
Okay,
getting all the housekeeping in order in relation to bin days on the various stages of the Tour of Britain. I wonder what bin day is in Felixstowe, but because it's quite a big place, there will be different areas with different coloured bins. But more about that later. 119 k's to go. Yeah, these lanes are absolutely gorgeous. It does actually make me want to go out on my bike for just a gentle pot around the lanes, Brian. You know, I know we're sat here commentating, this is our job, a job that we both love, but I tell you what, it does inspire you, doesn't it? Or it does remind you of what riding on a lovely sunny day is like. And maybe not even pressing on too much, just spinning the legs, breathing in the fresh air, and just enjoying the sheer joy of getting out and riding your bike in the sunshine.
No, it's a brilliant week. Even here in Kent, you know, the weather is exceptional this week, and I feel as if I'm sitting here commentating line to line in the Tour of Britain stage when I could be out on my bike enjoying the summer, because let's be honest, the summer has not been brilliant, and this is probably one of the better weeks. And I'm sat here in our home studio looking out the window thinking, I've got the door open and the window's open, thinking, yeah, it'd be lovely to ride around some of the local lanes, but we're here in the comms box bringing all the, dare I say it, action from stage 5 of the Tour of Britain.
Indeed. Well, it's a long one today, the longest of the race, as we get a closer look of our American friend in the breakaway, Joe Roscoff. Real solid campaigner, consistent over the years. You can just see a bit of a conversation going on. A couple of riders there just tossing the bottles to the feet of some spectators. That was Sander de Pestel. As we head back to the front of the peloton to see the figure of Jos van Emden doing what he does so well. And this will be, he's coming into the last few weeks of his career as a racer. Who knows what's next for the very likeable Dutchman, 38 years of age now. He is the current TT champion of the Netherlands, taking that title for the second time. Now, you've been a DS at the sharp end of a lot of big bike races, Brian, with some big teams. If you were chatting to the man in front now, Joe Roscoff, knowing exactly what the situation is behind, what kind of things would you be saying to him?
Maybe along what we're saying, you know, talking about the colour of bins at the side of the roads, and bin days, you know, what are bin days in America, or where you live in Europe, what's the story there? But it's not a lot you can do. It's just, at this stage, just going up and having a chat with them. They've been given 2 minutes, and just settle it down, make sure you're eating and drinking. This is going a long day, and then look at the last kind of hour of racing. That's where you kind of save your energy as much as possible, and then, you know, give it some licks in towards the finish. But I really do think that, you know, before then we could see some action, and that action will come from the peloton as they tried to do what they did a couple of days ago when kind of Niels Pollitt and Matt Bostock started to infiltrate and try and come to the finish themselves.
Now, this is interesting. We went off on a slight tangent when we were talking about maybe Fernando Gaviria stepping up again today after that hand injury on stage 2, still carrying the bandages, and I'd imagine it's still going to be pretty sore. But if we're going to see the roles reversed and Max Canter help out Gaviria in the finish, we're only speculating here, but the fact that they're riding on the front suggests to me, I don't think they'd ride on the front if it was to bring it back for Max Canter. That's no disrespect to the German sprinter.
They've done it before.
They'd only be riding if Gaviria's like, I'm on it today, my hand's better,
Yeah.
I can grip the bars. And the type of sprint that we're looking at, Brian, if we just fire up respectively the finishing details today of the stage. Let me just find the right document on my computer. It's a tail crosswind pretty much down the last 3-4 5Ks. But then 1K to go, they swing left, left again, and we've got a long finishing straight of about 700 metres with a cross headwind. Once they get, it's going to be obviously key. That's a bit of a cliche. We don't really need to say that to get into that. There's a roundabout with about 1,500 metres to go as well. And then that's a double left-hander. But quite possibly the sort of sprint that Fernando Gaviria could go well on, especially, and it's going to be one where he's going to need to leave it late as well, given the headwind.
If they'd have ridden before, and they haven't until now, I said it at the time, it can only be for Gaviria, and I noticed that Movistar had put one rider up towards the front. I kind of noted it earlier on when Gaviria was there and thereabouts, and Movistar were just kind of following, and they were kind of fanning across the road, helping things. So I thought that's a bit strange. In other stages they were trying to attack and get involved with the attacks, which might mean that they are going for Gaviria today. We might not see, but then again, we saw Serrano up there when it started to get very active. So definitely looking at this stage as Movistar, which seems that Gaviria is feeling a little bit better now. Because like you say, Matt, if they were riding for Cantor today, why didn't they do it the other days? Why didn't they help out? So it looks as if we could now get two teams willing to help and bring this to a sprint finish. But there's so many other teams in here that don't want that situation, and I still think we might have an active run in, but it's now got a little bit harder, purely because there's two teams now. And I think on the stage that we were talking about, we saw a lot of action up in the East Riding. That Movistar were the team that made a difference in the end, if you remember. Serrano couldn't make it across, and they came up and brought it all back together. So definitely it's going to be harder. We're hoping to see in the last hour a little bit of animation with some of the other teams. We've definitely had a more animated start to the stage. So I really do think that with two teams it's going to be that bit harder for these attacks to come towards the end, and for any kind of splits to be successful.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it is an interesting one, but that's a clear indicator for me that they're either even more keen on setting up 100% for Cantor, or it is about Gaviria. We're not 100% sure, but I'm erring towards the fact that Gaviria is feeling a bit better. We might be wrong, but you're quite right. And Jumbo-Visma will welcome that, especially at this stage of the race as well. That means that there's even less of the fact we've got two teams riding now. There's even less of a chance of this breakaway being successful. And also, that means from what we're seeing now, Movistar won't necessarily get involved in the action a bit later on, if there are any attacks that come. But one of the teams that's intrigued me, that have been on the offensive a lot, and they've got one of the best sprinters in the race, though he hasn't quite been the rider that he'd like to be, and that is Sam Bennett, although Van Poppel is sprinting well. We've seen both Van Poppel attacking as well, and with Pollitt. So you've got Pollitt has been on the offensive, but if that has failed, they've got a clear option too. Now, Bora for me are the team that clearly have two distinct options. Movistar were in that mould as well earlier on. It's changed for today by what we're seeing so far. But of the big teams, it appears that Bora are one of the teams that I think might try something later on. And if it doesn't, because they're so strong, that's a big hot dog. Blimey. That's more dog than hot, isn't it? Flipping it. We've seen some different things on the motorbike dashboard, but a big hot dog there. I'm wondering what time that's going to be consumed, because it's going to get baked in the hot afternoon sun. But yeah, they're one of the teams that have been riding with two objectives here, is trying to split the race up, trying to put more pressure on Jumbo-Visma, but then reconfiguring near the end, Brian, to look after Bennett and or Van Poppel. And a little bit with Great Britain. They've got in the moves earlier on today. It's all about Vernon. Yeah, interesting. I still think we're going to see a few attacks on the run-in, but with one less team to do it, it might be harder to ultimately split and get a break going.
It was nice to see Bora try to do something a little bit different. Ultimately they can revert back to Sam Bennett or even Danny Van Poppel. I really do think it'll be Sam Bennett again today. So they can revert back to that, but in the meantime, if they're trying to win the race, try and get someone in the breakaway, try and put a little bit more pressure on, and even having someone in the breakaway like Niels Pollitt means that a little bit more pressure on the race, especially Jumbo-Visma. So, you know, at least they were trying something a little bit different and not just kind of reverting back to another sprint stage. We'll save everything and we'll go all in for the sprint, because it hasn't worked for the last 4 days. It hasn't worked for the last 4 days for all the other teams. So, you know, for the first time we've seen Movistar helping. That suggests Gaviria for today. It just means that for the other teams, if I was there, I'd be, now that's 2 teams now helping. We saw what Movistar could do a couple of days ago, so, you know, that means that if we want to get active towards the finish, it's going to be a little bit harder.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, we're passing through now, because you see the 2 chaps on the right-hand side there in army fatigues. Well, this is an army airfield just nearby. It's Watersham Airfield, and a fully operational army airfield, home to 3 Regiment Army Air Corps and 4 Regiment Army Air Corps as well. And they are part of the AHF, which is the Attack Helicopter Force within the Joint Helicopter Command, JHC. And they fly the very famous and rather impressive Apache helicopter. And Prince Harry was based there in 2011 as part of his training as well. So that's why we're seeing a few troops at the side of the road. But the rider on the front for Movistar is going to be Oscar Rodriguez. Now, looking at the composition of their team, they're going to be looking after Mulberg, Serrano and Verona over for the weekend. And Gaviria and Canter for the sprint today. But I think, as I said, we could see a role reversal today with Canter used later on to drop off Gaviria. That remains to be seen, but they clearly have eyes on the sprint, and they've got 2 exceptionally gifted and 1 top-tier sprinter amongst their number. But yeah, Oscar Rodriguez, the man at the moment doing the chasing on the front. As another man, a good 1.5 kilometre or kilometre or so up the road, Abram Stockman, no use, well, he's a man that's exceptionally used to being in the breakaway, has already been given the best or the most aggressive rider a couple of stages ago. 3 awards, 3 times they've been awarded the most aggressive rider, as we're looking at the stats here of Stockman at the moment. Just under 300 watts, riding at a pace that he knows that he can sustain to the finish. That's the plan here. And I'm wondering if they've actually eased off in this middle section. They've moved into this headwind now, Brian. A lot more shelter on the wheel, and maybe just tempering things, trying not to lose too much of a lead. But I guess if we look forward into the final quarter or the final third of today's race, and let's assume there are some attacks behind, and we get a lead group coming across, there are, and we've said this a couple of days ago, there is a possibility they could find themselves at the front of the race if one of those moves goes in the tailwind toward the finish, and it's got the right combination. I think increasingly the chance of that happening might be slim. I do think we'll see attacks, but being at the sharp end of the race, for many reasons, it's a gamble, but it's also an investment, potentially, should we see some splits later, and for a good placing for one of these riders, perhaps.
Definitely, it's how you manage things. You don't really want to waste energy, because you're going to need it. If you were to ride at 300 watts or over 300 watts, you know, completely throughout this stage, then you wouldn't have any energy at all to kind of try and kind of lift it. And in the minds of the 3 riders in front, that's what you're trying to do. You establish the breakaway. It's all about kind of ducking and diving and saving during the kind of middle part, and then kind of the race at the end. There's kind of 3 parts. But yeah, it's, for the moment, it's kind of holding just about that 2-minute mark. Movistar kind of helping out now, so that information will be given up, and you know, the speed of this race has been now dictated by the speed of the 3 riders in front. So you just want to kind of settle it down and making sure that you're kind of saving that little bit of energy. Sometimes that, you know, for the riders that are front, they want to make the riders in the breakaway try that a little bit harder, so they can't lift it at the front. So sometimes you in the peloton, you'll test them. They aren't doing it at the moment, so what you'll do is you'll push into that gap a little bit, hoping that the 3 riders will start to ride a little bit faster, because they don't want to be caught. So there's different ways of looking at it, and different tactics around how a breakaway works, how much rope they're given by the peloton. The peloton will play, the breakaway will play. There's a lot of that kind of happen, a lot of kind of thought process. It's not a case of, you know, they're going hell for leather at the front and the peloton are just trying to hold them. There's a lot of kind of gamesmanship between peloton and breakaway.
Yeah, there certainly is. Quite often the pace will be determined by the break, quite often by the bunch behind, depending on what phase of the race that we are in at that particular time, depending on the what's to come in the race as well. Now, that will determine who dictates the pace, but there is still a reasonable amount of control on what's happening behind. If these guys decided to give it a bit of a squeeze now, which they could, they still hold it. They're definitely looking at the power that was being put out there by Ibram Stockman, 260 watts. That's relatively modest, but saying that, you know, to ride at that sort of pace for 5 hours is a different proposition. It is very sapping. The energy and the power now on these little rolling climbs, they'll be spiking a bit now, probably the best part of 400 watts, 360, 380 going up these climbs and settling down. And as you can see, they've had to drop it down onto the small ring quite high up. So this is a steep little climb, and it's gently undulating here. Although we're saying it is a flat stage, there's still 1,300 metres of elevation spread over the 192 k's of the longest stage of this year's Tour of Britain. But this group working well together. But that's the thing, they do have that, and there's another reason for riding just a little bit under, is that they can react to a degree. I mean, there'll be a point where they've got nothing left at all, right at the very end. But at the moment, they have the capacity to react to what's happening behind. But when there's only 3, that is quite limited, isn't it? Because you've got less time to recover, as I say. But the strictness with which Jumbo-Visma have been controlling this race in trying to determine as best they can the number of riders out in front, or control, should I say, the amount of riders in front has been, well, it's been very, very impressive, because to limit that has been, I think, the biggest break we've had. I think going back through my book, Brian, I think it's just been 4. Has it been? We've had a couple of breaks of 5, haven't we? Or has it been 4? Actually, no, 4. Day 1 it was 4, no, 5. The biggest break we've had was Fouché, Kiffin, Rootkin Gray, Diversities and Tanfield on the opening stage, and every day
5,
since then it's
4, 3, 3
and 3. Yeah, and then 3 again today. So there we go. They've done a good job. They know what they need to do. The last thing you want is a group of 7 or 8 riders going clear. That's difficult. Then it becomes a completely different proposition.
It's the way the breakaway forms. Like, you battle with all the other teams and each other a little bit to get yourself in the breakaway. And it's, you know, it's a real dogged fight sometimes, and we saw that today. So when you get yourself in a breakaway and then it establishes itself, then you become, although there's 3 different teams, you ultimately become a team yourself, the 3 different riders. Of course, we see King of the Mountains and sprint competitions and many other races where you still fight it out for these, but in general, you become as one, and you kind of help each other, and because you want to be successful, it's communication. You become almost friends in the breakaway, where you kind of ride together. Then all of a sudden, there's a switch towards the end where you start kind of fighting it out again for the stage one, or trying to anyway. So there's different phases of breakaway. So, but a lot of the time, this is a chance of meeting people in a race, because if you sit in a bunch, okay, you can talk to different people, but there's something about, I don't know how you found it, Matt, about getting in a breakaway of kind of forging that kind of friendship, and the next stage you might see that someone you were in a breakaway with, and then you kind of forge that that little bit of kind of chit chat between each other. So, you know, the stages of racing that you battle it out, and then you get yourself in kind of breakaways and different races throughout the year in different parts of the. And of course, when I was racing, there was always that kind of language barrier sometimes where between someone, but getting yourself in breakaway, in my case, in my career, was always a way of sometimes, you know, meeting new people and friends.
Oh, definitely. I totally agree. There's been many occasions over the years, not so much domestically, because when you're racing domestically you know everybody anyway, but when we were pros and racing internationally for the Great Britain team, that was something that you often did. You might have heard of a rider, or you might have just not, you might not know them from Adam, but spending 4 or 5 hours in a break with them, you actually get to know them quite intimately in the strangest of ways, and from then on in, generally the day after you'll meet up with them, and then whether there was a language barrier or not, somehow you'd communicate, even if it was just by gesturing and a few facial expressions and pointing towards yesterday. There's a lovely camaraderie that you get. Ultimately, if you end up fighting out for a stage win, it's slightly different, but there's still that mutual respect that there really is, and I agree totally. On many, many occasions, you end up with these little friendships that actually carry on for years, that especially if it was quite a significant race that you end up in a key move with somebody you've not met before. I've had a couple of friendships like that. I've been speaking to a couple of riders for years, just because we've been in quite important breaks in big races together, and a person that I didn't necessarily know before. So you're quite right, because right now they are kind of friends, and they are certainly teammates at the moment, and they're not only protecting each other from the wind. There'll be as we get deeper into the race, and let's say this gap holds on for the next 80k, for example, which is quite feasible. They've got the best part of 2 hours 20 minutes still of riding together, and I'd imagine the captain on the road here is going to be Joe Roscoff. He's got vastly much more experience. He's going to want to use these riders as best he can as well, to try and give them as much hope. They've only got the slimmest of slim hopes of staying away today, but a rider like Roscoff will act as the road captain and encourage the other riders too. So although you ultimately want to beat the riders that are with you, until the very point where you want to take them apart and leave them behind, or beat them in a sprint or drop them on a climb, they're your friends. And it's quite a strange sort of relationship that forms in a breakaway. But for 95% of the time in the breakaway, depending on their chance of success, they're going to be mates, and they're going to need each other. And even those little bits of communication sometimes from a rider on a rival team, giving you encouragement, even saying back off a bit here but go hard here, those sorts of things, you are almost on the same team, aren't you? And then it comes to the time when you've got to be at each other's throats. And that's one of the beautiful strange things about cycling. There's no other sport like it. There's no way in a football match at any point you're a friend with the opponent, you know, apart from picking them up off the floor after a tackle. That's it. But for the vast majority of a stage in a stage race, or even in a classic, you're mates, and it's one of the strange, unique elements of our sport.
It is unique because, like you say, in many other sports, that rival teams never become kind of friends in an event like we are seeing now, and it's that communication, and like you say, that one person has to kind of control this breakaway, you know, almost kind of control the speeds, let everybody know that, you know, save a little bit now, and then, you know, at a certain point they'll start to ride a little bit more, a little bit harder. So yeah, it's kind of nice to see, and of course there's different goals for each of these teams, but the common goal now is to try and conserve energy, to think that you've got one slim chance of, you know, success, and you have to believe that, otherwise there's no point in being in a breakaway.
Indeed. Well, 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Steven Kruijswijk of the Netherlands back on the front for Jumbo-Visma. 103 k's to go. Just looking back at some of the Palmares of the riders in the breakaway. Callum Ormanston has had a win this year, actually. Clipped off the front on stage 5 of the Tour of Rwanda, which is a race that's getting bigger and bigger. The long stage, in fact, won that stage. So has had a win for the Global 6 cycling team this year. Stockman hasn't had a win, but he's been pretty consistent all year. Several top tens. He's a reasonable sprinter as well. And then Joe Roscoff, again, just been consistent this year. Third in the Time Trial Championships of America. The race has previously won, as we mentioned before, on a couple of occasions. But has done a lot of racing, actually. In terms of race programs, Joe Roscoff has done a lot of racing. Saudi Tour, Gran Camino, Pays de Loire, Giro Sicilia, Tour of Hungary, Boucles de Mayenne, ZLM, Castilla y León, Vuelta Burgos, multiple stage races and a lot of individual races as well. Although he hasn't ridden a Grand Tour, they've got a very busy programme, and he's looking good at the moment. Long pulls on the front here, Brian, and they're holding steady at 2 minutes and 3. Long old day in the saddle today, but in these sorts of conditions, if this was miserable, pouring down with rain, cold, these long stages are horrible. Yeah. But I mean it's happened. I've ridden a few we've ridden some miserable weather in this country, but this does make the whole process of riding this length of time on a bike far more bearable, and dare I say it, enjoyable at times.
It is. Although I didn't really mind the weather, to be honest with you. There's certain parts of the weather that I didn't like. I didn't like it being overly hot. So it's not overly hot here, although the temperatures are in the high 20s, and that is kind of bearable. But the rain and the tough weather conditions and things like that didn't really kind of bother me too much. But like you say, yeah, it's everybody, watching, looking at these roads and things like that, thinking, yeah, I could, just go out and ride all day in days like this, and it's lovely. But we are an outdoor sport, and well, unless you're a track rider. But then again, we had an open air track in Edinburgh for so many years. Of all the places, we had an open air track. So yeah, but for most riders, they just enjoy. And it's nice with very little wind, just getting out there and enjoying, riding a bike.
Yep, a lovely day for a bike ride. Full on earlier on today. Was very, very active before this break went away. This is break number 3. So if you have just joined us, thank you, wherever you are in the world. You are watching stage 5 of the Tour of Britain. Every single stage so far in this race has been won, and it is in the clutches of Olav Koy. 4 bunch sprints, 4 victories for the 21-year-old Dutchman, led out on each and every occasion by Wout van Aert and Jumbo-Visma. In tandem with Movistar are setting the tempo behind on this, the longest stage of the race. We're starting and finishing in the seaside town of Felixstowe, with a gentle breeze blowing today off the sea from a east to west direction. And at the moment, the riders have turned into that slight headwind. But as you can see, there is plenty of shelter, and it's certainly not affecting the average speed too much, as every rider there was getting a little bit of encouragement from the Q36.5 team car. It's Rick Reinrink and Art Verhoeven, another rider that we definitely ridden against Art Verhoeven a few years ago, 20 odd years ago. Good professional rider himself. But again, that's common as well, isn't it, Brian? Right now, it's not going to be so much tactics. It's like it could be just having a little bit of a general chat. How are you feeling? What you're up to? That was interesting back there. Right now, because we're not even at half distance yet. We will be in a couple of Ks. But right now, just to drop back and have a word with your DS, the mechanic, almost just to have a bit of a laugh, and it breaks up the rhythm of the day. And quite often, the mechanic and the DS in the team car of another team will have a chat with one of the other riders as well. How are you feeling? Just that camaraderie extends to the team car as well, especially at this stage of the race. Towards the back end, it's a little bit different. But right now, you'll get, as being a DS myself, you might encourage other riders as well. How are you feeling? Keep it going. You're doing really well. Just that general encouragement isn't just towards your rider right now, is it?
No, and in a race of this distance as well, that you go through different phases yourself. There's times where you don't feel as good, and you know that if you're not feeling good, you'll feel better. I always used to think sometimes in races, if I was feeling super good the whole time, I would get a little bit worried, because I knew that maybe I'd feel a little bit bad at the wrong time. I've been in races where I'm feeling bad all day, and then come good just in the last hour. Very rare like that, but you hear sometimes people saying, I was floating all day. I don't think ever. I was floating, feeling good all day. You go through peaks and troughs a little bit in how you're feeling at different parts. The importance is just making sure that. Well, that was a difficult one to go through, that one there. The NEG were helping them there, because that would have been a very difficult, with the way the arrows were going, the shortest way through there. So that was good there by NEG. But yeah, it's one of these things that you feel differently, and as long as you've got that kind of encouragement and people to guide you through it, even communicating that with the riders that you're with, that you're struggling, just take it down a little bit in this climb or this drag and things like that. So the importance here is just to make sure you're eating and drinking. There's not a lot of encouragement you can give to these riders in front. But like you say, just going alongside and giving them that little bit of kind of chit chat, and passes a part of the day, because it can get quite lonely, especially with just 3 riders in front. There's not a lot of conversation having. It's not as if you can sit up like in the peloton and have a chit chat with riders round about you.
Oh no, definitely. Yeah, even sharing a bit of a joke sometimes to make you smile, just to forget the pain that's in the legs, because it's going to be hard. I mean, it's a steady tempo now after that furious opening 20-25 kilometres we had, maybe a little bit more. The break didn't actually go till about 30 kilometres in, but the pace has settled down now. But it's certainly hard work on the front for our 3 riders in the break, and just having a bit of a smile, something different, just to break the particular zone that you find yourself in. But I think what we have today, I mean, although it's a primarily flat route, it's actually it's a route that's quite interesting. I know the racing now has settled down. It's pretty steady, not a lot going on right now. But in terms of the beautiful country lanes and the different scenes that we're passing through, the different environments, that actually break things up a lot as well. Some races are quite mind-numbing, because especially place-to-place races where there's not much changing the scenery, when the scenery isn't changing, that can become pretty hard. But we've got constantly changing scenery here as we head into the big market town of Stowe Market. Again, it's again a medieval market centred around the parish church at its centre. And the river that passes through Stowe Market is the river that, I'll be honest with it, I've never heard of, the River Gipping, spelled Gippin. And the industrial growth of this town began back in 1793 with the opening of the canal, which links both Stowe Market and Ipswich. And there's a big bustling shopping centre, as you would expect. And the town takes its name from the Old English word stow, which means principal place, and was granted its market charter or status by Edward III in 1347. So a little history lesson there on the town of Stowe Market. And we had stage 1 of the women's tour that finished here back in 2019, and that was Jolien D'Or who claimed the win there. So 1 minute and 53 seconds. Status quo remains the same. This familiar holding pattern that we've seen over every single stage so far. 2 teams riding at the front, Jumbo-Visma, and also 1 rider, Oscar Rodriguez of Movistar. And just behind Rodriguez there, and just getting out of the saddle, is the former British road race champion riding for the Ineos Grenadiers. And that is Connor Swift. Behind him, Ben Turner. And then we've got Tom Pidcock, the relatively freshly crowned world mountain bike champion. And also in the mix, Magnus Sheffield, and just behind, Carlos Rodriguez. As we get another conversation, maybe he's giving him a history lesson about the market town of Stowe Market.
Still talking about bins, I think.
I'm still talking about bins. I think you might have said, did you put your bin out? Because you're obviously away from home. Did you make sure, or had a word with a neighbour to put your bin out for you? Because the last thing you want is, in these sorts of hot conditions, your refuse festering for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, especially your food waste. You get the maggots and things like that. Yeah,
exactly.
You
the
want,
flies.
if you kind of miss a bin day, and then of course down here, bank holidays, you have to factor that in, because it comes. My bin day is Wednesday morning, but if it's a bank holiday Monday, it's a Thursday.
Yeah, you've got to really factor that in. I mean, we've got a pretty good website. I'm based in Derbyshire. And when in doubt, although one of our neighbours is very good with the bins, he helps us take them out. We've got a communal area at the back of the property that we live in. But I generally go on the website, Brian, and that gives you a real up-to-date information. You type in your postcode and your home address, and it gives you a full bit of information on when your brown bin, your black bin and your blue bin goes out, which is great, and it makes it feel comfortable.
Well, in my household, I'm the bin man. I'm the person that controls the bins and takes them out, and I've got a good memory of knowing what goes out when. But you go sometimes, and we get, especially where we are, we get a lot of foxes, so you have to kind of really watch. You can't put just bin bags out nowadays. No. You have to put it in a bin, but you still see, people putting bin bags out and they're ripped to pieces with the foxes. And some days when it's really windy as well, that you've just got your open plastic bin of just see some of your recycling cans, bottles and things like that. And I tell you, some of that plastic just flies about everywhere. So yeah, it's bin day can be quite treacherous sometimes.
It can. And whoever invented the wheelie bin, fair play. A cracking bit of kit. And not too hard on the eye in different colours. My favourite colour wheelie bin is blue. So 1 minute 54 seconds for the breakaway. They were doing a cracking job today. Break number 3 was the final break that ultimately snapped the elastic after chaos ensued. High speeds as we headed out of Felixstowe. And this stage today, starting and finishing in exactly the same location. We saw some riders at the start line just riding up and down the finishing straights. They've had a good view on what's to come in about 2 hours and 10 minutes, I think. So 95 k's to go for our leaders. They'll probably be about 1,100 metres, 1,200 metres in front of the bunch at the speed that they're riding at, and a good pace being set by Stephen Kruijswijk here. It's slowly moving in the favour of the bunch behind, and certainly will give them that extra little bit of breathing space. Still riding into the headwind here, and you can just see when riders and a group are riding into a headwind, a lot easier on the wheel behind, but you can see that riders become even more conscious of getting themselves into an aero position just to maximise the effort, because you don't feel it so much when you're riding into a cross tailwind, although you're always aware of it. Riders these days even more aware than ever, but into a headwind, you actually, even back in our day when we understood the principles of aerodynamics, but it wasn't quite the overriding theme, but even then you really do try and get yourself into as small a shape as possible to punch through the air more efficiently.
Yeah, definitely. It all matters. You can't kind of really relax too much, because if you put your nose in the wind, you're wasting energy, and that's what it's all about. And these guys have got it a little bit tougher, because with only 3 riders, there's only so much shelter you can get. They'll save up to kind of 30%, but you can save up to 40% if you're in that kind of bubble of the peloton. Like we say, if you're right in that sweet spot, then you can save a lot of kind of energy. But for the moment, it'll possibly be between 20 and 30% if you hit the wind. And it's a lot of these things that you have to take into consideration when you're in this kind of breakaway, of making sure that you're on the wheel and making sure that you aren't kind of wasting too much energy. I got a question there as well, Matt, and I think it's changed a little bit. We're here commentating the Tour of Britain, and of course Tour de France is probably the biggest race, but we're commentating on a lot of these riders that have come from just introduction to cycling. But it's something that I'm going to talk to the new CEO, John Dutton, I think next week now, on the pathway for a lot of these riders. And it's changed since our day, that especially my pathway was, you were in a cycling club. Mine was the Johnston Wheelers. You went out and did the rides, and you started to do some time trials, and then you did some more road racing, and then I got introduced to, I finished second in the Scottish under-16 champs when I was, I think, 13, 14, and I got invited to the British Championships. I didn't know that existed. I had a mentor in Robert Miller, now living as Pippa York. So I had that kind of mentorship, that little bit of help. We came down as a junior to the Peter Buckley series and rode those series. Got selected for Great Britain for the World Championships, and then turned senior and started getting selected for Scotland. And that was kind of my pathway up to the high end of our sport when I rode for Motorola. But for a lot of riders nowadays, we don't have the academy. We don't have kind of British teams in a lot of these races nowadays. What is the pathway for a lot of these riders? I mentioned the other day a rider called Callum Johnson, who pretty much through lockdown managed to get himself in a development team at Caja Rural and got the good results off his own back. He had to go through all the kind of visa situations and things like that because of kind of Brexit and all that sort of stuff. And I believe the Dave Rayner Fund has had its challenges since Brexit as well, because you can only go abroad for kind of 3 months and then come back and all this sort of stuff. So it's very kind of difficult, and it's changed. So I think without the kind of Rayner funding and various things like that, the pathway for a lot of these youngsters is somewhat different to what we had. And how do you go from being a cyclist? Is it a case of joining a club and then going to the races, and how is that pathway changed, and what can we do to kind of help the pathway for some of these riders? Because I got a parent asking me round about where I live about how can I encourage, and I said, well, I would think just get involved with a team and go to races. And I think it was that kind of TAP racing team, which is local to kind of Surrey and this part of the world, that and try and get to that kind of development.
It is various different pathways, and like you said, clearly there's work being done, and it's in a basically we had tradition that was as the pathway before, didn't we? There wasn't a lot of open source information available, so you felt it quite closed in, and it was only through certain people that you spoke to that you had a window into the world of being a professional cyclist. So, but things have changed, and one of the reasons why there are so many people involved in the sport is because we've got flag to line racing. There's a lot of open source information. That cycling is a completely different sport than it used to be when we were racing. But it still needs work, especially in our country. I think there's still a lot of good work being done, and there's a lot of very effective systems in place. But in terms of fundamentally road racing in our country, it is enormously problematic for the reasons that we outlined the other day. And we can't take our foot off the gas. We can never be complacent in looking at solutions, different opportunities, different avenues to try and nurture and try and identify talent at its earliest stages, and then make sure that also riders don't fall between the cracks. That's a hard one as well. And also, given the fact that we're getting riders maturing earlier, I want to say maturing earlier, I don't mean mentally maturing earlier, just physically, physiologically becoming more, that we're at the point now where we're starting to unlock the true potential of endurance athletes. It's just managing athletes as they pass through these different phases. But in terms of pathways, it's a very complex one, Brian. I don't think there's one particular answer. And but there are, Great Britain, I think we're in actually a pretty good place, but I think there's still a lot of work to be done. But there are other countries that are really having problems, and there are new countries that are the new powerhouses in cycling globally, and countries that only have relatively small populations. And it's like countries like Italy, for example. We always seem to bring them up, but they are arguably, alongside France and Spain, because of the Grand Tours, I guess, and the history in road cycling, they're one of the countries that are struggling. They hardly got any. They technically don't have a World Tour team now, do they? It's under the auspices of UAE, which was essentially the Lampre team. But the last 10 years, if you look at how many World Tour teams Italy had, it's very few. But it's a complex one.
You look at 20 years ago, and how many tracks we had in this country, and then all of a sudden they're popping up all over the place. And I think for a track rider, they have that kind of pathway through to the British cycling, and then you can mix it up a little bit. But I think truly as a road rider, in my day it was about riding these certain races and getting the results in these races. But we don't have these races anymore, so I think it's changing now, the pathway for a lot of these kind of road riders. What can they do? And I think one of the main pathways is the Dave Rayner Fund, where that will, but how do you get recognised with the Dave Rayner Fund? I think it's a lot of, you have to apply, you have to, put in, what you've done and what you want to do and things like that. And Dave was a good friend of mine, sadly no longer with us, but that fund that was raised in his memory does a tremendous amount of work, and it allows riders to do what Dave did. Allowed him to go from the UK to race in Europe. And because we don't have the kind of race infrastructure here, just watch this again, it just kind of drops between
That was, I tell you what, again, because we've got a lot of time, that's quite an unusual technique that was employed there by the soigneur. You normally have to stay still, not move with the rider, I think is the key there. And I think what we had the situation of there was the bottle moving away from the rider, and ultimately the arm of the soigneur rotated back towards the other side of the road. And that was one of the reasons that there wasn't the full connection made. So I'm going to have to give that. I don't think you can give it any mark apart from 0, can you, if it's a fail, Brian? Marks out of 10, it's a 0 if it's dropped. It's just a failure.
Yeah,
but
if
there's
we're
also
being truthful, it's 100%. It's not 110% because that doesn't exist. So we can't go minus 2 or because
No.
we have to think real numbers. So it's nil point.
Nil point on that occasion, but thankfully the team car came up.
Part of my job in the past as well that I got involved with feeding, especially races, the cobbled races and things like that, where I had sports directors in the car, but I was out and diving between different places. But I'm not joking. Some of these, when you're handing up bottles when they're full on racing, I remember doing that, and then afterwards, I think it was the day before, feeling an ache in my arm because you're handing up bottles at possibly 30 miles an hour. Lunchtime. Thanks, Holly.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that was my wife Holly bringing me lunch. No.
Is it ham again?
It's wholemeal bread, ham, Marmite, lettuce, cheese, and cherry tomatoes, mate.
So, like Olive Coy, you have the same thing every day. Just win a bike race. So you had the same yesterday, exactly the same. Matt, when are you going to mix this up a little bit and try and get in the groove?
Tomorrow I'm going to go for the same again. Saturday is when I mix it up, when we get the GC days. So I'm going to start mixing it up. I'm thinking a pot noodle Saturday, and then I might have a toasted bagel with salmon on Sunday to really throw caution to the wind and just mix it up. But right now, I think it's going to be a bunch of sprints. I'm sticking with wholemeal bread, and it's a
doesn't
classic
bode well
one.
for the finish for us that want entertainment.
No, I'm hoping that I get it wrong. So I'm hoping. I mean, like I say, our sprints have been entertaining, haven't they? But I think one of the things is step away from this. I mean, we are absolutely, it's brilliant that we've got flag to line racing here, and also what we can't. The riders also aren't. They're not circus entertainers. This is a sport, and they can't go flat stick for 192k. Just the sport doesn't work like that. But it's so. Please forgive us if you think we're being overly critical. We're not. We have the time to really be expansive on what makes a bike race tick, giving all of the factors that we're talking about. And I, for one, find it brilliant. I could talk for hours upon hours about bike racing, because the thing is, Brian, every single bike race is different, and more different than any sport. There's more permutations that could happen in a bike race. There's so many more variables. Oh, Ethan Vernon, 0. Is this from the other day?
Yes.
0. Yeah, that's the nil point one, wasn't it? That was the other day. So that's not Ethan Vernon now. Give the lad a bit of a break.
That was Cheshire, and they're totally different.
That
We're
was
in
Beeston
Suffolk,
Castle.
and that was Cheshire lanes. There's a huge difference you noticed that straight away, didn't you? The different Cheshire lanes to the Suffolk lanes.
Yeah. And that was basically coming up by Peckforton Castle as well, so I knew that that was part of my old training roads. Remember, yeah, photographic memory. But yeah, so let's just stress that Ethan Vernon hasn't done that on 2 occasions. That was a replay from the previous, one of the previous stages. But no, it's just, yeah, we've and we're not pointing the fingers. It's just we're trying to come up with things that other teams could do. And also, one of the things we haven't talked about is the fact that there are a lot of riders in these races as we compete. We're looking at like a montage of the bottle situations of the last couple of days, which is quite exciting. There we go. Oof.
That was the second time. I think we gave Global 6 that time. The first feed, we gave them big points, didn't we?
We did.
And then we had to subtract the points on their second feed.
Yeah, it's... oh, that's... I've never actually seen a bottle montage quite as good as that. It threw me for a minute, because for a brief second, I did think that Ethan Vernon had got 3 wrong again, but it wasn't. But yeah, as you were saying, before we went tangential, it's easier than it looks. feeding, especially when they're moving pretty quickly. But yeah, there's plenty of bottles that I've dropped in the past, and I've seen some awful feed zone incidents. I was riding, it was Tour Langkawi 23 years ago, going through the feed zone. A situation like this actually is a break up the road, flat stage, bunch were riding, and there was a rider in front of me whose feeding was on the left-hand side actually. Soignier was holding up musettes, big loop, you know, with quite a lot of the musette was dangling down. So what they do generally now is tie a knot in the cord and hold part of the cloth, so it's easier to grab it, and you've got something more substantial because they snap or fly anywhere. But on this occasion, the rider put his arm through the loop that had been created, and the Soignier got tangled up, and basically essentially lassoed this rider at the best part of 40 k's an hour, and it lifted him off his bike, and the bike carried on for a good 50 metres before going into the verge. This rider did a full somersault. I've never seen anything quite like it in my life, and I think he ended up out of the race, but everybody was just laughing their heads off. But looking back, it was pretty awful. But you've got to be very, very careful.
It's a danger zone. There's a lot of mine holes in feed stations, and I just don't get the rider. Okay, that you can do it at the fronts, but as soon as you get that bag, taking your hands off and diving into that bag, that's a no-no for me, because as we see it, and I've been in it, that all it needs is someone, that bag to snap and the stuff on the ground, and if you hit a full bottle, you're going down. So yeah, it's always a minefield in feed stations nowadays. You know, the strategy now is putting staff members at the side of the road, and you know, we see, you know, riders. The worst thing you can do as a Soignier at the side of the road is move, as you've already said, that if you're standing in the road, sometimes riders will go both sides of you. You don't move at all, and then you get the ones that are kind of stretching over you and arms. It's just treacherous as well, and you know, I think, you know, having one big feed station is always a big danger, and you know, that's probably one of the good things about not having an official feed station, is when they're you've got your own strategy and you've got kind of teams, because there's nothing worse than you get given a kilometre and all the teams are in that kilometre, and it can be carnage sometimes.
Oh, definitely. And I think one of the added things that didn't happen in my day, we didn't really have, unless it's it's very rare that we had big eskies and cool boxes, and generally a lot of the stuff from the side of the road was a bottle that was dry, but like you said, the condensation off the back of the bottle now to keep these bottles cool, especially in conditions like this. It's not so bad when you're riding in the classics and stuff. You might not necessarily want freezing cold bidon, you might just want room temperature, ambient temperature drink. But right now, keeping the bottles cool, you generally get condensation on the sides. They are quite slippery, and it is really easy to make a mistake, to be honest with you. We have a laugh about it, but only because at the moment things are relatively quiet. So we draw on things that make us smile. But and once you've dropped one bottle, you're a little bit cheesed off and you're a little bit frustrated, and then they're under tension to get the next one. So it's easier to drop the second one as well. Anyway, from bidons to school kids, another load of kids out the side of the road cheering on the Tour of Britain as it passes by, as we continue to wend our way back towards Felixstowe, picking our way through these beautiful Suffolk lanes under a completely and utterly cloudless sky. We're going through Debenham here. Now, Brian, what have you got for lunch today?
I've just got a smoothie again. I'm just going on because I was 2 weeks in Spain quite recently. Okay, I was riding my bike and things like that, but I want to get in shape. I'm started focusing on the Etap Loch Ness. I was up there at the start of the season, and you know, I'm focusing on. I'm getting, you know, because normally we can relax. You know, when you stop as a professional bike rider, you can ride your bike, do a bit of running, you know, eat and drink what you want and things like that. It's not a complete regime that we used to have as a pro bike rider. But I'm getting in the zone now, Matt. I'm just going to total focus. I want to get very trim, and I want to go up there and enjoy the Atap Loch Ness. So that's what I'm doing. And if anybody wants to join me, and in fact, I was talking to St Mirren Football Club, the chairman, the other week there, and it turns out he's doing it with his daughter. So the more the merrier. Get up there, and they had 6,300 people last year, and it's one of these ones that go up there, you've got a chance of seeing Nessie. Let's be honest here, not many people have seen it. So you've got a chance to go up there, right round Loch Lomond, see Nessie, and just enjoy the day.
Sounds great. Got to watch the mosquitoes this time of year, though, Brian. But no, I do. Like I say, we've had a few stages of the Tour of Britain, the Kellogg's Tour, not the Kellogg's Tour, the Prue Tour when I rode it back in the 90s. We had some stages in Scotland, but I've always got fond memories of riding there. Wish I could ride there a bit more. One day, I'm definitely going to do, and maybe in the next 5 years, Land's End to John O'Groats. I've got to do that.
I've thought about that. I think, yeah.
That's on my...
Why don't you do it from Scotland down? It's all downhill.
Yeah, I mean, my dad's from Cornwall, so I don't know whether to start there or finish there. We'll just have to look at the prevailing wind. Actually, I've got a message here from Matt Bramyer giving us some more information on some cultural aspects. He said to me, "Did you know there's a certain type of pink that they paint on the houses called Suffolk pink? Apparently, Marco Pierre White was forced to repaint his restaurant in Lavenham because it was the wrong shade of pink." Well, thanks for Matt Bramyer, national coach of the GB team who are riding. He's full of information, is Bramyer, isn't he? Fantastic stuff. And there's a shade of pink just there.
No, that's valued information there that we need in certain other parts of the world. I remember holidaying in Santorini, and you were only allowed to paint your house white. I think kind of blue top to it, and other parts of the world that's all you're allowed to do is paint your house a particular colour.
Yeah, clearly.
Just caught mid-mouthful there, so apologise if you're hearing some chewing sounds.
Apologies.
It's a long day for us as well as the riders.
I've moved my microphone away from my mouth, but no. And here we go. I think, Matt's actually sent me a photo of one of the houses on the side of the road. Yeah, it's the pink we just saw. So there you go. Thanks very much indeed, Matt. And best of luck to the team today. What can they do in the final? Active early on, as were multiple teams actually. It was a pretty exciting start, as I said, for the first 30 Ks or so. We had a little move that went clear. That was brought back, never gained more than 10 or 15 seconds. And then we wended our way through some pretty narrow country lanes in the opening 20 or so Ks, but ultimately the break that finally went clear. I've enjoyed a lead of 3.5 minutes at its maximum, the biggest lead of any breakaway in the Tour of Britain this year so far. But 79.7 Ks to go now, so well into the last couple of hours of racing as we continue to pass our way through some absolutely stunning country lanes here. It really is absolutely wonderful. But the three riders in the move: Joe Roscoff of Q36.5 Racing, former road champion of the United States as well. He's the man on the front at the moment. Also in the mix, Abram Stockman, 27 years of age, for the TDT Unibet cycling team. No stranger to breakaways in the Tour of Britain. And the same can be said for Callum Ormiston as well. He's already been in a breakaway. Already with a win this year as well. He's sat on the back in that lime green kit. 23 years of age, the youngest of the men in this move today. But, yep, fields being ploughed. I would imagine they'll be planting ready for next year. They're not too sure what sort of field that was. I couldn't tell by the soil alone. But of course, the part of the world that we're in now is primarily the industry, is primarily agriculture. Acres and acres and acres of agricultural fields, wheat fields, corn fields, and just brilliant country lanes as well. I'm wondering what a lot of the riders who've been here for the first time are thinking of the British country lanes. I'd imagine on one hand they're pretty difficult to ride through, quite frustrating, but once the race has settled down like this, it must be reasonably enjoyable, apart from the pace they're having to ride at some of these small climbs at.
Yeah, like you, I've raced in many parts of the world, and we do take these things for granted. I love riding my bike in the lanes, no matter where I go in the UK, but I've lived out in Phoenix and Arizona and Scottsdale actually, and there's no back roads. It's all these kind of big main roads, and I'll do a loop, and it won't be a loop. It would just be a rectangle or a square, of course, and actually use just 3 or 4 roads. That's it. And but here it's we do take these ones for granted. But then again, in different parts of the world as well, you often get asked, where's your favourite place? Travelling the world, I would say, if I was on holiday, I loved my time, although it's for bike races, Malaysia. Spent there in the Commonwealth Games. Some of the, Langkawi Island and things like that, spectacular. And, I'd like to go back there as a holiday. But, I think maybe, Italy, maybe kind of Tuscany area. I've done a few training camps there, and, some of the roads around there, it's just so quiet and, it's spectacular. So, yeah, you often get asked that. So, probably ask you the same question, where would you like to go on holiday, travel there as a bike rider, and what your favourite roads would be?
I think, first, good question, Brian. It's one that I do get asked a reasonable amount.
I'm asking you again, that's why.
Yeah, no, I mean it because it is quite an interesting one. I always like talking about it because both of us have been pretty blessed in terms of where we've been able to travel, and that's what, as well as meeting wonderful people over the years, and learning a lot about yourself, and that's what you do as a bike rider. I think any sort of sport, actually, not just cycling, but cycling in particular, because this is the path that's led us to where we are today, Brian. Cycling is a sport where you learn a lot about yourself, and you learn a lot about other cultures. I've learned another language, and many of the riders in these fields will speak not just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 languages. Some of these riders, it's amazing. So there's the cultural side that's wonderful. But yeah, visited some brilliant places. I've, like you, done the Tour de Langkawi. We rode the same Commonwealth Games back in 1998, so I was there as well. But for me, there's 3 places actually. Colombia, where I rode or visited once the World Championships. So that was just amazing. The people were lovely, and the terrain was like nothing I've experienced. The altitude you're riding at was intriguing. We're riding through the jungle a lot, so that was a place that I'd like to go back and explore, because it's essentially, we were looking at the era I was there, 1995. There was a lot of completely and utterly lawless areas, so we rode out training with army patrols with us and the police. So that, for many reasons, was strangely enjoyable, because there was an edge to it, but also the people were very warm. A lot of people didn't have much at all, so I felt a lot of warmth, and I'd love to visit Colombia again. I've not been there since those World Championships. And then Tuscany is, like you, raced there with the Giro, Tirreno, taken the teams that I've managed over there for training camps. Again, because of the beautiful roads, how quiet they are, generally pretty well surfaced. You've got the gravel there as well, which when we were going in the 10 years ago, 12 years ago, gravel wasn't really a thing, but it was still quite exciting to ride on normal road bikes. It was Max Sciandri, actually, who's in the team car here from Movistar, who helped jack us up with hotels and places to stay. And so Max really helped out for about 3 years. That's where the GB team were based. So that Quarata area, those hills and training roads, fantastic. And it's, again, the roads, but also there's just the food, the culture. I love Italy. And then coming back home, I spent a lot of years training down in Cornwall. It's where my dad's from. It's where he's retired to now. And Cornwall is an absolutely magical place. The Tour of Britain has visited there on a few occasions. Not this year. We don't go right down into the southwest, but Cornwall, really hard training area because the steep, short climbs. But some of those magical places that I've ever visited. And I never used to go out on my bike for very long down there, Brian, because it was so hard. But I always used to do mini training camps a couple of times a year. Just used to do 3-hour rides, really intense rides in the hills that used to give me a lot of punch. And then, of course, we raced there together in the milk race a couple of times. Then we did a team time trial over the Yorkshire, over the Bodmin Moor, I think it was, or near Land's End. But so Cornwall is my favourite place to ride. So I've got a top 3 there, mate, for you.
Fantastic. Yeah, I've been in Cornwall quite a lot of holidays down there, and met the team that meet at Penzance. I think the Penzance Wheelers or something like that, went out with them. So yeah, very, very difficult terrain. Totally different to here. We've got some nice lanes, but kind of rolling lanes. When we were just
talking about Le Jog. Peter Jakes, he did it. He did it this year in July for prostate cancer, and he said he will lead you out if you want to do it. A track sprinter, so
He'll drop me. I
yeah.
know.
No, he's looking pretty fit. He sent me a picture. He's looking pretty fit. But yeah, he said he'll sit in your wheel until you get to John O'Groats, and he will lead you out for the town sign.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you very much. Good to hear from you, Peter, mate. Not seen you for a long, long time. But no, we are. Yeah, it's a wonderful sport. And whatever level you achieve, even if you don't, of course you don't have to race. You know, the vast majority of people who ride a bike don't race and will never race. But racing is what we love. It's what we do. It's what has earned us a living, and we're managing to do that now. But it brings people together. You learn, as I said, a lot about yourself, and instills a certain discipline, I think, into young people who come into the sport and become part of a team. And then as you move from team to team, you learn different sort of cultures. Each team has its own cultural identity as well. Many teams, although they have the same set of objectives, do things in a slightly different way. Some teams are very formal, others more informal. Others teams lean towards the tradition of the country that they're registered in. Many teams now have a really international flavour, and most of the language of the peloton now is primarily English across most teams, save for the French and the Spanish teams and one or two of the smaller Italian teams. But it is interesting. It's a beautiful, beautiful sport, and things are starting to simmer a little bit more now. We're moving back into that tailwind section now, as we've arced over the top. Soon we'll be heading back in more of a southerly direction, following the coast. Although we are quite a way inland, still relatively sheltered, but the gap's at 2 minutes. But you can just see as we lose a little bit of elevation now, and the complete opposite can be said for the leaders. Probably about 1,400 metres up the road with a gap at 2 minutes. They're on a slight rise, but soon you'd imagine that this gap is going to start coming down a little bit, and maybe in the next half an hour, 45 minutes, as we turn properly into that cross tailwind, I'm wondering if we can see any teams go on the offensive. It's a big ask, and certainly there's no certainty that that's going to happen. But I'm just wondering if teams will be minded to start picking things up, because, as we said before, Brian, or as I suggested, we can't have a race from flag to line on the stage like this. It's just, cycling doesn't work that way. But I still think there's opportunities in the last hour to at least cause a little bit of disruption and just see what happens amongst that.
I hope it does. It could come from Bora Hansgrohe, from what I saw earlier on today. Really instigated. Had a plan, of course. Of course, they can fall back in the sprint with Sam Bennett, but I really do think that they'll try something again in the running. It's made it a little bit more difficult with Movistar now kind of helping out. They've set their plan out that they want to sprint with Jumbo-Visma, so you get two teams going to ride and keep it as a sprint, which means it's a little bit harder towards the end. Good to see GB getting involved as well, but they can fall back in Ethan Vernon. And I would say that of the sprints that we've seen so far, today it looks an easy stage. Okay, it's 190 kilometres, but I think it looks a little bit easier for getting good position. But I've been saying this all along. It sounds like a broken record, but I think you cannot wait until Jumbo take control in the last kilometre. If that happens, then I think it's still going to be very difficult to win the sprint. I really do think that you have to kind of have the numbers and kind of take it on in front of them and lead into the last kind of couple of 100 metres and start your sprint in front and force kind of Olive Coin that to go round. We've already seen the finishing straight, and it's not exactly head or tailwind. It's more of kind of crosswind. So positioning is going to be key to that point. But I'm talking about this easier said than done. When you get the firepower of like Wout van Aert, and he's kind of bossing it and things like that, and the way that Affini rides as well, and Nathan van Hooijdonk, it's going to be very difficult to kind of wrestle that at the front. But I'm sure that teams are going to try. Talking about trying, I really do hope that Bora and the likes try something in the run and at least try. it's going to be very difficult for it to be successful. Now we've got 2 teams at the front, and that means that you know, the Van Hooydonk, Affini, Wout van Aert, Olaf Koy, the 4 of them are going to come, like yesterday, a little bit fresher towards the end, and it's going to be really hard. They kind of lost it a little bit. We saw a kind of rerun this morning and kind of followed them in. They kind of lost each other, but the good thing about what they do is they sit back and they're patient, and when they lose the front of the race, they're always there or thereabouts. And I really do think that Wout van Aert is the key. He's the person that's moving up at the right time. It's right time at right place, and he's the person that is bossing this lead out for Olaf Koy. How do you beat that? Well, it's going to be very difficult, but I really do think that some of these teams keep the firepower back, come to the front. I think looking at the first 4 sprints, Matt, for me, there's a lot of teams burning their matches too early, and they should be a little bit more patient. So I think the key to trying to win, and I think it's because it's a less technical running. You know, when you come into that kind of last kilometre and you got the left hand on 600 metres to go to the finish, I think you can afford to kind of sit back a little bit and maybe do something inside the last 2 kilometres instead of trying to do something 3, 4, 5 kilometres out.
Yeah, it's a difficult code to crack, and sometimes, again, it's very easy. Again, and again, forgive me if I sound like I'm a broken record, but it's when you look at how strong they are, pound for pound, they have one of the strongest teams in the race, really. I mean, we've got to be honest. You've got to look at the team, and there's a distinct hierarchy. There's World Tour teams there. There's Conti teams, national teams, teams that ride at the 2nd division, which is a pro team level. And everybody knows about the relative strengths and weaknesses of each particular team. Everybody knows the big standout riders and what they're capable of, and so therein there lies the automatic assumed hierarchy, and so that is established, and that will always be the case. And there are riders riders and teams that can therefore dominate, especially in a race like the Tour of Britain, which is a 2.1 race, which 2.8C is it? I can't remember. But anyway, it's a standard race where that continental teams can ride. It's not a World Tour race, so there is quite a variation of standard, and just by definition, when you look at the field, there's a certain percentage of the field that could actually take it to Jumbo-Visma pound for pound, and the way they're distributing their resources, their hunger for constant, perpetual hunger for success, means they are very, very difficult to beat over any sort of terrain. And the form that Olaf Koy is in at the moment, and the form of Wout van Aert and the rest of the team, means whatever you try, it's always going to be very difficult, but that should never stop you from trying. But what it might mitigate and might control ever so slightly is your willingness to take too many risks. It's like, well, we need to be super, super focused. If we are going to do something, we do it all in. You can't just throw the odd singular attack up the road. We've got to have a proper plan and throw everything at it. And if it comes off, it does. And if it doesn't, it doesn't.
Yeah, definitely. I think I made a slip earlier on. I said Loch Lomond instead of Loch Ness. Indeed, he doesn't travel. Loch Ness Monster stays in Loch Ness. And in fact, Loch Ness, the loch itself, I think, can have all the lakes there is in England within it. It's such a deep loch. So, yeah. So if you're going up to Loch Ness, you tap. It's in Loch Ness, just outside Inverness, and not Loch Lomond. There's not many there might be a few monsters in Loch Ness, but I've not seen any, and they're not named Nessie. So I apologise.
No. There's only one Loch Ness monster, and as far as we believe, or led to believe, he or she or it or they are deep in the murky depths of Loch Ness and nowhere else. So 69 k's to go now. 1 minute and 46. A few more seconds have been shaved off the lead of our 3 riders out in front, who left the relative safety of the peloton with around 35 kilometres covered of today's stage. They enjoyed a lead at one point of around 3 minutes and 30 seconds. A little bit more, in fact, which is the most that any breakaway has enjoyed so far in the Tour of Britain. But with 68 k's to go now, and these wonderful crowds that have assembled to welcome the race as it passes through. Our 3 riders, Callum Ormiston of the Global 6 cycling team, Abram Stockman of TDT Unibet, and also Joey Roscoff of QS 36.5. The lead is slowly being brought back down. And as you can see, the peloton moving very, very quickly now. It's still led under the impetus of Jumbo-Visma, in particular Jos van Emden, and right now it is Steven Kruijswijk, who wouldn't say he took the first hour off, but generally had a bit of a rude awakening, I think. Certainly would have suffered, I think, over the opening few kilometres, but again settled into his racing now, and we've got this very established, familiar holding pattern now. It's just whether some teams are minded to try and do something a little bit different on the run into the line. We're doing essentially a clockwise circuit of this beautiful county of Suffolk, and we are slowly now heading back towards the coastline, and then we'll head in a southerly direction back towards Felixstowe, which we left a couple of hours ago now, 2 or 3 hours ago now. It should be around 5 hours of racing, 192.4 k's, as we look at the beautiful site of Framlingham Castle. Now, Framlingham Castle sits on the edge of Framlingham itself. I can get my words out. And this is a 12th century castle belonging to the Earls and Dukes of Norfolk throughout the centuries. It's also said that Mary I spent time here in 1553 before going to London to reclaim her throne from Lady Jane Grey. So a beautiful, well, looks like this one had a moat before, overlooking the little lake there, but absolutely stunning buildings. And there is
this is where Ed Sheeran's from.
Is it?
You remember his 2017 hits, Castle on the Hill, was inspired by this this castle. So yeah, Ed Sheeran's from this part of the world, and it looks absolutely stunning, as you say, that castle. It looks as if there was a house within the castle. But the peloton still strung out one line, as they have been pretty much under the impetus of Jumbo-Visma for the last kind of 4 days. Looking highly likely that this is going to be another sprint into Felixstowe, where we started this morning. But this time Movistar interested in potentially Gaviria as their main man to challenge Olaf Koy. Who else can challenge the best sprinter at the moment? It's very difficult to see where that's going to come from. I think Van Uden had a good shot at him yesterday, but DSM I think will be trying again today. There's a few teams earlier on today were trying to infiltrate the breakaway and make it a little bit tougher, but now the race is going to settle down with 2 teams riding, Movistar and Jumbo-Visma. It's looking a little bit more likely that this is going to be heading into a sprint, but like you, Matt, I hope that some of these teams might be interested in trying to do something like we saw in stage 3 around East Riding. So let's hope so, because it did look as if Bora Hansgrohe were one of the kind of more aggressive teams, but earlier today. But I tell you what, Jumbo-Visma were having absolutely none of it.
No, exactly. They were on pretty much everything. We even saw multiple little moves shut down via Wout van Aert, some of the big resources that they have been previously saving for the back end of the race to deliver Olaf Koy to the line were deployed very early, but now it's back to as you were, and they will certainly be saved towards the end, and also they'll just be there or thereabouts just in case this attacking that we're predicting may happen. Of course it may not. There's a strong likelihood, an increasingly likelihood, that it might not. But right now Jumbo-Visma have got everybody penned on the left hand side of the road, the wind ever so slightly coming from the right, so the rider just behind Kruijswijk at the moment, Oscar Rodriguez, just overlapping ever so slightly, but the wind slightly more in the face than coming from the side. The rider will angle themselves a little bit more to the left or to the right, and even overlap the wheel the more the wind is coming from either the left or the right. But right now, depending on the way that the road turns, and they'll just overlap differently, move to the left and the right, but the wind generally in their face at the moment. And that's one thing that still, though, riders sometimes, Brian, even at this level, and you see it often when there's a breakaway going, especially when a break's forming or if they've just changed directions, sometimes it can take a couple of minutes for riders in the break to realise they're actually rotating the wrong way into the wind. And it takes somebody to just say, guys, we're swapping the wrong way around, especially in the amateur ranks back in the day. And while you were learning your trade as a rider and you're learning to ride in echelons, because that isn't something that comes immediately at all. And understanding the nuances of wind direction and the best way to ride, quite often it's instinct because it's easier. You just move the bike and think, oh, it's easier. But when you look at the science of it, sometimes even the pro riders need to be told by a rider it's the first rider in the break to realise, oh, we need to swap the other way because it's going to be far easier for everybody. That still that still happens, doesn't it?
It does indeed. It's a lot of this stuff that you learn from being in a club when you go out and rides, and especially if there's it's a kind of racing club. Last year I did the Hot Chili LTP, and everybody was riding in the right hand side of the road, right from the front two were riding at the right hand side of the road where the wind was coming from the left. And I know that you want to kind of keep over, but it's still rolling road closures. But I was trying to kind of help people just kind of ride out a little bit into the wind, and try and kind of shelter some of the other people behind. So still at that kind of level, kind of mass participation level. Tell you what, this cameraman is getting plenty of beatings thrown at him. But yeah, it's just sometimes that you don't think, if you don't know, you're just going to do what you do and just ride at the side of the road and not think about the wind. But as a pro bike rider, you know what's best, where to sit, and you're trying to conserve energy. And like you say, you maybe move to the right hand side of the road. You'll turn a right hand corner and it'll be totally kind of swapping in a different way, and you do it very, very quickly. You learn quickly by riding in the wind. And like you say, even in this part of the world, in Britain, we never had too many kind of crosswind sections. I can only remember maybe racing up round about the Whittle area, just outside kind of Liverpool. There would be certain parts. I can remember Lincolnshire as well in the milk race. There was certain parts that the race splits completely in kind of crosswinds, but not too much. You go to Belgium and Holland and things like that, and it's all about learning how to ride in crosswinds and how to ride in their roads as well, with Death Valley in the middle. And yeah, I say it all the time in commentaries that if you can race in Belgium, you can race anywhere in the world, because that teaches you a lot about where to position, wind direction, and trying to kind of stay near the front.
Indeed. Yeah, so much to learn. And that's like the job, just focusing now on the youngest team here, the amateur team, the GB team. Although I say it's amateur team, it's a mix of under 23s and established World Tour pros. Ethan Vernon heading up that squad with Stevie Williams and Matt Bramier being the DS, the manager there. It's essentially being in an under 23 team at continental level, or riding for your national team, or there you want to go out there and win. You're an apprentice, you're learning. Your aspiration is to move up and ultimately ride in big races like this. And the wonderful thing about our sport is that there are so many different tiers of racing which offer you an opportunity to ride against the finest riders in the world, where you really do learn, and you learn really fast. One of the, again, heading over to Belgium from riding in the UK, although riding in the UK was always hard, it was hard at a more attritional rate. It was harder, although you're riding slightly slower. So there's different kinetics at play, different sort of inertia. But when we'd go abroad and riding crosswinds and then cross tailwinds, learning to ride in echelons, apart from descending in the UK, you'd never move so fast on the flat. So you're actually you're recruiting different muscles and pedaling a different way, and then you start sitting behind a moped to mimic that sort of effort. There's so many elements to the sport that a lot of them in the early couple of years of your career are all quite new and often quite alien. And the first one is heading over to Belgium to race in the crosswinds. Hardly any shelter at all anywhere. And of course the biggest one in Belgium, save for the crosswinds, it's riding on the clinkers, riding on the cobbles. That's that's another conversation entirely. But it's just like another world. And I think it's then that you realise, am I really cut out for this pro bike riding malarkey, or even just riding to ultimately try and be a professional? Because it is brutally hard. But once you get a taste for it, it's in your blood. It really, really is. And you meet mates and riders that you end up being friends for life. You start to visit places, and there's a lot of suffering. but there's a lot of fun. And the moment you get a little bit of success, whether it's personal or whether it's from a team, then you understand, okay, this is what cycling is all about.
Did you want to be a cyclist, Matt?
Yeah, I did, from the age of 16 when I went to see the Tour de France in 1986 when Greg LeMond won. I went to Outdoors with my dad, amongst other places, spent a week there, and I was already riding my bike just to school and back and enjoyed it, and I was a runner and a footballer, but I had an injury and I just started to ride my bike in 2016 properly. 1986 properly, and went to see the Tour, and then I wouldn't have said I had an epiphany, but I thought I'd really want to do this and change what I was going to do at school, and race for the first time that year, and then the following year raced and won some big races, and then the following year after that, 1988, won the Buckleys, and then went to live abroad. So it happened very, very fast, but yeah, I did. Since 16, yeah.
I didn't. I hated cycling. At 12, I was a footballer, and I was 12. I asked for a new pair of football boots from Santa, and I got a pair of cycling shoes. And I don't know if you've tried to play football with cycling shoes.
It's difficult.
Yeah, very, very difficult. So my mum and dad met on the bike. They were cyclists through and through. They used to holiday every year, go to a month to Italy and things like that, and I didn't really like it. I wanted to play football, but I got pressured by my dad a little bit to race, and I started with some time trials, and I just didn't like just riding up and down the dual carriageway. Didn't like them, and I just did them. And then it started a bit of road racing, and I can remember in Glasgow Green riding a race, one of my first races, and stopping after a few laps. My big brother and his friends were there, just taking the mickey out me and things like that. And I think there was something at the back of my mind going, right, I'm going to show you, because I just didn't want to do it. I just didn't want to be there. It was just too hard. And I think a couple of days later, a couple of weeks later, there was the Scottish Championships. I was only 13 by then, I think, and I managed to finish second some way. It was just a case of I'll show you. And like you said, there's something changed that I started getting a kind of bug. I wanted more and more and more. But initially I didn't let it. I just thought it was too hard. I still think it's too hard now when I go out the bike.
There's no doubt about it. Cycling is too hard. I'm not going to argue the point there, mate. Cycling is too hard. But luckily nowadays I can ride as fast or as generally slow as I like. Although I think I'd be kidding you if I didn't admit occasionally liking to feel a little bit of pain. I think that's part of you. Even in retirement, racing retirement, I still like to give it a nudge every now and again. But more than ever, I think I like riding my bike more than I ever have, actually. So, 1 minute and 28 seconds now. Oscar Rodriguez on the front for Movistar. Will it be Fernando Gaviria? Will it be Max Canter? Me and Brian both are leaning towards the Colombian sprinter who suffered an injury to his hand on stage 2. We might be wrong, but I don't think Movistar will be riding on the front if it was just for Max Canter. But as I say, we could be wrong here, as the Spaniard just takes a feed as we enter this final 60 Ks of racing now. We've probably got about 1 hour, 15 minutes of racing ahead of us. Now, they're riding into a headwind at the moment, or a head crosswind. Very soon, they'll be passing through the town of Saxmundham, which is another beautiful historic market town. There's market town after market town, isn't it? Then about 5 or 6 Ks outside of Saxmundham, they take a right turn, basically. The road swings to the right and then right again. So from riding into a head, mostly a headwind, a head crosswind, they turn into a tail crosswind, with the wind coming over their left shoulder, as they then head in a southwesterly direction through Woodbridge, and then from there they head due south to head towards Felixstowe, where the wind will be in their side a little bit. They'll get a brief little bit of head crosswind, and then with about 6 Ks to go, there's a sharp right, and then that straight, there's a dead straight section, Brian, 1 or 2 little roundabouts on there, which they'll pick up that tailwind again. Then they do the left, then an immediate left, taking us into the finishing straight where they pick up the headwind again. So there's some particularly interesting sectors there, which will possibly shape the race. Primarily a tailwind, so it's going to be a fast finish, but there's that little bit of headwind But as soon as you go from a headwind into a tailwind, especially in the last few Ks, that could be a definitive point in the race if we are still looking at a sprint, or even if there's somebody that's trying to clip off.
Let's hope so. Let's hope that is the case, and I think it will. I still think that from what happened earlier on today at the start, that some teams have to be quite hungry to try and do something at least. Of course, they don't want to kind of burn their matches if they've got a sprinter. I'm thinking Bora Hansgrohe, because they were very active, but the closer we get to the finish, do they want to remain active, knowing that they might be called in to lead out Sam Bennett? I really hope they are. So there will be a few teams interested in trying to do something. Bingo were the only team yesterday. But I really do think that after kind of dominating proceedings, Jumbo-Visma for all of Coy, some teams maybe have to think a little bit different, but it's going to be harder now that Movistar are helping out. So I really do think that it's going to be real tough to kind of split, but if you don't try, you never know. So I do hope that a couple of teams ride a little bit more aggressively in the final, like they did at the start of today's stage.
Yeah, it was a very intriguing opening few Ks, as I say. Several breaks went and came back as we passed through Saxmundham. I must admit, Brian, it's a town I've never heard of. So I'm learning all the time today. It's an area of the world that I don't know particularly well. I have raced here, never trained here, but I've only passed through here on the Tour of Britain.
Do you follow NBA?
What's NBA? Or do you mean the basketball?
Yeah.
No, I don't. Have they got a team?
Two-time NBA champion Ray Allen spent some of his childhood here.
Thought that, yeah.
Allen played for Milwaukee Bucks, now the defunct Seattle Supersonics, Boston Celtics, Miami Heat, during 18 seasons in the league. He was voted 10-time All-Star in an illustrious career.
Well, there we go. Any fans of basketball out there? And I would imagine there's a few. Top fact. Yeah, this particular place is set in the valley of the River Fromas, which is a tributary of the River Old. And the Saxmundham back in the day has possessed a market charter since, well, quite early actually, 1272, right up to the present day. And the market here, if you're interested, is held on a Wednesday. So get yourself down. I'd get there early if I were you, because some of these stalls tend to sell out pretty quickly, unless you're a big fan of cheap fruit and veg when they start to get some bargains towards the end of the day. So it's up to you. Go early or late. Many of the charming shops here. Georgian or Victorian, and some are slightly older, dating back to the Elizabethan times, such as the Monks' Cottages and the Angel Yard, which we just passed through. Another illustration of the pink that Matt Brammuir was talking about early on. And we're not too far away now from the Suffolk coast. And this essentially is part of the old coach and horses route that linked London from the continent. And of course, we'd use Folkestone and the various ports along this Suffolk coast to head across to Belgium and the Netherlands. A bit of a long way around to get to France, but you get the picture, given the geography of this particular area. Another small climb, 56 k's to go now, and the gap coming down just a little bit more now, 1 minute and 19 seconds. But yeah, not too far out of this town. The road starts to bear throughout, but we've still got another 5 or 6 k's before that actually happens. We won't actually touch the coast. We'll be about 2 or 3 k's away. Sizewell is the name of the place that's near the coast, but we don't get too far away. So the next town, we start to swing right, and that's where they'll pick up a little bit of a tailwind. And we could see some action, because there are some exposed parts just there as we run parallel to this beautiful Suffolk coast. So 129, 55.8 k's to go. Once we get this change of direction, I'm not saying it's going to be open season, but I think the groundwork, or that we have a parkour and a wind direction which, if exploited, Brian, could prove to be interesting. That's the best way to say it here. It's not a definitive, but look at this. This is the type of terrain that we're going to have in the next 5 or 6 k's. And this sort of terrain, see, there's still got the headwind here. There's the flag, but soon they swing round to the right, and that wind direction becomes from the side, but mostly in the back. So this could be interesting here.
Yeah, there's enough wind blowing. It's whether someone wants to take it on. It's more the speed than anything else, and it doesn't have to be blowing hard for a race to split. So it's just the speed more than anything. Definitely in crosswinds, and that's why we always say that a kind of tail crosswind is a lot more dangerous to a field like this than a kind of headwind crosswind, purely because of the speed that you're travelling at. And even looking at the riders here, they're fanning out a little bit. They've increased their pace a little bit as well, so it doesn't take much. And we saw, was it 2 or 3 days ago, like Niels Pollitt and Matt Bostock try a little bit. So I hope that, and I think yesterday we were saying that maybe when we get inside the last kind of 50 kilometres, that's when some teams may take advantage, and I hope that still happens, because I don't think all the teams will be happy with just kind of bowling into town, Felixstowe, and having another sprint.
No, I think some teams will, but clearly some teams won't. I don't think Ineos Grenadiers necessarily it will. But clearly
I think they're content. They look very content. They were blocking the road earlier on as well.
Right. Yeah, I think they'd realised, because they were getting involved in some of those skirmishes, weren't they? But I think they'd realised that, okay, you had that opening phase with the cross tailwind, where, okay, let's be a bit disruptive, let's follow a few wheels, let's put them under a little bit of pressure. But then they know this mid part of the race, for the last 2 hours, we've been riding primarily into a headwind. The brake has established itself. There's no point. So, okay, let's put a lid on it. Let's keep ourselves nice and fresh to be a bit more disruptive in the final. Again, we know that Tom Pidcock is more than capable of finishing top 10 in a sprint like this, but they've also got riders that can make a massive difference, and then also can get, if we get the right brake go clear, the likes of Connor Swift and Ben Turner, Magnus Sheffield could win this race overall. It's not just Tom Pidcock. They've got clear options, although saying that, Turner's lost 15 seconds, but Carlos Rodriguez you can include as well, and we've seen him do well in the crosswinds. They are a team that are very similar. They've got Pidcock, who's just an outstanding all-rounder, but likes of Sheffield, Turner, although Rodriguez is more of a Grand Tour specialist, but they're quite similar. And what I'm trying to say is they can function over all sorts of terrain without having an out-and-out sprinter. So I reckon they'll be looking at today and thinking, why not try something?
Well, they instigated it the other day there, didn't they?
Yeah.
They started firing one after another. Okay, they kind of missed the duo left out there, Bostock and Pollitt, but at least they were instigating things, and they were looking to get involved a little bit earlier on today. And I think they will look themselves as well. It's opportunities, they have to, but I think at the back of their minds they want to keep Tom Pidcock safe, and I think they're going to put a lot of energy into this weekend's stages. So it's just save energy, keep Tom Pidcock out of trouble, and they may decide just to go to war, and they might leave it until Sunday, but I think they might look at it in Saturday as well. So that'll be the big stages. And we heard from Great Britain that Stephen Williams, they're waiting for him to have a good weekend. So there's a few riders in here within different teams will be waiting, but if you're a sprinter, you've got 2 other bites at the cherry, and do you risk it again, because Olaf Koy's already shown that he's the fastest man here and he's got the best lead out, or you get involved with some aggressive racing in the run in towards the finishes like we had in the East Riding?
Indeed. Yep, but we shall see. I'm leaning towards more a bunch sprint today, but I'm hoping that we might see some activity. 52.6 kilometres to go as we get a study of the face of Joey Roscoff, the American double TT champion, former road champion as well, multiple Grand Tours under his belt, most experienced rider in this move, doing his turn on the front of this breakaway. Seen the lead grow a little bit, went down to just over a minute, has now moved up to 1 minute and 50. They've just been through a bit of a feeding area at the back, so it's just eased off ever so slightly, but I'm wondering if they're just starting to do a little bit of a squeeze as this tailwind section approaches. We're not quite there yet, but as we look forward to potentially what may or may not happen on today's stage, finishing back in Felixstowe on the coast there, and let's have a brief look back and give you an appraisal of where we've been so far. We opened up this year's Tour of Britain account with a stage from Altrincham to Manchester. Olaf Koy took that one. Well, Olaf Koy won every stage, but following that, we did the Wrexham to Wrexham stage, touched the Shropshire lanes, spent some time in Cheshire, most of the time we spent in Wales. Then we're up in the northeast, Goole to Beverley, of course taken as well by Olaf Koy. And then yesterday we were primarily in Nottinghamshire, a briefest of forays into South Yorkshire, and we finished in Newark-on-Trent. And now it's the Felixstowe stage. Still to come in the Tour of Britain this year. 3 more stages following this one. Tomorrow we start relatively, it's not too far away, it's not a big transfer thankfully for the riders. Southend-on-Sea to Harlow, and then on stages 7 and 8 it's where we move in to far hillier terrain. Saturday, stage 7, Tewkesbury to Gloucester, and then wrapping up this year's edition, we start in Margan Country Park and we finish in Caerphilly with 2 ascents of Caerphilly Mountain, which was seen on a couple of occasions in the past in the Tour of Britain, which will certainly favour the puncheurs and the climbers. But again, as the climbs aren't long, I think there'll be a few other riders that might spring a few surprises for us. But we're just going through Leicester now. 51k's to go, Brian. So a new housing development on the left-hand side. 51k's to go. Not too long before we start to swing right. In fact, we are heading through that town now. So we head through the town centre, and then we swing a right at the most southerly point of this small town, and that's where we will see the pace being picked up. Even if it's not intentionally by the riders, just the fact they've got the tailwind, they naturally will go faster for the same effort. So we will see the speed increase. We've still got a good average speed today, despite the fact we've had half of the day so far into a headwind. A very solid average speed, 43.8 k's an hour. So I'm predicting roughly 45 k's an hour average speed today, maybe just a little bit more, given the fact we've still got 50 k's to go. But we are well into, or we'll be entering very shortly, the final quarter of today's stage, and the gap has moved up. They start to work hard a little bit here, aren't they? It's as if they've almost held something back and are now thinking all in for the last hour, or to me it just looks like the body language, Brian. You can just see Ormiston on the front there, just giving it a little bit more. Fatigue is going to play its part. It's been a long, long day, but it just suggests to me they're just trying to give it a little bit of a squeeze, build that buffer before they head into the tailwind.
It looks that way. Like you say, fatigue will have a major play in these 3 riders. It's been a long day out for them, but I really do think that, you know, that's how you ride. You can conserve as much as you can. You get into the last 50 kilometres, and because they've had that headwind, it's been kind of nagging a little bit. So now you've got that opportunity to try and kind of push out. So they will up the tempo. They will have a little bit of belief, but they know what's happening behind, and they know it's always going to be very difficult.
Yep, it is going to be a tall order, but they've certainly earned it. I wonder which one of the riders here is going to be nominated. Well, they'll all be nominated, I'd imagine. Is going to get the most aggressive rider. I think it might be last man standing, but right now they certainly don't want to be attacking each other, and they certainly won't. They know that the slim chance of survival that they have had, it is just a slither of a chance, will only happen, or that will only come to pass, if they stick together for as long as possible. They need to use each other now, conserve that valuable energy, especially given the firepower that they know is still behind. So this is a right turn that's coming up. Great crowds here on the outskirts of the town. So the road will meander to the right here, if I'm correct. And there we go. Snaking round to the right, and then they'll start to pick up. Already they'll pick up a little bit more of a crosswind, and soon the wind will be in their back. So it'll be coming over their left-hand shoulder, and now they're changing the other way around as well. So swinging out to the left, changing through on the right. 1 minute and 55 gap is the gap, and Oster Rodriguez providing a welcome break, I think it's fair to say, for Jos van Emden and Steven Kruijswijk here today. That just makes such a difference. Just one other rider, Brian, at this point in the race, or for the last hour and a half, would have made a massive difference to what Jumbo-Visma can do in the final. It's essentially a teammate for them, isn't it? Let's be honest.
You get a few more minutes of sitting in the wheel, don't you? And cumulatively, that is a massive effect. And, 3 against 3, they can ride this breakaway down any time they want. But what they're doing at the front is just maintaining a steady tempo, not going into the red at all, just setting a tempo that they're comfortable with, that slowly but surely they can bring it back. But yeah, today we saw the largest gap we've seen in the Tour of Britain. And luckily, the team of Jumbo-Visma have got some help from Movistar. So 2 teams riding on the front, and in the East riding stage, Movistar was the team that kind of brought it back together, because Affini was really kind of struggling at the front to bring the gap down, and that was to Niels Politan, Matt Bostock. So yeah, it does say to me that 100% Gaviria will be their kind of go-to man today, but many other teams will be thinking, right, what can they do? And I hope we see some action as we start heading in towards the finish. But the trouble is, when you're going at this speed, if you're riding at 45, 46 kilometres an hour, you need to do 50 k's an hour to jump off the front. And I think the speed that they're doing at the moment, we saw it yesterday, it's just putting a lot of teams off from trying something.
Oh, totally. I mean, again, a point that I don't think I quite got across earlier on, Brian, was the fact that there are a lot of riders here who just won't have the firepower to ride off the front, even in a group of 2 or 3. It takes... You basically got to be stronger than the strongest World Tour teams on the front who are controlling the race, and it might not even enter into your head to enter off to the front, and it probably isn't in any of the teams' plans. A lot of the smaller teams' plans is to try and get up the road, anticipate, see how the race unfolds behind, go for the intermediate classifications, but to actually attack off a pace in excess of 50 k's an hour as a pro team or as a Conti team is an exceptionally tall order, and I think it's important that we throw that into the mix when we're critiquing what's been going on. It isn't easy, and you are up against teams that have the team that have won both Grand Tours this year and are leading the final Grand Tour of the year. They are the biggest team in the world. They're the strongest team in the world, and they've brought an A team to this race. And I'm not saying it's intimidating, but they've earned a lot of respect. And you really don't want to look like an idiot attacking off the front. I mean, if you're going to attack off the front, there needs to be a reason behind it. You can't be reckless. It's not. You don't want a TV attack in the closing stages. You want something that you think's going to stick. It needs to be well thought through, and you need the legs to back it up as well. So I think we need to stress as well. It is not easy, is it at all?
And you need numbers as well, because if you as a team start attacking. An individual attack will go down the roads maybe 200 metres, and then you just be left out to dry. They're just swapping behind at 45, 46 kilometres an hour, and they can maintain that, so you have to get any advantage. So it's a bit like what St. Piran did a couple of days ago when they attacked in threes, and I think it's numbers will count. So with 3 riders riding in front of the peloton, I don't think they're too worried about 3 riders here, with all due respect. But if you want to gain any advantage, you're talking about attacking maybe 3 or 4 riders at once. And if a team start doing that, others have to get involved with it, because 1 or 2 riders I don't think will make a huge amount of difference. I think with 3 riders riding at the front, you're going to have a group of 3 or 4, 5, 6 that's going to make any difference. So let's see, but at this pace it's going to be very hard to see where the attacks are going to come from, because it's okay sitting in the wheel, but as soon as you attack and put your nose in the wind alone, you're going nowhere. So a group has to almost prize himself off at the same time and put this peloton into a bit more of a kind of racing mode, and I can't really see that happening. 45 kilometres to go. Can't see that happening at this speed.
Yep, it's going to be an hour of racing now, give or take. 1 or 2 minutes either side. That's the speed they're moving at. They will increase that pace towards the run into the line as the shape of the peloton changes a little bit. It's probably going to be like this for a while, given the wind direction now and the pace that's being set on the front by 2 riders from Jumbo-Visma, Kruijswijk and Van Emden, and 1 rider from Movistar, Oscar Rodriguez. We're getting a closer look at the man who briefly got away earlier on, and then got caught and then clipped off the front to take the opening King of the Mountains of the day. His account now looks, well, his tally, should I say, 37 points. Still 56 points available in that classification, so it's not all over yet, especially the way the points are weighted. So what he could do with is getting the points tomorrow. No more points on offer on today's stage. There's a couple of points available tomorrow, 2 third category climbs, and then a lot of points available on Saturday and Sunday. So I think if I were him, unless somebody who was close to me went away, I'd have tomorrow off, back off, and then try and get away early on either Saturday or Sunday and score enough points to make it a mathematical impossibility for anybody else to win it. But Fouché has done great so far, hasn't he?
He has, right from the start. He's looked super strong, and he's not had really any other challengers.
No.
But then again, we've not really had too many King of the Mountains points as well, or King of the Hills, or King of the Drags. So it's, to get yourself in a breakaway, what you're looking to get out the stage, and I think he's kind of dominated that from winning maximum points to the first stage, and that's all you can really ask. If you can dominate early, then others think, well, it's such a big margin, the possibility of winning that competition is not really there, so they won't go for it. So you're only really going to go for a competition if you think you can win it. Of course, there are risks that the leader of that competition can crash out, and if you're in second place, you'll take over that. But not everybody kind of thinks like that. Most people think about, going out there, getting that lead, and kind of resting in the laurels a little bit. But I think they've come here, Bolton Equities, with this King of the Mountains competition in mind, and they're running away with it for the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, the points that I just said that are available to just one person. So there's more points available down the board, but if one person were to get them, they could get 56 points. Thank you. I've just been delivered another cup of tea. Most welcome to head into the final phase of racing. There's a short conversation going on there between Luke Rowe and Connor Swift as Jos van Emden just swings across to the side of the road. But no, they've done a great job. And when you think about it, and when you look at the way the GC might unfurl, especially towards the back end of Sunday's stage, it could all come down to those last couple of ascents of Caerphilly Mountain. It's is the fact that there's a strong, it looks like I've got a leaking gel out of his back pocket there, unfortunately. That often happens. So that is a leaking gel, not some sort of a bodily emission. Yeah, I mean, it's down to other people. It's very, what I'm trying to say is it's probably pretty unfeasible that one person from now on in is going to win every single King of the Mountain sprint across Saturday and Sunday. So he's in a very, very good position. But if you could snap with just a few more points to make sure and keep a watchful eye on who goes in any of the moves, it could be other people that determine the outcome of that classification. But as I say, it hasn't been exactly hard fought for, but he's been the rider that's been on the front foot. He's swept up and he's dominated it. So that doesn't diminish its quality at all. He's had to still get away in breakaways in 3 or 4 stages in a row. So fair play to Fouché. And they've got options today as well with Rory Townsend. He's had a couple of top 10s already in the sprint. As we look back to Luke Rowe.
Getting warm out there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we saw Roscoff spraying himself. You might be mistaken that you think you're tuning into a stage of the Vuelta, but we're in Suffolk. It's very warm out there. Yeah, Luke Rowe dousing himself in water, getting a few bidons on board for the final 50 minutes or so of racing, because that's all it's going to take now. 41 k's, a shade over 25 miles. So this could be, I think, pretty good 47, 48 k an hour average.
Boom.
A little bottle taking him up to the back end of the bunch, and Luke Rowe will be taking those drinks back up to the riders in front. Sheffield on the outside there, the American, the tall figure of Ben Turner, and slotted behind Turner, which would have been pre-planned at this stage of the race as well, is Tom Pidcock. Both former teammates of Trinity Racing, of course, both cross swords as under 23s in the cyclocross, and now riding as teammates in one of the best teams in the world. But that's just a small detail that teams will look at. Like Turner is a rider who'll be given his own freedom, but right now, what an ideal person to sit behind Tom Pidcock, and he'll be given a particular task, Turner, today, won't he? Right, you look after Tom, you're almost double his size on a bike, so Tom gets shielded from the wind, and we need to try and keep him as fresh as possible, and that's clearly what's happening there.
Yeah, definitely. It's just about energy conservation. A lot of riders starting to pour water over themselves. So it's been a long, hot day for many. Replenishing the fluids, very, very important. Luke Rowe just went back to the car. That's what you have to do. But that little kind of wee boost from the bottle will get him halfway up the peloton. And, he's up very, very quickly, because we talked about this strategy before. One rider has to drop back, get him. It's a lot easier to take it from somebody outside the road, but clearly that they do have some staff members, but they'll be at strategic points. This isn't the Tour de France, but in the Tour of Britain, they will still have riders at particular points, but because of the heat and things like that, it's very important to try and get a kind of fresh bottle every kind of 20 minutes to half an hour.
Yeah, definitely. The bar will shut with 20 k's to go. There might be one more visit to the car to try and distribute bottles, because it is pretty warm out there. I don't think there's many editions of this race, or many editions of the milk race or TRB that I've been involved in, where I've ever seen riders dousing themselves with water and keeping themselves cool. We are getting towards the back end of the year, but we've got some beautiful late summer conditions here, which I'm sure, despite the fact they've got to cool down a bit, that these riders are definitely going to enjoy. There's nothing like racing in the sunshine. I could ride all right in the wet, but I'd never really enjoyed it that much unless I was on a particularly good day. But give me a sunny day. I think, like the vast majority of the field, bike racing is an absolute joy, rather than just eating the dirt off the rider in front as all the crap off the road just flies into your face. It can be pretty grim, but a lovely day today. But it's interesting at the back. I saw most teams now are getting into colour order as we get into the serious part of the race here, Brian. And I noticed St Piran just near the back, that little clutch of riders, and we talked about them before, we've name-checked them before because they've been protagonists. There they are, just at the back, all in black with the green helmets there. Perhaps they're hatching a little bit of a plan, or perhaps because the high speed we're moving at. I mean, going long here, given this speed, I think the more I look at it, I think riders might be looking at going late rather than early, because to sustain the sorts of speeds you need with two teams riding at the back, it's going to be very difficult.
It is. Sometimes you'll have a little bit of a meeting, all get together and chat about the plan. I think it could be a kind of later plan, but even a later plan, it's
hard, isn't it?
I still think the speed of the peloton, we saw it yesterday with Stephen Kreuzweg. As soon as Bingo went on the attack, they were straight on it straight away, that acceleration. So I think definitely it's looking more likely it's going to be another sprint finish. I hope I'm wrong. I hope we do see something, and I think we will at some stage. But yeah, the teams have got themselves together, even in Uno X just before them. It always fascinates me sometimes, where do you sit in the peloton? Of course, if you're riding at the front, you get every right to ride near the front, but look at where Jumbo Visma are riding. They've got two riders towards the front, but they're the race leaders sitting in about 35th place at the moment, and then you've got Ineos Grenadiers and then Movistar. So it's always a question of what dictates where you ride as a team, and some teams ride a little bit further back, some teams ride in the middle and further up. There's no reason why a team can't come up like St Piran and sit in Stephen Kreuzweg's wheel. But then again, it's do you want to kind of force that hand? Do you want to do it? So I think for most times you kind of find your way, if you find your place in the peloton. And of course, when it gets to kind of crucial times, you come up and push for that. But for the moment, there seems to be a lot of colour blocking. But I think the teams are just deciding where they want to sit, because I don't think it really kind of matters at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. It's still a fair way off. We've got about 40 minutes, give or take, 45 minutes of racing still to go. There's our man from Belgium in the breakover TDT Unibet cycling team, Abram Stockman, just takes a look at his head unit. Perhaps double checking on the distance still to go. I'd imagine that would be a metric that he has on his screen all of the time. Various riders will choose different metrics: power, distance travelled, time, etc. Some prefer not to look at power, especially as they get deep into a stage race and fatigue starts to play a part and they're suffering. Luke Rowe definitely takes another musette. Again, he's already dropped back, but again, with the temperatures that we've got today and the ferocity of the pace that we know is this race is going to be lit up later on. Whether anybody goes clear or not, it's going to be very fast. And although these roads are gently meandering, as soon as it straightens out, Brian, they're pinning it on the right-hand side. See that long exposed part a minute ago? The wind is coming from the left. Now they're taking the racing line. They certainly don't want to pin on the right-hand side when it's the longer way to travel. But once the road straightens out for any sustained period of time, Movistar and Jumbo-Visma are keeping it primarily on the right-hand side of the road because the crosswind, the little bit of crosswind that there is, and there's a lot of shelter right now, is coming over the left shoulder. So the hardest way round is on the left. So pin them to the right so they can't get the easy way up on the inside. So that is the way that they're riding behind, and the gap is coming down. The gap hasn't, well, the brake certainly haven't stalled. They appear to be doing a very good job, but the impetus behind is gathering that little bit, they're gathering a little bit more pace, and they still haven't used anybody else save for Rodriguez, Van Emden and Kruijswijk. So it's still a lot of fresher legs to be used behind, and of course some fresher legs potentially to go on the offensive as well, but we shall see if that happens. It has been what we've perpetually been talking about today, purely because of the domination of Olav Koy and his Jumbo-Visma team. They have been, well, they've ridden to perfection. They really have dominated this race. They've won every sprint. We've got a completely different sprint coming up today, should it come back together. But again, I said it yesterday, let's assume it does come down to a sprint. The chance of getting 5 in a row, the odds just keep increasing against Koy. So if you're a statistician, and you're looking at numbers and probability and the science of probability, then it's increasingly harder for Olav Koy to string these wins together. But he's got the team around him to do it. So, and also, I don't really think, with 4 wins now, I know he'll be disappointed if he does get beaten, but I think he can ride with quite a degree of freedom. It's not going to, I think having all these wins is just going to give him confidence, and he'll be relatively relaxed. As we can just see, it's Alexander Richardson has got a bit of difficulty. Looks like he's got a problem with his chain there for some period. Hopefully he'll get that remedied pretty quickly. And there we go, Brian. 30 degrees.
It's just lovely, isn't it? Maybe not for racing. As soon as I get to kind of 30 and above,
it's getting warm now, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't like it. Anywhere in the 20s is fine, but yes, it's a difficult one to run in towards the finish, and I really do think that Olav Koy is definitely the favourite, especially with Wout van Aert as a kind of lead-out man. So, you know, the other teams will have to think about how they approach this sprint, because it does look as if it's going to come to a sprint, and I'm still finding it very difficult to see, you know, who's capable of doing it. Gaviria thinks he can do it, and that's why Movistar are riding on the fronts. But you know, that picture after the stage could be Olav Koy with, you know, his 5 fingers up, you know, winning a 5th and potentially, you know, 6 tomorrow. So yeah, Movistar and both Jumbo-Visma really happy to take this one down to a sprint. And at this speed, it's kind of thwarting any opportunities for anybody to kind of try and go on the attack.
Yeah, I mean, they are moving there, Brian. I mean, they've been in positions before when it might pass through your mind, shall I try and attack? But I tell you what, the speed they're moving at the moment, you just got to look at the simple maths. The faster you go, the harder it is to go even faster. It's as simple as that. It's the way aerodynamics works. You need more energy to go a little bit more faster the faster you go. So they're now moving, I would say, well in excess of 50 k's an hour. So to create any sort of gap, you either need to be Filippo Ganna, but not even him could just ride the bunch off his word. You need a group of riders. You need numbers, so you need several teams, or you need one team to do a team time trial, which would be exceptionally difficult and increasingly improbable. So They're doing a great job at the moment as we look at an airfield as yet unnamed, unless we can get that on the screen. Not too sure if that's in our notes or not. Yes, it is. It's Bent Waters. It was the home of a former Royal Air Force station that was used by the RAF during World War II and the US Air Force during the Cold War as well. So we've still got the runway there, but it's now known as Bent Waters Parks, and it's just warehouses and offices. And there's also a Cold War museum there as well, which you can visit if you wish. And it's the only building, or the only Cold War historical building, that's open to the public in the UK and Europe. So if you're in the local area and you like a little bit of history, a little bit of intrigue, a bit of espionage, and a look back to the dark days of the Cold War, head over there. So it's not a Cold War, this is a hot war that's going on here. I'll tell you that, in these longer, straight little roads. And you can just see how hard it is to get on the back wheel. This is where you've got the fatigue here. Clearly all of these riders are seemingly pretty well matched, but Brian, every turn now is going to hurt that little bit more, isn't it? As we get deeper into this race, and as they try and squeeze that little bit more, the turns on the front hurt, but arguably it's that bit where you drop to the back and have to sprint to get on the back wheel. That's the most painful bit of doing a turn, isn't it?
It is indeed, but the pace is up all over in front of the peloton, and you know the pace has been dictated at the front of the race with the three riders totally committed now inside the last 50 kilometres. And you know, as you rightly said, you know, you do a turn at the front, get on the back, not a lot of kind of rest, you're back to the front again. But you know, you look at the peloton now, kind of one long line, and you know, it'll be a quick finish, this one. Gap coming down, so they're eating into the gap. They want to bring it back a little bit more now. Some teams, you can see UNOX started to move up a little bit. Every team will want to kind of start to kind of move up a little bit now. But what I was saying before is, I think a lot of these teams were trying too far out. If you watch the start of this programme, we kind of delved into concentrating on Jumbo-Visma and what they did, the four riders that they had in the run-in towards the finish yesterday. Okay, they get separated by traffic islands when they turned right, but they remained patient, and they weren't kind of riding on the front until they needed to. And I think a lot of these teams have to kind of learn from that as well. I think you have to kind of leave it as late as possible to start to come to the front, and not everybody has, you know, an affinity to be able to do that. You know, that's
Exactly.
big power, just to come bang straight up. But I think there's a lot, from what I've seen in the sprint so far, a lot committing a little bit too early, and you know, making it a little bit, you know, easier for Jumbo-Visma.
Yeah, as you say, when you've got the firepower that you've got here, it is easy to pin everybody else. And you've got the likes of Affini, and they didn't really even use Affini, as we talked about earlier on. Just made a slight error in judgment, a mistake, as did several other riders. Just went on the left-hand side of a traffic island that took him, well, added on about 15 or 20 metres to the way he took a corner. And with 2.5 Ks to go, that's very difficult, even if you've got an engine as huge as his, to actually make up. But right now, Jos van Emden, I think it's fair to say, 50k an hour flat on a flat bit of road with a tailwind, with one of the best sprinters in the world in your team, and Wout van Aert as a lead out. Jos van Emden is absolutely in his element here, isn't he? He'll be absolutely loving it. This is, you look at him as a rider and what he's good at, this is basically him completely at ease, isn't it? It's going to be hurting, but sometimes when you're hurt but you know you're going well, you can just find a bit more, and you just hit that point of hurting yourself, and you take a strange enjoyment from it, don't you? Especially when you know you're doing a job so well. It's a fascinating space to be in mentally, I think.
Well, we say it all the time, a professional bike rider, everybody has their job to do, and there's a case of doing your job, but like you say, enjoying your job. And I think the fact that Jumbo-Visma have won the last 4 stages, you do get that slight enjoyment about doing it. Don't get me wrong, it's hard to do this, but that just the extra kind of motivation, the fact that you're riding into another stage finish, potentially you could be winning another stage because he's won the last 4 stages. It just gives you that little bit more kind of inspiration, that motivation to be able to do that. Well, Movistar are doing it for the first time in this race with a little bit more of I've got to do this job, and hope it's good enough for Gaviria to win. That's possibly the difference, and I think we saw it yesterday as well with Stephen Kreuzwig when Bingo started to attack. Stephen Kreuzwig just jumped straight onto his wheel. I said at the time, probably no real reason to do that apart from maybe a little bit kind of intimidating the others to show that, I tell you what, anybody else that attacks, we're going to kind of chase you straight down. Because most times you will ride at the front. If someone attacks, you just stay together and slowly, pull the person back. Not just kind of jump straight onto the wheel like Kreuzwig did yesterday. So, but I think it's another opportunity for Jumbo-Visma to show their strength today, and I think Movistar now getting involved, helping out at the front with the hope that Gaviria is one of the riders that can break the back of the Jumbo-Visma team in the sprint.
He's certainly looking good. Gaviria just sat behind the mass ranks of Ineos Grenadiers. So Jumbo-Visma on the front with Movistar, then you've got the Ineos Grenadiers, and now we're looking at one of our Trinity Racing riders. This is Paul Manier of France, 19 years of age, on the radio. Looks as if he's got an issue with his gears there. It looked like I'm not too sure if he had a puncture or not, but not too sure if his gears had frozen. He was twiddling quite a low gear for the speed he was going at, but hopefully he'll get some service quickly and get back in the group, because they've got Luc Lamperty to look after today. Out and out, their fastest sprinter. The young American moving on to pastures new next year after a couple of very successful years in the Trinity team, a team that continues year on year to deliver some of the finest young riders to the World Tour. A real proving ground, and a team that they do things in style as well. They've got a special kit for this year's Tour of Britain, with all the proceeds, the profits of that new kit. If you head to their website, it's worth having a quick look at and maybe purchasing one of those jerseys, because the money goes to Cyclists Against Cancer. So a very worthy cause indeed, as we get a beautiful aerial shot of the shape of the peloton moving through the Suffolk lanes at very high speed, average speed increasing all of the time, up to nearly 44 k's an hour at the moment. I think by the time we hit the finish, we should be at or near one of the fastest averages. There's most of the teams now in colour order on the left-hand side. They've got a representation in the front. The Unibet cycling team, they'll be looking after David Bomboy. He's had a string of top tens, the Belgian sprinter. You certainly would imagine that he could have figured today. Watch out for Stian Fredheim as well of the Uno X team. Milan Frentin, should I say, of Belgium, from Team Flanders Balois. He got 4th place yesterday, his best results of the race so far, so watch out for him as we head towards the finish. Lamperty and Casper van Uden still in at the white jersey. His teammates delivered him exceptionally well yesterday, and he finished a runner-up on the day. And of course Ethan Vernon in the white of Great Britain. A couple of podium spots for him already in this race, and of course Fernando Gaviria and or Max Canter. It'll only be one of those, we're not too sure which one, but we're erring towards Gaviria. Sam Bennett and or Danny Van Poppel. We think it'll be Bennett today. Rory Townsend as well, an outsider for Bolton Equities in the purple and yellow kit. And well, potentially even Simon Sanyok for Q36.5 in the silver. Maybe in the black it'd be another good day, or a possible good day for the world scratch race champion Will Tidball of St Piran. And then Olaf Koe, of course, we don't need to mention him, as we get some piercing cheers from the kids out on the left-hand side. 38 seconds, Brian. It's continuing to go down. And on these long stretches of road, the bunch will now have them firmly in their sights.
Yeah, Roscoff's car just came up for the last time. You see the team cars will be pulled out now. The gap has now come down well inside a minute. So last chance to just give that little bit of motivation, as if they need anything, because it looks as if they are just giving absolutely everything to keep the peloton at bay. But I don't think they've got a choice in the matter. 36 seconds, they're taking everything out. So empty space between the 3 riders in front and the peloton, and the boys that have been sat at the front all day, Jus van Emden, Stephen Kreuzwig, they were joined by Rodriguez from Movistar, and they're just riding this breakaway down, and they've increased the speed also to try and stop anybody thinking about trying to go on the attack.
super hard in front for our breakaway Stockman, Ormiston and Roscoff. You just saw Ormiston sat second wheel, fighting just to stay on the wheel of the rider in front. And the dynamics of riding in a cross tailwind or in a tailwind, although you're moving quicker, you don't get quite as much shelter sat on the wheel. It's harder. If this was a block headwind, although it would be super hard on the front, feels like you're riding through treacle, actually sat on the wheel because of the weight, because of the wind direction, you get far more rest and recuperation, and you get less so when moving at high speed on a wheel. You still get a lot of recovery, but not quite as much as when you're moving into a headwind. So often on the wheel in a cross tailwind, it can be not quite as hard as being on the front, Brian, but it's not quite the same as recovering when the wind is on the nose on the wheel, is it?
Yeah, exactly that. I'm just looking at some of the teams starting to move up now, X being one of them, and they were one of the teams that were quite active again with Boro Hansgrohe. They chased the three-man group down. So there's a few teams starting slowly but surely to kind of move up. They kind of sense, because it's one of these things that, it's okay for us sat here, but when you're in a race, you start to kind of sense that something may happen, something is going to happen. So we're starting to see some of the teams starting to move up now.
No wonder 25k's to go now. Stage 5 of the Tour of Britain. We started in Felixstowe on the beautiful coast of Suffolk, and we are finishing there as well. Many of the riders will, of course, checked out the finishing straight today by the seaside in the shadow of the Ferris wheel. A cloudless day here in the Tour of Britain, 30 degrees plus today on the longest stage of this race, 192.4 kilometres. We've got 3 riders that are still out in front, but the lead is coming down rapidly. 37 seconds and counting for Abram Stockman of Belgium. No stranger to a breakaway in the Tour of Britain this year. He rides for the TDT Unibet cycling team. Also there representing the United States of America and the Q36.5 pro cycling team is Joey Roscoff. 3 times a national champion of the States, twice in the TT and once in the road race. And already a winner this year. We've got Callum Ormiston of South Africa riding for the Global 6 cycling team. They've been out in front for the best part of 100k's, but the lead now is coming down 30 seconds, and it won't be too long before the neutral service is also stripped out as Movistar continue to assist with the pacemaking. But incredibly, it's still only 3 riders on the front, 3v3. It's Rodriguez from Movistar doing the chasing, and he's been backed by Jos van Emden and Steven Kruijswijk. Still a lot of legs to be used in this race to finally shut this down before things roll in to the finish line in Felixstowe. Most likely it's going to be a bunch sprint, but never say never. You just never know. And also listen to the screams of the kids at the side of the road. Every single town and village we've passed through today, Brian, have welcomed the Tour of Britain with open arms. It's magnificent to see. It is
indeed. Seeing a lot of youngsters out there, and we can safely say, and we know that for a fact, it's cycle racing, going out and watching it live has inspired so many. You were inspired at Tour de France, and I believe some of the people around about watching the London Olympics and things like that were inspired as well. Tour of Britain has no doubt inspired a lot of kind of youngsters to look at cycling, take up cycling, and that's the future. But it's good that the local schools have come out, and in the past that wouldn't have happened. You just go through a village and that would be it, and if you were outside and walking down the street you'd see it. But nowadays it's just a whole education, and in 19 years of this race, it just goes kind of from strength to strength, and to see everybody at the side of the road is quite inspiring.
Yeah, it certainly is. Still, Steven Kruijswijk, his jersey ever so slightly unzipped, giving you an indication of the heat that the riders are riding in today. You've seen the images of riders pouring water over their heads to keep themselves cool. You just see the air that's created as the peloton moves by, and causing this vortex, disturbing the leaves of the hedges and the trees that are seemingly enveloping the riders at the moment through these beautiful country lanes. Not the place you want to be near the back, even though we've got 21k's to go. There will be a few teams that are just maybe wanting to start to move up, just heading out the other side of Woodbridge now. And we soon will be heading directly south, so the wind will be straight in the side, and it will slightly slow things down ever so slightly. And we pick up another little bit of tailwind before we finish in Felixstowe, but the last, for between kilometres 15 and 10, now 15 and 5, should I say, Brian, there's this long stretch of road with actually heading into a cross headwind, so that's going to make it even harder for the bunch, for the group out in front, and indeed for the peloton, or the riders at the front. But then we might see the shape of the peloton change a little bit. You might get this flatter appearance to the bunch as they move into that headwind section, but then suddenly, once they finish that headwind section, they swing right and pick up the tailwind again. So it's quite a complicated, in terms of the changes of wind direction, final 15 Ks, Brian.
Yeah, and that will come into play. I was just a bit worried about that white car parked round this corner, and hope everybody gets round it. There's a few in the outside there. So yeah, it's a constant change of direction. We're starting to see some teams starting to move up now. So all safe around that white car.
Yeah, also the van pulled over, as I say, when a rolling... Oh, there we go. The day is done. The breaker down to 2. Callum Ormiston has pulled the pin here. Great ride by the South African rider. Took a stage earlier this year in the Tour of Rwanda. It won't be today, but again, he's entertained us, as has his Global 6 cycling team. There have been 3 breakaways, significant breakaways in the Tour of Britain so far. So well done for them for making the race. That's what it is all about. So we now have 2 riders out in front. TDT Unibet are represented by Abraham Stockman of Belgium, and also there Joey Roscoff of the United States of America. Roscoff sat on the wheel of the Belgium. 34 seconds is their lead, and briefly, for a short period of time, they're going to be out of sight of the peloton through these darkened country lanes. Another classic illustration of the beauty of our road network in the countryside here. And certainly at this stage of the race, although it's going to hurt their legs, the place to be is out in front, because these are quite stressful roads here, Brian, especially for the bunch, considering what's going to be happening later on. The place to be is certainly up front, but it doesn't seem to be right now as if actually there's too much bustling, too much shoving, not a lot of movement just yet.
No, it was a bit of concern there for even the 2 riders in front. Just in one of the corners there must have been a little bit of gravel that we couldn't see, but and that's, you know, sometimes the kind of hidden dangers. But you know, I think of all the 3 riders that were in the breakaway, this was the man, Ormiston, that looked as if he was starting to struggle.
Yep.
You know, quite a few kilometres ago, you know, he's not making an effort to get on the back of the trail. So all these cumulative efforts have put paid to his success in the breakaway today, and you know, he's just gone back now after giving you know, absolutely everything to be there.
Yep, not a glance from anybody. Sometimes you see somebody just give him a glance, but not one look there from Jos van Emden or Steven Kruijswijk. Kruijswijk now on the front, 26 seconds for the 2 riders now remaining in front at the sharp end of stage 5 of the Tour of Britain, destination Felixstowe. Bit of welcome shade, I think, for the riders now. It's just gone 3 o'clock local time, and quite often this phase on a summer's day is the warmest part of the day. 30 degrees we saw, so a little bit cooler through the shade here, which I think will be welcomed by many of the riders, especially the ones who've been having to cool themselves down, pouring bidons of water over their heads just to drop that body temperature a little bit. But tell you what though, Brian, you can see how hard Affini is having to work on the front, Rodriguez too. The 2 still left out in front are doing a real good job holding them off here, aren't they?
Yeah, they've really upped the pace, and you know, putting up a little bit of a fight. And it's just that middle section of the race where they were able to conserve a little bit. It does look as if Stockman, to me, is the person starting to kind of rock a little bit. Conversation between both of them. It's just a case of give what you can. It's not a case of saving anything at the moment, Matt. It's just a case of the only chance that we've got is if they combine together. Even if Roscoff does a little bit more than Stockman, it's just having that, you know, minutes respite or 30 seconds respite on the wheel. So it's just give absolutely everything, because it's the only way and the only chance they've got of survival, which is very, very slim.
Indeed, 25 seconds it is now as they bank into that corner, taking a lot of pace. I think looking at what we've seen so far, well, Roscoff is the most experienced rider here. This is the moment that this man could do no more. So the South African Callum Ormiston Just nothing left in the legs at all. But it's been a good day out for him, showcasing his talents. As I mentioned, already has got a win in a big race this year, but it wasn't to be today. And then there were two. Roscoff relaying with Stockman now. They both still look pretty strong. But as you said, even if there was, let's say that Roscoff was feeling a lot stronger and there was a glimmer of hope that he could, like you're quite right, he needs to use this rider as much as he can. Even quite often when a weaker rider or a rider that's suffering more gives you a turn, you can often be a little bit impatient and want to go straight through again, but you've got to be patient and try and use that resource as long as you can until you actually think it's actually minimising your chances of winning. So a rider in a position like this, I think Roscoff might end up leaving this rider, but he won't, just for that one blaze of glory, just to empty the tank, just to try something. But right now, there's enough left in the tank of the Belgian for Roscoff to use. But even when you're feeling a lot better than the other rider, quite often using the rider you've got with you for as long as you can make the difference between winning and losing, can't it? It could be the instinct sometimes is to just drop them, and then that can be a big mistake. So using a weaker rider is something that isn't often discussed, but I'm not saying it's definitely happening here, but it's certainly something to consider at this stage of a race, isn't it?
Well, you see Roscoff at the front here, when he goes to the front, he gets as aerodynamic as possible, powers away, and then when he moves to the side and allows Stockman to come past, he relaxes a little bit more and gets his kind of breath back, gets his kind of wind back, so he can go to the front again. But it's, they are proving that they're up for the fight. It's kind of a little bit kind of stickier to try and kind of bring them back. You've got still the same trio at the front. Again, it's Stephen Kruijswijk and Jus van Emden together with Rodriguez today, but over the last few days, phenomenal effort from these two riders. You can only imagine what their form will be like in a couple of weeks' time, because this is really helping them. But Movistar have kind of moved up a little bit more. They have just jumped in front of Ineos Grenadiers, and a few other teams starting to move up. Bingo, the kind of fluorescent yellow starting to move up in the far side. So everybody's starting to prepare for this sprint. And I said it yesterday in the run, and no real pressure on Jumbo-Visma. Of course, they want to win. But I think the pressure is heaping more and more on some of the other teams, and it's about being patient and relaxing and making sure you get it right.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm just going to talk you through the run-in with 15Ks to go, the final 4K. They head towards the coast. There'll be that little bit of headwind, so between kilometres 10 and 3, or even now actually, are generally moving, although as you can see it is very sheltered here with these country lanes almost cut into the land, and these high banks on the side, and then the hedges on the top, giving an opportunity to offer up some shelter. As we see some rather finely manicured lawns on the left-hand side and some lovely poplar trees, but plenty of shelter here, although they are moving into a headwind. Anytime it's exposed, they're slightly moving into a headwind here, but they go through 4 and 3Ks to go, and once they go past 3Ks to go, they turn a 90-degree right, and then they pick up that tailwind once more. It's on a straight road with 3 roundabouts, and there's some narrow speed calming banks as well, so they're a feature of most metropolitan towns, cities now, aren't they? Then go through 2Ks to go. There's a roundabout with 1,800 metres to go. Dead straight bit of road, again still into the tailwind, under the Flamme Rouge. Then they'll take a hard left, 50 metres or so, 60 metres or so, another hard left, and then into the finishing straight, which is around 600-700 metres long. And the finish will be into a headwind. The headwind will be coming off the sea into their face from the right-hand side. So I think any sprint trains who've done their homework, and any sprinters will be sprinting on the left-hand side. The long way around to go, the hard way around to go, and this finishing straight, Brian, from what we've seen, will be to the right. So watch everybody hugging the left-hand side.
It's a bit like the uphill sprints at Beverley. They'll be over to the left-hand side, and I think if Jumbo-Visma are kind of sheltering, their riders, everybody will have to come up or actually kind of trying to battle to get onto the wheel. That last corner, 600 metres to go, so it's not as long a straight as we had in the last kind of couple of sprints, but 600 metres is significant, and I think if Jumbo-Visma take it into the the two left-handers onto the kind of seaside promenades, it's going to be very difficult. We know what Van Aert's capable of, and it must be daunting for many of these teams to work out how they can beat them.
Yep, you can see how relatively relaxed. If this was a cross tailwind with 13 k's to go, you'd see a bit more colour blocking. But because we've moved into that headwind now, Sam Bennett looking pretty relaxed just at the back. Niels Pollitt urgently gesticulating. And as you can see, the wind now, slightly in the face, is meaning that there's a lot more shelter offered up. So we're seeing this flatter shape to the peloton than we saw before, when the field were essentially pinned onto one side of the road trying to find the shelter. But now with the headwind, it's distorting the shape of the peloton, and it's looking a lot different. But when we get to just under 3 k's to go, that will all change again, and they'll get the wind in the back. So look for a fight. Oh, well, even before that, I think we'll see the speed increasing. With 10 k's to go, 6 k's to go, we'll see the teams moving through to the front as we get another fresh resource for Jumbo-Visma moving through the centre just to add a little bit of firepower. And it looks like whatever was needed by Niels Pollitt has been obtained, and he latches himself back onto this clutch of St Piran riders, who I don't think are going to be trying anything today unless it's to look after their sprinter Will Tidball, as we just get a look at the momentary little bit of frustration. He's clearly calling his team car up there, isn't he?
Yep, he wanted something, we didn't quite catch it, but I think you can afford to relax a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
No, there's, you get Fouché on the right hand side. You've got a lot of riders now putting their nose in the wind.
Well, here we go, Joe Roscoff. I thought he did look like the stronger man. We'd identified that. It's just the small signals, the small signs that you see. And Joe Roscoff now, I think with this move, will get the most combative rider. But look at that, he's getting as aero as he can. It's so hard when you're riding into a headwind. It really is. This is cruel. 11.7 k's to go, 18 seconds. So once he'd left that rider behind, incredibly, this is where anybody on the offensive at this stage will find something else. But it's just how much longer you can dig into your reserves, because he's going to be basically on fumes now, isn't he? And we know how strong he is. Multiple Grand Tours in the legs. A doff of the cap to Abram Stockman of TBT Unibet cycling team. Another entertaining, strong ride by this man, but it's not going to be today. And that leaves one man out in front, and it's the American Joe Roscoff, who's going solo. 11.2 k's to go, Brian. But this is a big ask. But if anybody was going to do it from this breakaway, we would have predicted it was going to be Joey.
Yeah, he did look strong, didn't he? And, getting in that kind of aerodynamic position, and, he'll be giving it absolutely everything now. But, a few others of the Jumbo-Visma team have moved up to the front now. I think it's more kind of safety than anything else. I think he can remain a little bit more kind of patient for the moment. But by saying that, Trinity are coming up. This is what I was saying the other day there. You can burn your marches, and it's all about, I think, the last kind of couple of kilometres, and what you have to do is save as much manpower until then to get your position. And we've got Bolt and Equities, and of course the aforementioned Trinity Racing coming up, and you can see Rodriguez, he's in two minds. Do I ride? Don't I? Do I come up? No, I'll just let it go, because slowly but surely he's coming back anyway. So it's that time of day where Joos van Emden and Steven Kruijswijk, their day is finished. But I just think that with 10 kilometres to go, I'm not too sure you should be kind of hitting the front of the race as it is. I know a lot of the teams have kind of sat back all day and had an easier ride, but it's still been a long enough stage. So for the moment, the team of Jumbo-Visma are getting a little bit of help from some of the other teams, and they're remaining patient and saving their powder.
Well, there's been a bit of a crash on the corner here. A couple of riders down. That's one of the Bingold WB riders. In fact, it looks like two of that squad had come to grief, unless it's just a slowing down yet. Definitely somebody's ended up on the deck. Yeah, it's one of the Team Flanders Balois riders. Couldn't quite catch the number there. But yeah, definitely two out the back there, including Callum Irmiston, who's just giving his teammate a hand. But 18 seconds now with 10 k's to go for our solo leader, Joey Roscoff. He's flown the nest.
Was more significant, that crash, because a lot of people stopped round the corner there. So yeah, if we see the helicopter shot towards the back of the peloton, there'll be a lot of riders trying to come back.
Yeah, it was, as I say, we didn't linger too long, but Joe Roscoff now moving clear on his own. The bunch moving at around the same speed. It's just how long he can hold this for. Bolton Equities in the purple on the right-hand side, led by their King of the Mountains leader, who was in the early break, just coming through the centre. TDT Unibet cycling team. They had Stockman in the move, and I think there is a split in the peloton. We can just hear the moto driver, but I don't think it's a big one. But there are several riders still out at the back. I don't think this is necessarily going to play into the hands of Joey Roscoff. The vast majority of teams at the front would have been unaffected by that. And there's Jumbo-Visma just sat on the wheel of Movistar. Trinity Racing in that light blue with the yellow flash moving through as well. Movistar in the centre picking things up too. And then Black Spoke on the left-hand side. And their sprinter will be Rory Townsend. A couple of top tens already for Rory in this race so far. And a Roscoff here, he's going to be going through all sorts of hurt. He's still managing to ride incredibly at the same speed of the bunch. 8.5 k's to go, still into this little bit of a headwind here. And there is the bunch rounding the corner. They've got him in their crosshairs. What a cruel sport this is. But hats off to Roscoff.
Yeah, the hounds in the hair. And, you know, they certainly got him in their sight. And, you know, riders have got position. That's the important thing. But Roscoff only interested in, you know, his own effort, and he's a rider that can do this. Very, very strong rider, holding on to 15 seconds, and it's a case of if this is still the same at say 5 kilometres to go. I know there'll be an increase of pace because everybody wants to be at the front, but I'd rather bring the rider back than have to kind of worry about it too much, because Roscoff is a super strong rider and he's capable of these efforts. Yeah,
definitely. Especially when you think between kilometres 3 and 1, it's a tailwind. But then the cruel thing is riding into pretty much a block headwind for one rider, even with 600-700 metres to go, you can lose the best part of 10 seconds on a run. That's the cruel bit for me, but he's still holding 14 seconds. The gap is dropping, but it's dropping slowly. Jumbo-Visma in the black and yellow, moving up the outside. Just see fourth man in the line of Jumbo-Visma riders is the man in the leader's jersey of this race. 4 wins to the good, has won every single stage of this edition of the Tour of Britain so far, and that is unprecedented. The only rider in the history of this race to do it. Can he make it 5 today? Well, I can tell you what, there's a few other teams here that are going to want to try and make sure that does not happen, including Trinity Racing. Luke Lamperty. The team have got to the front nice and early in the centre there. The blue of Movistar with the big M on the back, looking after either Fernando Gaviria or Max Canter. That'll become apparent a little bit later who that is, but we feel it could be the chance for Fernando Gaviria. Watch out as well for Bingol's Davide Persico, Sam Bennett or Danny Van Poppel. We think it's going to be for Bennett today. And of course, Ethan Vernon in the white of Great Britain, and maybe even Tom Pidcock as well, as we see the riders going wrong way round. Well, that's disastrous. Jumbo-Visma. We've still got 8 k's to go. They're going to be detached from the back of the bunch there. Well, that should have been marshalled. I'm not too sure whether it was a rider error or we didn't have a marshal following the riders round, but that could be disastrous. But I think still with 8 k's to go, there's enough road here into this headwind, slightly slower section to make amends, but not good at all. And that slowed things down just a little bit.
It has. It's kind of bunched up a little bit, and you can see just behind it, pretty much the whole team of Jumbo-Visma went the wrong way there. I'm sure we'll see it again, but you know, the team of Movistar bossing it to the front, but it just makes it a little bit more difficult for Jumbo-Visma. We're seeing it again. Oh, we were seeing it again? No, this is them coming back now at the back of the peloton. So they've got back, but a little bit more work to be done for Jumbo-Visma to come to the front.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to pick the way through the riders that are just hanging on and just aren't interested, because there's a lot of organisation at the front. And Joe Roscoff, a silver bullet today, still as aero as he can, giving it absolutely everything, but he's only got about a 10-second lead now, Brian. Sorry, mate.
I was just about to say that Jumbo-Visma were in the perfect place. They're sitting second row. They were sitting behind Trinity Racing. They weren't putting their nose in the wind. Then all of a sudden, you know, that happens. They're right at the front, and they go to swing right when, you know, the race went left. But now it's kind of bunched up. It's going to be very hard to come through. So they're going to have to move their way slowly but surely. Because to do this, you do take a little bit of risk, Matt.
Yeah.
Because it's, you know, it's curb to curb at the moment, so there's very little movement space. But they are Jumbo-Visma, and they'll move up. But I think the key thing for them is to remain as patient as possible, and hopefully the gaps open up.
Indeed. Well, Joe Roscoff has finally been caught. A big doff of the cap to Joe Roscoff. A magnificent performance by him, but it couldn't quite hold off the peloton. As we move through now, it looks like that was 5 Ks to go. Ks to go been stripped away from the top left of our screen, but in the centre, it is the team of Roscoff. They've got another opportunity to try and take this stage with Simon Sanyok, who has already had a couple of decent places in this race so far. And they've now moved to the front. Movistar now on the right-hand side. As Brian was saying, no sign just yet of Jumbo-Visma. Had an awful moment when they went the wrong way round a roundabout, and there's no sign of them at the moment. Yes, they're moving up on the inside, and this is better for them. The fact there's been an acceleration just creates a bit of space on the inside, and there is the figure of the leader just moving up in second position. There is Wout van Aert. There's Affini moving up the outside, and the man leading them through at the moment looks like it's the figure of Nathan van Hooydonk.
Yeah, back to where they were, sitting second row. They're not going to hit the front. They'll probably hit the front when they get too close to about 2 kilometres to go. But before then, it's all about conserving. That was 3 kilometres to go now, or 4 kilometres to go for the back of the peloton. But yeah, this road furniture is a little bit dangerous. But for the moment, it was a bit of a scare for Jumbo-Visma, but they've got themselves back to the front.
They certainly have. Well, it's get a bit chaotic. Look at the lack of colour blocking now. Riders, given the fact we've got this road furniture, it's very easy to split riders up. So it's trying to find your lead out, trying to find your sprinter. A lot of furtive glances around, a little bit of elbowing there. A couple of riders from one team that aren't particularly well organised at the moment. Bora Hansgrohe, as a man from Kern Pharma, has a look around just on the inside, looking across there. It's the squad of Trinity Racing looking after Luke Lamperty. They're now on the front. In the centre is Uno X. Watch out for Stian Friedheim, an exceptionally fast rider. Then on the left-hand side, Tom Pidcock, being looked after by a phalanx of riders from the Ineos Grenadiers. 3.6 kilometres to go as Black Scope in the form of Black Spoke, should I say, in the form of Jacob Scott, take it up in the middle.
Yeah, just looking at the yellow jersey, they've been pushed back a little bit. They're not too worried about it. They don't really want to kind of take it on. They want to sit there and save energy. Everybody that's riding on the front is taking wind and using energy. Just noticed that Olaf Koy lost the wheel of Wout van Aert, and in fact Danny van Poppel got on it. But yeah, it's getting a bit hairy now, and safety is first, is paramount. And it's trying to stay in formation. That's the key to the run in towards the finish now.
Well, this is a big right-hander now. Luckily, it's a right-hander that can be taken with a lot of pace, forcing one rider, I think that's Harry Tanfield, to go on the pavement. Technically not allowed to do that, but I don't think he had any other choice, otherwise it was going to be an off. So we're coming in now. There's a long straight that will take us through several traffic calming measures. Next rendezvous is 2 kilometres to go, and then there's a roundabout just after that, another long straight of about 500 metres as we just go past a well-marshalled traffic island. It's now Uno X on the right-hand side. In the centre, it's the squad of TDT Unibet cycling team. And on the left-hand side, it's still Black Spoke holding their position. A couple of riders in the middle as well. From in the white shirt, looks like Ethan Vernon is freestyling it at the moment, but now Nathan van Hooydonk picks things up. 2.3 Ks to go.
Yeah, they were just waiting to do that, weren't they? They were reluctant to take it on from the front. They know when they have to kind of dial totally into this, and this is what they've done for the last 4 days. Just be patient, come up at the right time. Olaf Koy has to push a little bit to stay on the wheel of Wout van Aert, but I think everybody will try to grab the wheel of Olaf Koy and run in towards the finish.
Well, this is just a demonstration of raw power as somebody's nudged off the wheel there. Olaf Koy just elbowing there. I'm not too sure the rider was from the Ineos Grenadiers, but fighting for position, fighting for the wheel now. This is the tailwind section that we're talking about. They're absolutely rocketing so hard to move up the inside as the turn of Nathan van Hooydonk is done. It's now Eduardo Affini on the front. We've got a roundabout to go round, and then we'll go through the Flamroos. Look at the power of the Italian on the front. But Wout van Aert is exposed very early. 1,400 metres to go. This is going to have to be some turn by the Italian on the front here, Brian.
Well, he's done it before already, and we're coming up to this left-hand corner, so he can just ease off a little bit, gain his breath, and we've got another left-hand corner. We're inside the last kilometre now. They're right at the front, and they've let Wout van Aert go. They've left the wheel.
This is a tactic, a different kind of tactic. Are they going to give this to Wout van Aert? What a tactical play this is! Absolute masterstroke by Jumbo-Visma in the finishing stroke. Remember, it's a block headwind finish, but this man can do it all. Can he hold up the peloton? An absolute genius bit of tactical play, but he's battling in to a block headwind coming off the sea here in Felixstowe. This will be absolutely astonishing if he can pull this off. Where is the bunch behind? It's about 500 metres to go for the man from Jumbo-Visma. There's a big sprint behind. They've been wound up by the Ineos Grenadiers, but it looks as if it is going to be Wout van Aert. Absolutely superb stuff. The crucial thing is he going to be able to create a time gap now and open up a lead on the general classification? This is absolutely superb. Jumbo-Visma are unstoppable, as is Wout van Aert. Absolutely superb. A masterstroke from Wout van Aert and Jumbo-Visma. Second on the line, I think it was either Danny Van Poppel or Ethan Vernon there. Well, that was superb, Brian.
I was expecting that a couple of days ago, but that happened today, and you know, they didn't have an easy run in there, and I think you said that Affini has to go from distance here, but that was planned. It wasn't just a chance there. Often you get in races, you have to kind of think for yourself. Look how much it took out of him. He comes by Affini there. Just everybody was looking for the wheel of Coy, and just watch this.
Coy just eases, look at that.
There he goes, he's off. And look at the hesitation. Everybody hesitates. What do we do? We're now at the front, and it's just that there was just a lot of indecision just behind. Bora was kind of forced into it, but what a ride from Wout van Aert. He emptied himself up that finishing straight there. You saw him after the finish, but yeah, that tactic worked. It may not have in the past, but it just goes from, you know, when you're winning day in, day out, four in a row, and they come up with that plan. Incredible to see, and it's okay planning it, Matt, but doing it, and if anybody could, this man could.
That was I mean, he had to. The thing is, Brian, that was not an easy finish at all. Okay, pan flat, but into a headwind. Hugged the right-hand side as well to get as much shelter as he could. And I think he's going to move into the lead of the race. There's definitely a 1 second or maybe even a 2 second gap there.
2 or 3 seconds, I
yeah, and he looks around. Well, there we go. He's absolutely drained. That was a master class. But it was the hesitation that they created. I don't think we saw. We'll have to make sure I'm sure we get an interview, but I don't think Olav Koy even braked. He just eased off around the corner, just kind of sat up, took the wind a bit in the chest, slowed down. But because of what we've seen over the last few days, and Jumbo-Visma taking up the sprint, nobody knew what to do. And that was enough of a hesitation for this man to take the win. And there we go. We said it might be the one for Wout van Aert today, but I didn't think it'd be in that sort of manner. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Vernon indeed does take second place on the day, taking the bunch sprint from Danny Van Poppel. But after a pretty steady stage, Brian, what an electrifying, unexpected finale.
Yeah, unexpected finish, and you know, it's such the highest level. I think they caught everybody by surprise, like you say, and I think I mentioned it just as it happened, Matt. I said everybody's fighting for Olav Koy's wheel, all the other sprinters, and then when he eases off, they're not going to come round and go after Wout van Aert. They were hoping that others would do it, you know, that their teammates would do it, but when you're fighting for Olav Koy's wheel and you think he's the man, well, that was they played a blinder there.
They did indeed. Well, Wout van Aert takes the win. 3 seconds it was in the end. 4 hours 20 minutes of riding today. 3 seconds out of Ethan Vernon of Great Britain. Danny Van Poppel next across the line for Bora in the green jersey. Then we had Alexander Sulby, Max Canter, David Persico, Milan Fretin, David Bomboy, Tom Pidcock and Stian Fredheim. All the riders we expected to be up there were present in the top 10. But it's the winner today that took us all a little bit by surprise, and the rest of the field too. But I tell you what, that was a slow burn of a stage and nothing short of absolutely superb. But he had to work for that one, and it's worth mentioning that is only Wout van Aert's second road win of the year, which I think is going to become, massively important for Wout van Aert. Okay, he's won multiple, he's won 10 stages in Grand Tours, Classics, Monuments, but for this way you look at this season, that is an enormously important win, and a real masterstroke, and another example of how teams can ride, can play as a unit, and the generosity between riders here, and the trust that they've forged to execute a plan like that. But the thing is, you needed the firepower first, Brian, to get into position to actually execute that plan, and they've got that in spades. It was fantastic to see. That was the first indication of that for me, was the fact I thought they've gone a bit early here, but it wasn't, and that's the reason why. It was to let the wheel go, because it was way too early. Wout van Aert doing a lead out there was way too early to actually drop off the former leader, Olav Koy, but that was the reason for it. And I was wondering, and clearly even at that point, nobody really anticipated it, and they caught everybody unawares. And well, that's one of the most entertaining final kilometres I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, it was good. Can we have a replay? Can we see it again? Can you just do it?
Just that little moment when they went round the corner, it was like, okay, and the gap opened up. And then, because every lead out previously has been done by Jumbo-Visma, you had a couple of riders exposed, and just, it's that moment, the 2-3 seconds of hesitation. Hear it again, Brian, 1,400 metres to go. I thought right now they've gone way too early.
Yeah, Affini was gone. It's just this moment here. This was planned. There was no reason for him to come past at this moment. You can see everybody else just sat there behind. I think it was Ryan Mullen that was up there for Bora. He was looking around to see where Bennett and that was, and he was the one that slightly hesitated, and he thought, I have to take this up. And by that time, just in those two corners, which we said were going to be quite crucial, you have to take them on from the front. It's just having the, I would say, the confidence to be able to do that. Of course, Coy seemed really, really happy for that, and he rightly should, because he's won 4 in a row. But just when you plan this and it comes off, it's incredible. Winning, like you said, I think it was yesterday, Matt, you can see them winning every stage. They've got everything in this man here. Lead out man, somebody that can do this and hold it off. Incredible finish. It's just a pity for Wout van Aert, he couldn't really enjoy it until after the line.
Yeah, he'd have been in some pain. I mean, when you look at the gap he has into that final corner, Brian, he held it all the way. Even when they started sprinting, they didn't close. They had 3 seconds, and that is what's impressive. So that left-hander, well, actually, I think he had 2 and then he opened it. He actually extended his lead, and that this is the type of rider that he is. He has got that ridiculous top end, but what he has, arguably more than any other rider in the world, maybe the only other rider in the world that can do something similar, maybe Philip Ogana, Mathieu van der Poel, they're in that ilk, is to do a very long sprint at just below max power. And that's a different sort of effort. And he's one of the only, that's why he's so good at leading out. But basically, that was a lead out, and all he had to do was drop off himself. So, but, I mean, the physical effort it took to do that, I mean, that's why he's Wout van Aert.
Every other sprinter was fighting, and they've noticed that everybody else was fighting for Olav Koy's wheel. So all the other sprinters were trying to get the wheel. And when Wout van Aert went, it was all the kind of sprinters that was there. And as a sprinter, you're not going to go chasing after someone else. You're going to hopefully save that for the sprints. So you don't want to sprint from that kind of last corner. So they come round that corner, and it's like, well, all the sprinters were there, not willing to go, chase and benefit each other. So such a thrilling finish. Maybe not the most exciting stage. We had, good first hour, brilliant finish to this one. When you consider they went the wrong way, they came back. It's the way they ride here. We're watching it here on the right-hand side there. They get forced pretty much to go right there. Yeah. This was onto a kind of massive roundabout. Okay, they never lost, the back of the group, but they were right up there in kind of second row, or their first ride was second row, and that was perfect for them. And when they eventually came back, again, they never really kind of put their nose in the wind, and they've done this over the last few days. They know when they have to go and think I said it in the commentary that to be able to beat them, you have to get in front of them. But that's easier said than done.
Yeah, I think that was a fantastically entertaining back end of the stage, as you say. Certainly wasn't the outcome that we thought, but it's the same team. But also a big nod to the people of Felixstowe as well. Absolutely superb. And the crowds there rivaled that of the Tour de France. The crowds lining that last 700 metres finishes straight. An absolutely superb reception for stage 5 of this race. As the race rumbles on under a cloudless sky, we look across at this beautiful summer scene. Suffolk has been the setting for stage 5 today. The longest stage of the race is now behind us, and we have a brand new race leader in the form of the winner of this race in 2021, Wout van Aert. But, well, that was one for the ages. It really, really was. And they played.
We can throw away stage places now.
Oh, yeah, it's just... yeah, let's have a... Do you know what? I could watch this another 10 times.
Just put it on repeat.
There we go. Leans into the corner. Coy just drifts onto his wheel. People get like Mullen's like, well, what? I mean, it's not Mullen's fault. It's just, and then he suddenly decides, I've got to pick this up. There's that 2 seconds of hesitation. So let's put the clock on him now. He's only probably got about 2 seconds there, if that, and he extends his lead. That is how strong this man is. And he's got Ryan Mullen, who's no flipping slouch, is he? Driving behind one of the biggest engines out there for this sort of effort. But they cannot make an impression. And just look at the leg speed as well. He's flicking that gear over beautifully. He's just a monster on a bike, but somehow there's this poetic beauty about the way that Van Aert rides. Hugs the right-hand side. You can see that's Ben Turner on the front now. Now that man can generate a lot of power. Another maybe slightly nervous glance over his shoulder. He keeps on going, and he can just keep on generating it, stamping away. And the bike underneath him, straining under the immense amount of watts that he's putting through. And then finally the finish line comes, and the throw of the arms. And there we go. The lunge for the line for the rest of the minor placings. And there's Olaf Koy raising his arms in the air. Absolutely brilliant.
Why didn't he get second?
That's it. Yeah, that's the one thing. You'd probably get criticised in the team meeting for not sprinting for second.
The thing is I think if any other team had tried that, I don't think they would have succeeded. We're looking at an exceptional human being.
Yeah, we are.
To be able to deliver that, and you know, 1370 watts there maximum power is. Oh, he's just incredible. Nothing surprises me with Wout van Aert. It was when they definitely planned it, and it was done to perfection. It was just a case of when they went round that corner and he went, everybody was like, what's happening? And like you say, that moment's hesitation, it was done.
And that's it. He's top of the classification now by 3 seconds ahead of Ethan Vernon, Max Canter, Coy, Bomboy, Van Poppel, Pidcock, Van Uden and Serrano. David Persicote rounding out the top 10 for the Stagiaire from the Bingo WB team. He's been consistent this week. Still very narrow, but it was what they wanted to force as well. The stage win, just the win to keep it in the team, enormously important. They've kept the jersey on the shoulders of a man in that squad. And the manner of the victory absolutely superb, but they've created the time gap. That was what they wanted, as well as trying to get Van Aert across the line in first place, primarily due to the generosity that he's shown, I think, to Olav Koy. It was about moving into a big lead, and with the fact there's no time bonuses anywhere, Tom Pidcock now and the rest of the field. We're focusing on Tom Pidcock. There are a lot of other exceptionally capable riders here who will continue to put this team under pressure. But now they've got to gap this man, and that, I think, is hard over the remaining terrain. Yeah, big smile. It's nice to see him smile.
I think it's the fact that the plan turned out. It was like so unexpected. You know, they say in bike racing, expect the unexpected, but I thought maybe in another stage, one of the technical stages, they could have afforded to, you know, let the wheel go, but, you know, where's he going to make that time up? And
yeah,
I tell you what, Olaf, we'll give you 4 stages, but then after that, it's my show now. So
you might have to do some riding on the front.
Yeah. But it's great finish, and I'll say it again. You look at the teams and the talent we've got in the Tour of Britain here. If anybody else has tried that, I doubt they would have finished it off.
I don't think anybody would have had the firepower to have just had a 2-3 second lead into a headwind as well, Brian. And a tailwind's different, but into a headwind, that's ridiculous. That's what made that an even taller order. But the fact give or take half a second either side, Brian, he maintained that lead. He didn't lose any time on the run into the line on a 700-metre finishing straight into a headwind off the sea. This man is immense, and it peaked at 1,300 watts. I'd be very interested to see what his power file was for the last 40 seconds, but it was horrendous. I mean, but that's the different. That's what he's able. The thing is, he's able to deliver enormous spikes of power, but he's not the fastest sprinter in the world. But he is. But he can sprint, and he's able to deliver high power for sustained periods of time that are almost unheard of. There's only, like I said, 2 or 3 riders in the world, and maybe even Pogacar can do that sort of thing.
Mark Coyle does the interview here. I know Mark, the Scot. I hope he asked them, and he's not listening, who came up with that plan?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
Yep.
Wout, congratulations. You've just lit up the Tour of Britain. How are you feeling right now? You're still getting your breath back?
Yeah, exactly. Feeling really happy, of course. It's always tricky to make a plan like that. And if you can execute it like this, it gives, of course, a lot of satisfaction. So another great day for the team, and really, really proud of this one.
So let's talk about that plan. When was it hatched? When did you decide it?
Actually yesterday evening we had a look to the final corners, talking about lead out, and first I came up as a joke/idea, and then we started to think about it, and we knew even if someone would respond immediately, the bunch would be still stretched out, and Olaf still had a good chance of winning the sprint. So we tried something else, and I think that's a nice thing about cycling. It's enough times it's boring, and you can expect what's going to happen, and it's nice to spice things up.
You looked so smooth going round that bend. Did you almost not believe that the plan was actually taking shape?
Yeah, actually I couldn't believe the guy screaming in the radio, and the moment I looked behind I really saw the decent gap. From there on was just flat out to the finish, and really, really special victory.
You had 1 kilometre to go, and we've seen some data showing that you were averaging about 800 watts over the last 800 metres. That's a big shift.
Yeah, it was necessary to hold off these fast sprinters. So it's a good effort that I usually have in the leg, like these short efforts, and really proud.
What was going through your mind in those last couple of 100 metres? Did you think you could get there?
I tried to force myself to not look behind too much and just pedal all the way to the line. I also hope to have a little gap on the bunch looking to the GC. So I just went flat out to the line and celebrated afterwards.
So you've got a 3-second lead in the GC. How will you defend that?
Well, because this race has no bonies, I think it's you can even say it's a big margin. From now on, people have to drop me to take the lead in the overall. So it's a good situation heading towards the final weekend.
Congratulations and thanks again.
Thanks, James. Thank you.
Well, Brian, well done, Mark. He asked the question that we wanted to hear. And we also get a little bit of data just to illustrate, for those of you who understand power numbers, what that actually meant. 800 metres or so at 800 watts is just mind-blowing. It really, really is. Held the gap to the bunch behind, led home by an ever-improving Ethan Vernon. He'll be frustrated with that one. Frustrated because it could have been the win. But of course, that is now consigned to the past because the stage is done. We have a new race leader, and it's 5 wins from 5 for Jumbo-Visma. Interesting to hear that it was... and it doesn't surprise me, just the evolution of this plan, Brian, that we wanted to know about, that they looked at the corners, talked about the bunch sprint.
I had
here we go.
one
Here's
set
Olaf
of
Koy
questions
anyway.
ready to ask you after the finish today. I've completely ripped them up. Totally unexpected.
Yeah, I think yeah, we tried to surprise everyone. I think we did pretty well. Yeah, after yesterday's stage, yeah, we made this plan on the room. So yeah, we knew, yeah, we could stick to what we have done the past 4 days, but we knew also with this finish, yeah, something like this could work. So really nice that that actually did.
So you've got 4 out of 5. Have you made Wout apologise for not allowing you to be 5 out of 5?
No, I mean, yeah, I'm really happy that he helped me yeah, win those 4, and yeah, really happy to do something like this as a team today.
And can you give us any insight into what the team tactics will be in the next few days? Tomorrow, another expected bunch sprint, maybe back to you?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, we also knew that without winning this stage with a possible gap could be, yeah, really important for GC. So yeah, obviously for the last weekend will be all about Wout, and yeah, tomorrow yeah, we will see.
Okay, thanks very much again. Cheers.
Yeah, just confirming. It's all about the element of surprise, and although you've got a team, Brian, that's dominant in terms of strength, being disruptive, and we were talking about other teams trying to be disruptive, but it's caught me by surprise, and you by surprise, I think, and everybody else, Ryan Mullen, everybody else by surprise at how disruptive tactics often work. As I'm going to take a bit of a breath for a minute as we just look back on the highlights of today's stage before we hit the podium. Well, while we do look at highlights of today's stage, the way that the breakaway initially unfolded, Brian, as Wout van Aert said, it means that he's got to be dropped, and that was quite telling. Yeah, you got to drop me, and that's that's a pretty tall order. So as well as going head-to-head with Wout van Aert, teams have got to do exactly what Jumbo-Visma have done, not in exactly the same way, but they've got to be disruptive. And the teams with numbers of riders capable of winning on terrain that we've still got to come. Let's maybe discount tomorrow, although we'll see how the weather is. But over the next couple of stages, teams have really got to think about how they use their resources and really try something fresh and new, haven't they?
Definitely take a leaf out Jumbo-Visma's book and think outside the box. And I think that was almost made. You know, Affini has been so effective in this race for the lead out for Wout van Aert and Olaf Koy. It's been incredible to see, and you know, he needs to take a huge pat in the back. The whole team have, to be honest with you, but it was his firepower into that last kilometre that it meant that Jumbo-Visma were always at the front. And I think at any sprints, you know, we said in the run-in that a lot of teams burning their matches off. I think into that, if you can get into those last couple of kilometres at the front, you give yourself a chance. And the team that did that and have been doing it all week here at Jumbo-Visma, so you know, they reaped the rewards today in a very different way. You know, we see this happening sometimes in races, you know, just letting the wheel go. Sometimes it works, sometimes or mostly it doesn't work, but Wout van Aert was the man that, by the sound of things, came up with a plan, a bit tongue-in-cheek, a bit of a joke, to, you know, having that plan. And you know, probably if any other team had looked at it, they would have thought, we can try it, but you know, whether it's going to work or not, that's a different thing. It's just being able to do the last 800 metres at 800 watts is incredible.
Today, you're getting near that elusive first place. What are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, again, another step forward in the right direction. Slowly, a place each day, but yeah, there's nothing I could do at the end. I could only control what I could control, and that was being on the right wheel for that opening sprint. Obviously, I couldn't take it up 1k out to close Wout because I wouldn't have won anyway. So I just had to gamble. But there was a lot of people, like a lot of individual sprinters there that were just after Koy's wheel, and yeah, the tactic worked out really well for them.
And what did you see of Wout's winning move?
I saw a Jumbo-Visma guy go, but I didn't know who it was. But again, like I said, there was no organised team behind to chase, so it was quite scrappy, and by that time it had gone. So,
okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, a pragmatic Ethan Vernon, who now sits very highly on the general classification, in second place actually, albeit on the same time as everybody else. Max Canter just behind him, and this is just based on stage placings, of course. But Wout van Aert is the only rider now out in front on his own time 17 hours, 45 minutes and 36 seconds. So far for this race. Tomorrow we move a little bit further south. We go from Southend-on-Sea to Harlow. A fair bit shorter than today, 146.2 kilometres tomorrow's stage, but not too hilly at all. Only one categorised climb, one individual sprint to punctuate the course today, as we going to get some podium action. Clearly a gentleman on the left, very popular with the locals. I think a few people have been on some local beverages. It's Wout van Aert. Here he is, man of the moment. Second win on the road this year, and an important one. He's a born winner. He loves to win. He's generous, but deep down, he's got the heart of a real fighter. And he is a born race winner, and today was massively important for him to keep the win with the team. 5 wins from 5, but importantly now he leads this race. It has come here to win, and they managed to steal a very important 3 seconds as he gives a little handshake to the girl who's a little bit overawed there. Now there's a watch and some bubbly for the man here too. So what's he going to do? Does he have to wear that one? I don't think he's too sure. I think he's just going to show that one off. Now, great crowd here in Felixstowe. A rather raucous crowd as well, Brian. Sounds like they've been having a great Thursday afternoon, doesn't it?
It's the seaside. That's what you do. So that
super,
candy floss that they've been eating.
It must be.
The E number's gone to their head.
Or maybe the pickled winkles as well, mate, as well. A bit of seafood. So let's hope that he uncorks this bottle without any issues. And there we go. Wout van Aert, your stage winner here on stage 5 of the Tour of Britain. And what an absolute thrilling final kilometre that was. It's a confirmation of the GC heading into stage 6, where we end up in Harlow. Wout van Aert leads now ahead of Ethan Vernon, Max Canter, Olav Koy, David Bomboy, Danny van Poppel, Tom Pidcock, Casper van Uden and the